Chapter 14 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vengeance. Treachery! Treachery! Screamed Pereira. The reeds are fired, and that witch has betrayed us. Ha 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 ha! Cried Otter again from his airy perch. Treachery! Treachery! And what if the slaves are loosed? And what if the gates be barred? Hitherto the mob had been silent in their fear and wonder. There they stood closely packed, 100 or more of them, staring first at Otter, then at the advancing flames. Now they found tongue. "He is a fiend! Kill him! Storm the slave camp! To the gates!" they yelled, in this language and in that. For many it was their last earthly cry, since at that moment a sheet of flame burst from the rampart of the camp, followed by the boom of the cannon, and 6 pounds of canister swept through the crowd. Right through them it swept, leaving a wide lane of dead and dying, and such a shriek went up to the heaven as even that place of torment had never heard. Then they broke and fled this way and that, screaming curses as they went. When Leonard and the priest had rolled down the rising bridge, they found Juanna standing safely by the guardhouse, surrounded by some of the settlement men. "To the gun!" he cried, "to the gun! Fire into them! I will follow you." Then it was that he saw Otter left to his death, and called out in fear. But Otter saved himself, as has been told, and clambered down the bridge safe and sound. Leaning on the dwarf and Francisco, Leonard, followed by Juanna, staggered along the earthwork to the place where the gun was mounted. Before he had gone a step he caught sight of the figure of Soa, outlined in bold relief against the background of the fire and surrounded by many of the freed settlement men. At the instant when he saw her, she was in the act of springing back from the breech of the gun, the lanyard in her hand. Then came the roar of the shot and the shriek of the smitten. "Wow!" said Otter. "The old woman has not been idle. She is clever as a man, that one." Another minute and they were helping to reload the piece, that is, except Soa, who was on her knees kissing Juanna's hands. "Come, stop that," said Leonard, sinking to the ground, for he was utterly exhausted. "Those devils have gone for their arms. They will try to storm us presently. Is the shot home, Peter? Then run her out, sharp. And you, Soa, screw her nose down." Next he bade the freed slaves arm themselves with stakes or anything they could find, for of rifles they had but 4, 2 of which they had found in the guardhouse. Presently the slavers came on with a yell, carrying long planks, by the help of which they hoped to cross the dike. "Look out," said Leonard, "they are going to open fire. Under the earthwork, every man of you," and seizing Juanna, who was standing near, he pulled her down into cover. It was not too soon, for next instant a storm of bullets swept over them. Most of the men had understood and taken shelter, but some were too slow or too stupid. One of these fell dead and 2 more were hit. Soa and Peter alone took no heed, and yet they remained unhurt. There stood the woman while the bullets whistled round her, laying the gun as coolly as though she had served in the Royal Artillery, and with her was the head man, Peter. Peter was shot through the waistcloth, and a ball cut its way through Soa's grizzled hair, but neither of them seemed to notice these trifles. "They are mad, Baas," cried Otter, who was watching the enemy over the top of the embankment. "See, they are coming across the open." Leonard looked. The dwarf was right. In their rage and hurry the slavers, half hidden in a cloud of smoke caused by their rapid firing, were advancing across the clear space instead of creeping along the edge of the dike. What was more, the necessity of carrying the planks caused them to pack in groups. Soa gave a final twist with her lever and waited, her hand on the lanyard. A bullet cut it in two, but without firing the gun, and she grasped the shortened cord. "Now for it!" cried Leonard, as the first party came into the line of fire. Soa sprang backwards with a yell. Again the piece thundered out, and the canister screamed through the air. It tore along the advancing files, then, striking the beaten earth, rebounded and caught those who were following with a ricochet, and with awful effect. Whole groups were mowed down by this one discharge, the destruction being twice as large as that caused by the first shot, for at this greater range the canister found room to spread. Also, the rebounding missiles flying hither and thither among the crowd did no little execution. Down went the men in heaps, and with them the planks they carried. They had no more wish to storm the slave camp. They had but one thought left, the thought of safety, and the survivors of them fled in all directions, yelling with fear and fury. Load up!" cried Otter, lifting the charge of powder which lay at hand. "They will try to break open the gates and get out. Then they will cut us off." As he spoke they saw many men run from the auction shed to the water gate, but it could not be climbed. The key was gone, and the massive bolts and beams were not easy to break. So they brought hammers and a tree trunk which had supported an angle of the shed, and battered at the gate. For 2 minutes or more it held, then it began to give. "Swift, swift!" cried Otter again, as he dragged at the cannon to turn it, "or all will yet be lost." "Hurry no man's ox, Black One," said Soa, as she laid the gun with the help of Peter. A cry went up from the slavers. The gate was tottering, but it still held by the upper hinges. A few more blows and it must surely fall. But those blows were never struck. Again Soa sprang backward, and the roar of the gun was answered by the screams of the slavers as the shrapnel ploughed through them. Of those who were left, the most part fled for shelter to the auction hut and the Nest itself. Some ran across to the magazine, but appeared to be unable to enter it, for soon they were seen flying back again, while about a dozen of the boldest remained at the gate, trying to complete its destruction. On these Leonard and Otter opened fire with rifles, but it was not until 3 or 4 of them had fallen that the rest fled to join their companions beneath the shelter of the sheds. "Oh, look, look!" said Juanna, pointing to the east. It was indeed a spectacle never to be forgotten. The dense reeds, measuring 12 to 15 feet in height, had been fired far to the east of the Nest, and as the wind gathered to a gale, the fire got firmer hold. It rolled down upon the doomed place in billows and sheets, a sea of flame that sometimes spouted high into the air and sometimes ran swiftly along the ground. The reeds crackled and roared like musketry as the fire ate into them, giving out thick volumes of smoke. At first this smoke had passed above the spectators, now it blew into their faces, half choking them and blotting out the sky, and mixing up with it were showers of sparks and fragments of burning reeds brought forward on the wind. "The house and sheds will soon catch now," said Leonard. "Then they must take refuge in the open spaces, where we can deal with them," and he nodded towards the gun. As he spoke, tongues of flame darted into the air, first from the thatch of the shed, then from the roof of the Nest. They were afire. "We must be careful, Baas," said Otter, "or the slave shelters behind us will burn also, and all those in them." "Heavens, I never thought of that," answered Leonard. "Here, Father, if you wish to do a good work, take some of these people and the buckets they use to water the slaves. Let 3 or 4 men get on to each roof and extinguish the sparks as they fall, while others bring them water from the moat." The priest sprang up and set to the task, at which he laboured gallantly for 2 long hours. Had it not been for his efforts, the sheds and the slaves in them must have been burnt, for the sparks fell thick upon the dry thatch, which caught again and again. Now the sights and sounds grew more and more fearful. Maddened with fear, the remainder of the slave drivers and their servants rushed from the flaming buildings, striving to escape from the fire. Some flung themselves desperately into the aloes and prickly pears on the inner rampart, and, climbing the palisade beyond, escaped into the marsh, while some collected on the open space, and at these the guns were fired from time to time when the smoke lifted. Others again ran to the dyke of the slave camp, begging for mercy, there to be shot by Otter, who never wearied in his task of revenge. From behind them also rose the hideous cries of the slaves, who believed that they were about to be burned alive, and screamed as they dragged at their manacles. "Oh, it is like hell," said Juanna to Leonard, as she buried her face in the grass that she might see no more, and to escape the suffocating smoke. She was right. So the time went on. One by one the roofs of the various buildings fell in, and spouts of flame shot high into the air to descend about them in a rain of sparks. But at last the cries ceased, for even the slaves could yell no more. The fire grew less and less, and the wind dropped. Then the sun rose on the scene of death and desolation. The morass was swept bare to the depth of many hundred yards, and the camp was a smoking ruin, strewn with the dead. The walls of the Nest still stood, however, and here and there a charred post remained. Everything else was gone, except the magazine, which had escaped the flames, being built of brick and stone, and roofed with tin. The adventurers looked around them in silence. Then they looked at each other. What a spectacle they presented in the clear light of the morning, as they stood by the gun which had done them such signal service. All were begrimed with smoke and powder, and their clothes were burnt by the falling sparks. Leonard's throat was a mass of bruises, his hands and face were bleeding, and he was so stiff and hurt that he could scarcely move. Soa's hair was singed and cut by the bullet which had shaved her head. The priest's robe hung in charred threads, and his hands were blistered with fire. Juanna's broidered Arab dress, torn by the brutal hand of Pereira, scarcely retained a trace of white, and her long dark locks were tangled and powdered with bits of blackened reed. All were utterly exhausted, that is, all except Otter, who advanced to speak to Leonard, begrimed and stripped to the waist, but fresh and fierce as ever. "What is it, Otter?" he asked. "Will the boss let me take these men?" and he nodded towards the freed slaves who had belonged to the settlement, "and hunt through the camp yonder? Many of the devils still live, and wounded snakes strike hardest." "As you like," answered Leonard. "Arm them with anything you can find, and search the camp thoroughly, but be careful." In 10 minutes Otter was gone with the men. Then Leonard and the others fetched water and washed as best they might, the guardhouse being assigned to Juanna and Soa, who made their toilet with the help of a comb they found in it. There also they discovered food, the rations of the sentry, of which they ate with such appetite as they might, and a plentiful supply of meal for the slaves. As they were finishing their breakfast, Otter returned unharmed, though of the men who accompanied him 5 were missing. With him also were 2 of the 4 settlement men who had been sent to fire the reeds on the previous night. They were much exhausted, for their task had been no easy one, and fortunately for Leonard it was only after long delay that they succeeded in it. Their 2 companions were dead. One had been taken by an alligator in the water, and the other had fallen into a deep hole in the morass, and, striking his head against a log, was drowned there. "Is it finished?" said Leonard to the dwarf. Otter nodded. "Some are dead and some are fled," he answered, "but from these last we have little to fear, for they believe that an army has come against them. Still, that is not all the tale, Baas. We have taken one of them alive. Come and look at him, Baas." Leonard clambered up the steps of the embankment, followed by the others. On its further side stood the group of settlement men who had returned from scouting the camp, thin and haggard fellows, scarred by the slave irons, but very fierce-looking. In their midst a white man crouched upon the ground, moaning with terror and misery. Just then he lifted his face. It was that of the Yellow Devil himself. There lay that aged iniquity, the hoary shame, caught at last in his own snares. "Where did you find him, Otter?" asked Leonard as they crossed the drawbridge. "In the magazine, Baas, and your gold with him, also many rifles and much powder. He had locked himself up there, but he had not the heart to fire the powder and make an end." Pereira did not see them as yet, but raising his head he begged for water. "Give him blood," said one of the men sullenly. "He has drunk it all his days, let it be his last drink." Leonard motioned to Francisco the priest to bring water, and then Pereira saw them and began to pray for mercy. "Antonio Pereira," Leonard answered sternly, "last night I and two companions, a woman and a black dwarf, set ourselves a task to take this armed place of yours and rescue a white girl whom you had condemned to slavery. It did not seem possible that we should do it, but between sunset and sunrise we have done it. Who helped us then, that we should have carried out this thing which was impossible? I will tell you. God helped us, as he helped this lady when she called on him. Cry to God then to do that which is still more impossible, to help you. From me you will have justice and no more." For a moment Pereira ceased whining, and a flash of the old ferocity came into his eyes. "Ah, my friend," he muttered, "if I had but known." Then turning to Juanna he said, "My dove, have I not treated you kindly? Will you say no word for me, now that my enemies prevail against me?" By way of answer Juanna looked first at the human reptile before her, and next at the bosom of her torn dress, now roughly pinned up with the spikes of aloe leaves. Then she turned and went. "Baas," said Otter, "may I speak?" "Speak on," Leonard answered. "Hearken, Yellow Devil," said the dwarf. "10 years ago you took me, and I lay in this camp a slave, yes, in yonder shed. Here are the marks of the irons, your own seal. Ah, you have forgotten the black dwarf, or perhaps you never noticed him, but he remembers. Who could forget you, Yellow Devil, that once had slept beneath your roof? I escaped, but as I fled I swore that, if I might, I would bring vengeance upon you. The years went by, and the hour came at last. I led Baas to this place. I found you this morning, and we are not parted yet, Yellow Devil. What did you boast last night? That you had sent 20,000 of us black people to slavery? Yes, and for every one that you have sold, you have killed 5, old men, white with years, women with child, little children at the breast. You have murdered them all. Ah, yes, I have seen you laugh and kill them before the eyes of their mothers, as last night you killed the kitten. And now your time has come at last, Yellow Devil, and I, Otter the dwarf, will give you to drink of your own medicine. What? You cry for mercy? You who never gave it, even in a dream? I tell you, did my chief yonder bid me loose you, I would disobey him even to force. I, who would rather die than put aside his word on any other matter. Look now at these men," and he pointed to the settlement people, who glared hungrily at the crouching wretch, much as hounds glare at a fox that is held aloft by the huntsman. Look at them. Do you see mercy in their eyes? Those whose fathers and mothers you have murdered, whose little children you have stamped to death. Wow, Yellow Devil, the white men tell us of a hell, a place where dead people are tormented. We know nothing of that. It is for the white people, and they may keep it all to themselves. Now you are beginning to taste that hell of yours, only beginning, Yellow Devil. Boss Leonard, I demand that this man be tried by us and dealt with according to our customs, for it is against black folk that he has sinned most of all, and we ask his blood in payment for our blood." "What!" howled Pereira. "Am I to be given over to these black dogs? Mercy, mercy! Francisco, plead for me, shrive me. I know I killed your brother. I had to do it. Plead for me." And he rolled in the dust, trying to clasp Leonard's feet. "I cannot shrive you," answered the priest, shuddering, "but I will pray for you." Then the hungry-eyed natives pounced upon Pereira to drag him thence, but Leonard broke through them, saying, "I will have none of your savage cruelties here. Let the man be shot if you will, but no more." As it chanced, however, Pereira was not destined to die by the hand of man, for even as Otter gripped him, he turned livid, threw up his arms, groaned, and fell to the earth. Leonard looked at him. He was dead, dead through the fear of death, for terror had stopped the beating of his wicked heart. "The shepherdess prophesies truly," cried Otter presently, "for the heavens have robbed us of our vengeance. Wow! It is hard, but at least this one shall work no more evil." "Carry it away," said Leonard with a shudder, for the dead man's face was ghastly to behold. Then turning to him as if nothing had happened, he added, "Otter, take these men and loose the rest of the slaves. Then get the ammunition, rifles, and stores from the arms-house and bring them to the water gate. We must clear out of this place at once, or we shall have the escaped slavers and the crews of the dhows down upon us." Thus did fate at last find out Antonio Pereira, the Yellow Devil. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Disillusion. Once more it was morning, and the travellers were encamped by that reedy point where they had left the big boats which they cut loose from the island. From the earliest dawn Leonard had been superintending the transport across the river of the hundreds of slaves whom they had released. They there were put on shore by the settlement men, provided with a store of meal, and left to shift for themselves, it being found utterly impossible to take them any further. "There they are gone," said Otter, as the last boatload set out under the charge of Peter. "Well, let them go, the silly sheep. So much the less trouble for us, who, although we have a shepherdess, can scarcely lead so large a flock. Well, we have pulled the Missie yonder out of the slave nest, and the Yellow Devil, ah, we have talked with him and all his crew. And now are we to go on to win the gold, the real Yellow Devil, boss?" "I suppose so, Otter," answered Leonard. "That is, if Soa keeps her word. But it isn't gold, it is rubies. At any rate, we must make for the settlement below Senna, to take these men back and see if we can hear anything of Mavoom." "So," said Otter after a pause. "Well, the shepherdess, as these settlement people call her, will want to find her father. Say, Baas, she is proud, is she not? She looks over our heads and speaks little." "Yes, Otter, she is proud." "And she is beautiful. No woman was ever so beautiful." "Yes, Otter, she is beautiful." "And she is cold, Baas. She does not say thank you nicely for all that you have done." Perhaps she thinks it the more, Otter. Perhaps she thinks it the more. Still she might say thank you to you, Baas, who are her husband." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, Baas, that you bought her first according to our custom, and married her afterwards according to your own, and if that does not make her your wife, nothing can." "Stop that fool's talk," said Leonard angrily, "and never let me hear you repeat it. It was only a game that we played." "As the Baas desires, so be it. But I do speak from my heart when I say that she is your wife, and some might think that not so ill, for she is fair and clever. Will the Baas rise and come to the river to bathe, that his soreness may leave him?" Leonard took the suggestion and came back from his bath a new man, for rest and the cold water had acted on him like magic. He was still stiff indeed, and remained lame in one leg for 10 days or more, but, with the exception of an aching of the throat where Xavier had gripped him, no other ill effects were left. Among the booty of the slave camp was a good supply of clothing, flannel shirts, corduroy suits, and hats. Casting aside the rags of the Portuguese uniform in which he had disguised himself, Leonard put on some of these articles, and reappeared in the camp dressed like an ordinary English colonist, roughly indeed, but becomingly. Meanwhile Juanna had also been making her toilet, with the help of Soa, who took this opportunity to tell her mistress the history of her meeting with Leonard Outram. But, either from design or because she forgot to do so, she did not at this time tell her about the agreement which had been entered into between them. And yet Soa had never spoken fully to her mistress of her early life, or of the mysterious people of the mist from whom she sprang, though she had taught her the language they spoke. Perhaps, for reasons of her own, she did not think this a favourable occasion on which to begin the story. When Soa had finished, Juanna fell into a reverie. She remembered that she had expressed no gratitude to Mr. Outram for his heroic rescue of her. Yet in her heart she was grateful enough. But for him she must now have been dead, and the world of light and love would have closed its gates upon her for ever. Still, mixed up with her gratitude and earnest admiration of the deed of heroism which had been wrought for her sake, was another feeling, a feeling of resentment and alarm. This stranger, this dark, keen-eyed, resolute man, had bought her as a slave. More, he had gone through the form of a marriage with her that was not all a form, for it had been solemnly celebrated by a priest, and there on her finger was the memorial of it. Of course it meant nothing, but the thought of it angered her and offended her pride. Like other women, Juanna Rodd had not come to 20 years of age without dreaming of love, and, strange to say, her fancy had always chosen such a man as Leonard for the hero of her story. But that the hero should present himself in this ultra-heroic fashion, that he should buy her with gold, that he should go through a form of marriage with her within an hour of their first meeting, for these things she had not bargained. It was a fact that marriage was an accomplished fact, although it might be null and void, and the female mind has a great respect for accomplished facts. To a woman of Juanna's somewhat haughty nature this was very galling. Already she felt it to be so, and as time went on the chain of its remembrance irked her more and more, a circumstance which accounts for much of her subsequent conduct. Thinking such thoughts as these, Juanna strolled back toward the camp along a little pathway in the reeds, and suddenly she came face to face with Leonard. She was clad in a white Arab robe, part of the loot, which she had adapted cleverly to the purposes of a dress, fastening it round her slender waist with an embroidered scarf. She wore no hat, and her rich dark hair was twisted into a great knot that shone in the sunlight. In her hand she held some crimson lilies which she had gathered, that made a spot of colour on the whiteness of her dress. The look of haunting terror was gone from her face, whose beauty had come back during her sleep. Her changing eyes shone beneath their dark lashes, and she moved with the grace of a fawn. Seen thus in that pure and pearly light, against the green background of the feathered reeds, nothing could have seemed more sweet and lovely than did this girl, this child of the forest and the river, who mingled in herself the different beauty of the Saxon and the Spaniard, ripened by the African sun and dignified by the long companionship of nature. There was a grace about her movements, a purity in her face, a mystery in the wide eyes and curved and smiling lips, such as Leonard had never seen before, and which overcame him utterly. Alas, for the fickleness of the human heart! From that moment the adoration of his youth, the dream of his lonely years of wandering, Jane Beach, began to grow faint and fade away. But though this was so, as yet he did not admit it to himself. Indeed, he scarcely knew it. Juanna looked up and saw him standing before her, proud and handsome, an air of command upon his thoughtful face, deep-chested, bearded, vigorous, a man amongst men. She saw the admiration in his eyes and blushed, knowing that, do what she would to prevent it, it was reflected in her own. She remembered all this stranger had done for her, how he had risked his life 100 times, how she would now have been dead and unlovely were it not for his intrepid deeds, and remembering, something stirred at her heart. Was it gratitude that moved her thus? She did not know, but whatever it was, she turned her head that he might not read it on her face. Another moment, and she was holding out her hand to him and smiling pleasantly. "Good morning," she said. "I hope that you have slept well, and that you have no bad news." "I spent 8 hours in a state of absolute stupor," he answered, laughing, "and there is no news at all to speak of, except that I have got rid of those slaves, poor creatures. I fancy that our friends, the slave dealers yonder, have had enough of our company, and are scarcely likely to follow us." Juanna turned a shade paler, and answered, "I trust so. At least, I have had enough of them. By the way, Mr. Outram, I have to thank you for a great deal," and her eyes caught the gleam of the gold circlet on the third finger of her left hand. "This ring belongs to you. I will return it at once." "Miss Rodd," said Leonard gravely, "we have passed through a very strange adventure together. Will you not keep the ring in remembrance of it?" Her strong impulse was to refuse. While she wore this ring, the thought of that hateful scene and still more hateful mockery of marriage would be always with her. And yet, as the words of prompt refusal were on her lips, a feeling, an instinct, almost a superstition, caused them to remain unspoken. "You are very kind," she said, "but this is your signet ring, is it not that what you call it? You cannot wish to give it to a chance acquaintance?" "Yes, it is my signet ring, and if you will look at the crest and motto, you will see that they are not inappropriate, and I do wish to give it even to a chance acquaintance, Miss Rodd, if you will allow me no more intimate term." "I have looked at them," she answered, as she examined the ring curiously. It was of plain and somewhat massive gold, and deeply cut into the shield-faced bezel was the Outram crest, a hand holding a drawn sword, beneath which the motto was engraved. "What is the last word of the motto?" she went on. "It is so rubbed that I cannot read it. For home, honour—" "And heart," said Leonard. Juanna blushed, though why the word heart should make her blush she knew not. "Well, I will wear the ring if you wish it, Mr. Outram, in memory of our adventure, that is, until you ask it back again," she said confusedly, then added with a change of tone, "there is one detail of the adventure that I hope you will not allude to more than you can avoid, for the recollection of it is most painful to me, probably more so even than to you." "I suppose you mean the ceremony of marriage, Miss Rodd." "I mean that wicked and abominable farce in which we were made to play a part," she answered passionately. "Most of the witnesses of that shameful scene are dead and cannot speak of it, and if you will keep your servant the dwarf silent, I will do the same by Father Francisco. Let it be forgotten by both of us." "Certainly, Miss Rodd," said Leonard, "that is, if anything so strange can be forgotten. And now, will you come to breakfast?" She bowed her head in assent and swept past him, the red lilies in her hand. "I wonder what hold she has over the priest," thought Leonard to himself, "that she talked of being able to keep him silent. By the way, I must find out whether we are to have the pleasure of his company. I would rather be without him myself. A strange girl. One can account for her beauty. She inherited that, but it is difficult to understand the manner. By rights she should be a half wild hoyden, but I never saw an English lady with more grace and dignity. Perhaps I have forgotten, it is so long since I associated with ladies, or perhaps, like beauty, these are natural to her. After all, her father seems to have been a gentleman of birth, and people who live with nature may have every fault in the calendar, but they cannot be vulgar. That is the gift of civilization. When he reached the camp, Leonard found the priest talking confidentially to Juanna. "By the way, Father," he said somewhat brusquely, "as you see, I have got rid of those slaves. It was impossible to take them with us, and now they must shift for themselves. At any rate, they are better off than they were yonder. What are your plans? You have behaved well to us, but I cannot forget that we found you in bad company. Perhaps you wish to return to it, and in that case your way lies eastward," and he nodded towards the Nest. "I do not wonder that you distrust me, Señor," said Francisco, his pale and girlish face colouring as he spoke, "for appearances are much against me. But I assure you that although I came into the company of Antonio Pereira by my own will, it was for no evil purpose. To be brief, Señor, I had a brother who fled hither from Portugal because of a crime that he had committed, and joined Pereira's band. With much toil I tracked him out, and was welcomed at the Nest because I am a priest who can comfort the sick and shrive the dying, for wickedness does not counsel men at the last. Señor, I persuaded my brother to return with me, and we made a plan to escape. But Pereira's ears were long. We were betrayed, and my brother was hanged. They did not hang me because of my calling. Afterwards I was kept a prisoner and forced to accompany the band in their expeditions. That is all the story. Now, with your permission, I will follow you, for I have no money and nowhere else to go in this wilderness, though I fear that I am not strong enough to be of much service, and being of another faith, you will scarcely need my ministrations." "Very well, Father," answered Leonard coldly, "but please understand that we are still surrounded by many dangers, which any treachery might cause to overwhelm us. Therefore I warn you that should I detect anything of the sort, my answer to it will be a quick one." "I do not think you need to suspect the father, Mr. Outram," said Juanna indignantly. "I owe him a great deal. Had it not been for his kindness and counsel, I should not be alive today. I am most deeply grateful to him." "If you vouch for him, Miss Rodd, that is enough. You have had the advantage of a closer acquaintance than I can boast," Leonard answered gravely, mentally contrasting the difference of her manner in acknowledging the priest's services and his own. From that hour till a certain conversation opened his eyes, struggle as he would against it, Leonard disliked Francisco. He had a foolish British aversion to his class, and Juanna's marked partiality toward this particular individual did not lessen in this instance. Prejudice is a strong thing, and when it is heightened by suspicion and jealousy, especially jealousy of the unacknowledged kind, it becomes formidable, both to him who entertains it and to him against whom it is entertained. When their meal was done, they proceeded up the river in the boats which they had captured from the slavers, each boat being rowed by the best oarsmen among the settlement men. Including women and children, their party numbered some 60 souls. At evening they passed the island where they had left the company of slavers, but could see no sign of life upon it, and never learned whether the men perished or escaped. An hour later they encamped upon the bank of the river, and it was while they were sitting round the fire at night that Juanna told Leonard of the horrors which she had undergone during her dreadful sojourn with the slave caravan. She told him also how she had torn leaves from the Bible which she chanced to have with her, and fixed them upon the reeds whenever she could find an opportunity of doing so, in the hope that they might guide her father, should he return and attempt her rescue. "It is all like a nightmare," she said, "and as for that hideous farce of the marriage with which it ended, I can scarcely bear to think of it." Then Francisco, who had been sitting silent, spoke for the first time. "You speak, Señora," he said in his subdued voice, "of that hideous farce of a marriage, and I suppose you mean the ceremony which I performed between you and the Señor Outram, being forced to act by Pereira. It is my duty to tell you both, however irregular this marriage may have been, I do not believe it to be a farce. I believe that you are lawfully man and wife until death shall part you, unless indeed the Pope should annul the union, as he alone can do." "Nonsense, nonsense," broke in Leonard. "You forget that there was no consent, that we are of another religion, and that the form was necessary to our plot. The Church knows nothing of the reasons which lead to the undertaking of wedlock," Francisco answered mildly. "They are various, and many of them would not bear investigation. But you are married without any open protest on your part, on Portuguese territory, according to Portuguese custom, and by a duly qualified priest. The fact that you are of the Protestant religion and were united by the Catholic ritual does not matter at all. For the purpose of the ceremony you accepted that ritual, as is customary when a Protestant marries a Catholic. It is disagreeable to me to have to tell you this, but the truth remains. I believe that you are man and wife before heaven and the world." Here Juanna jumped to her feet, and even in that light Leonard could see that her breast was heaving and her eyes shone with anger. "It is intolerable that I should be forced to listen to such falsehoods," she said, "and if you ever again repeat them in my hearing, Father Francisco, I will not speak to you again. I utterly repudiate this marriage. Before the ceremony began, Mr. Outram whispered to me to go through with the farce, and it was a farce. Had I thought otherwise, I should have taken the poison. If there is any foundation for what the Father says, I have been deceived and entrapped." "Pardon, Señora," replied the priest, "but you should not speak so angrily. The Señor Outram and I only did what we were forced to do." "Supposing that Father Francisco is right, which I do not believe," said Leonard with sarcasm, "do you think, Miss Rodd, that such a sudden undertaking would be more to my liking than to yours? Believe me, had I wished to deceive and entrap you, I could not have done so without involving myself, since if the marriage is binding, it is binding on both parties, and even such a humble individual as I am does not take a wife on the faith of 5 minutes' acquaintance. To be frank, I undertook your rescue for purposes far other than those of matrimony." "May I ask what they were?" replied Juanna in a tone of equal acerbity. "Certainly, Miss Rodd, but first I must explain that I am no knight-errant. I am an almost penniless adventurer, and for urgent reasons of my own I seek to win fortune. Therefore, when the woman yonder," and he pointed to Soa, who was sitting watching them just out of range of the firelight, "came to me with a marvellous tale of countless treasures of rubies, which she promised to reveal to me if I would undertake the little matter of your rescue, and when she even paid down a specimen stone of considerable value on account, having nothing better to do and nowhere to go, being in short desperate, I consented. Indeed, I did more. I took the precaution of reducing the matter to writing, I being one contracting party, and Soa, acting on her own behalf and as your attorney, being the other." "I have not the least idea to what you allude to, nor did I ever give Soa any authority to sign documents on my behalf. But may I see this writing?" "Certainly," Leonard answered, and rising he went to the baggage, whence he returned presently with a lantern and the prayer book. Juanna placed the lantern beside her and opened the book. The first thing that she saw was a name on the fly-leaf, Jane Beach, and beneath it this inscription, which evidently had been written by someone in a great hurry: "To dearest Leonard, from Jane, 23 January." "Turn over," he said hastily, "the document is on the other side." But she was not slow to note both the writing and the confusion which her perusal of it had caused him. Who was Jane Beach, she wondered, and why did she call Mr. Outram dearest Leonard? In a moment, so strange are the hearts of women, Juanna felt herself much prepossessed against her, whoever she might be. But she turned the leaf and read the agreement. It was a pretty sight to see her bending over the cramped writing in the circle of the lantern light, but when at length she had finished and looked up, there was a smile upon her lovely face which had more of scorn in it than was pleasant. "Come hither, Soa," she said, "and tell me what all this nonsense means about rubies and the people of the mist." "Shepherdess," answered Soa, squatting down on the ground before her, "it is not nonsense. The language which I taught you when you were little is that of this people. It is a true tale, though hitherto I have hid it from you and your father, Mavoom, lest Mavoom should seek to win the precious stones and come to his death through them. Listen, Shepherdess," and she repeated the outlines of the story with which she had already made Leonard acquainted, and ended thus: "I told this tale to the white man because I saw that he was greedy, after the fashion of his race, and my strait was desperate. For this reason I bribed him with the red stone, and with a promise that I would lead him to the land of the people of the mist, for had I not done so, he would never have used his wit or put out his strength to rescue you from the yellow devil. Therefore it was also that I marked this paper on your behalf and my own, knowing well that I had no right to speak for you, and that by and by you could refuse to abide by it, though I am bound." "Frank, at any rate," said Leonard to himself. "What an attorney the old lady would have made!" "Say, Soa," asked Juanna, "to succeed in the search for these stones, is it necessary that I should act a part among your people?" "I can see no other way," she answered. "But what of that? You are free, and what I promised on your behalf is nothing. Let the white man go without his reward. It will save him a long journey." "Attorney," murmured Leonard in admiration. "She ought to be Attorney General." "Wow, the wicked old cheat," put in Otter. "If I had my way I would break her neck, though she is so clever with the big gun." Juanna took no notice of these asides. For the moment she remained in thought, then looked up smiling. "Really," she said, "this is a capital legal document. But oh, Mr. Outram, why did you dispel my illusions? You see, I had been making up such a romantic story out of this adventure. You were the knight errant, and I the Christian maiden in the hands of the ogre, and when you heard of it you buckled on your armour and started to the rescue, and now you bring me down to the 19th century with a run. It is not knight-errantry, but a commercial transaction. I am in difficulty, but by playing a certain undefined part, you believe that I shall be able to help you to secure a treasure. Therefore you agree to undertake the risk. I am ignorant of what I am to do, for as yet nobody has explained it to me. But you need have no fear. I shall not repudiate, as Soa suggests, with so much candour. Certainly I shall try my best to help you in this business, if I can, for you have worked hard and endangered your life, Mr. Outram, and I am sure that you have earned your money, or rather the prospect of it. Really, it is all very amusing," and she laughed merrily. As for Leonard, he sat before her, mad with secret wrath and burning with shame. What a fool he had been thus to expose himself to the shafts of this girl's tongue, this girl whose beauty was only equalled by her malice. He wished that his hand had withered before he wrote that accursed document, but now the only thing to do was to face it out. "I am glad that you see me in my true light at last, Miss Rodd," he said. "It simplifies matters. I entered into that agreement because it seemed to give me a remote chance of attaining my end, which is money. It does not quite follow, however, that I should not have attempted your rescue had there been no agreement, but of course I cannot expect you to believe that." "I assure you, Mr. Outram, that I am deeply obliged to you for your caution. It has lifted a great weight from my mind, for if in any way I can help you to obtain possession of the valuables of this people of the mist, I shall have paid off an obligation which at present crushes me. We shall have to start early tomorrow morning, so with your permission I think that I will be turning in," said Leonard, springing up with singular alacrity. Juanna watched him go with innocent eyes, and as he passed she saw by the firelight that his face was like a thunderstorm. "I have made him angry this time," she thought to herself, "and I am glad of it. What business had he to rescue me for money? But he is a strange man, and I don't think that I quite understand him. I wonder who Jane Beach is. I suppose she wants the money. Women generally do, or at least they did in Durban." Then she spoke aloud. "Soa, come here while I undress, and tell me again about your meeting with Mr. Outram, and what he said, forgetting nothing. You have put me to shame, Soa, with your talk, and I will never forgive you. Tell me also how I can help him to win the treasure of the people of the mist." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Misunderstandings. For some days after the acrimonious conversation that has been reported, the relations between Leonard and Juanna were not a little strained, although the necessity of travel brought them into continual contact. Both felt that they had cause of complaint against the other, and both were at heart somewhat ashamed of the part which they had played. Leonard regretted ever having made the agreement with Soa, and Juanna, now that she had cooled down a little, regretted having spoken as she did upon the subject. Her pride was offended, but after all, how could he know? Besides, he was an adventurer, and it was natural that he should make terms. Doubtless also his anxiety to win fortune had to do with the lady whose name was written in the prayer book. Perhaps this lady was only a maiden aunt, but a great desire seized Juanna to know about her, and when such a wish enters the heart of woman, it is probable that she will find a means to satisfy it. Having no one else to ask, Juanna sounded Otter, with whom she was on friendly terms, only to find that the subject of Jane Beach did not interest the dwarf. He hazarded a remark, however, that doubtless she was one of the boss's wives when he lived in his big kraal over the water. This disgusted Juanna somewhat, but the allusion to a big kraal excited the curiosity, of which she had a certain share, and very adroitly she questioned the dwarf concerning it. He rose to the fly without hesitation, and told her that his master had been one of the greatest men in the world, and one of the richest, but that he had lost his possessions through the wicked arts of foemen, and was come to this country to seek new ones. Indeed, Otter enlarged upon the theme, and anxious to extol his beloved chief's worth in the eyes of the shepherdess, it would not be too much to say that he drew upon his own imagination. Leonard, he declared, had owned country as wide as a horse could gallop across in a day. Moreover, he had 200 tribesmen, heads of families, who fed upon oxen killed for them, 20 oxen a week, and 10 principal wives had called him husband. Juanna asked for the titles of the wives, whereon the undefeated Otter gave them all Kaffir names, not neglecting to describe their lineage, personal charms, and the number and sex of their children. The tale took about 2 hours to tell, and after hearing it, Juanna conceived a great respect for Otter, but she saw clearly that if she wished for reliable information, she must obtain it from Leonard himself. It was not till the last day of their journey that Juanna found the opportunity she sought. The voyage had been most prosperous, and they expected to reach the ruined settlement on the morrow, though whether or not they would find Mr. Rodd there was a matter of anxious conjecture, especially to his daughter. Day after day they rowed and sailed up the great river, camping at night upon its banks, which would have been pleasant had it not been for the mosquitoes. But all this while Leonard and Juanna saw little of each other, though they met often enough. On this particular occasion, however, it chanced that they were journeying in the same boat alone, except for the rowers. Possibly Juanna had contrived that it should be so, for as a general rule, in pursuit of his policy of avoiding a disagreeable young person, Leonard travelled with Otter in the first boat, while Juanna was accompanied by Francisco and Soa in the second. To the priest, indeed, she made herself very agreeable, perhaps to show Leonard how charming she could be when she chose. She conversed with him by the hour together, as though he were a woman friend, and his melancholy eyes would lighten with pleasure at her talk. Indeed, Francisco had something of the feminine in his nature. His very gentleness was womanly, and his slight stature, delicate hands and features heightened this impression. In face he was not unlike Juanna herself, and as time went on the resemblance seemed to grow. Had he been arrayed in a woman's loose attire, it would have been easy to mistake one for the other in the dusk, although she was the taller of the two. The accident of his profession caused Juanna to admit Francisco to an intimacy which she would have withheld from any other man. She forgot, or did not understand, that she was playing a dangerous game, that after all he was a man, and that the heart of a man beat beneath his cassock. Nobody could be more charming in her manner or more subtle in her mind than Juanna, yet day after day she did not hesitate to display all her strength before the unfortunate young priest, which, in addition to her beauty, made her somewhat irresistible, at any rate on the Zambesi. Friendship and ignorance of the world were doubtless at the bottom of this reprehensible conduct, but it is also possible that unconscious pique had something to do with it. She was determined to show Leonard that she was not always a disagreeable person whom it was well to avoid, or at least that others did not think so. That all these airs and graces might have a tragic effect upon Francisco never occurred to her till too late. Well, for once, the order of things was changed. Leonard and Juanna sat side by side in the first boat. The evening was lovely. They glided slowly by the reed-fringed bank, watching the long lights play upon the surface of the lonely river, listening to the whistling wings of the countless wildfowl overhead, and counting the herds of various game that roamed upon the plains beyond. For a while neither of them spoke much. Occasionally Juanna would call her companion's attention to some water-flower or to a great fish darting from the oars, and he would answer by a word or nod. His heart was wroth with the girl, as Otter would have said. He wondered why she had come with him. Because she was tired of the priest, perhaps. He wished her away, and yet he would have been sorry enough had she gone. For her part, Juanna desired to make him speak, and did not know how to break through his moody silence. Suddenly she leaned back in the boat and began to sing in a rich contralto voice that moved him. He had never heard her sing before, had never heard any good singing for many years indeed, and he was fond of singing. The song she sang was a Portuguese love song, very tender and passionate, addressed by a bereaved lover to his dead mistress, and she put much expression into it. Presently she ceased, and he noticed that her beautiful eyes were full of tears, so she could feel. "That is too sad," she said with a little laugh, and then burst into a Kaffir boat song, of which the settlement natives, joyous in the prospect of once more seeing their home, took up the chorus gleefully. Presently she wearied of the boat chant. "I am tiring you," she said. "I dare say that you do not care for singing." "On the contrary, Miss Rodd, I am very fond of it. Your voice is good, if you will allow me to say so, and it has been trained. I do not quite understand how you can have the opportunity to learn so many things, music, for instance." "I suppose, Mr. Outram, you think that I should be a sort of savage by rights, but as a matter of fact, although we have lived on the Zambesi, I have had some chances. There is always a certain amount of trade on the river, by means of which we often obtain books and other things, and are brought into occasional contact with European merchants, travellers, and missionaries. Then my father is a gently born and well-educated man, though circumstances have caused him to spend his life in these wild places. He was a scholar in his days, and he taught me a good deal, and I have picked up more by reading. Also, for nearly 3 years I was at a good school in Durban, and did my best to improve myself there. I did not wish to grow up wild because I lived among wild people." "Indeed, that explains the miracle. And do you like living among savages?" "I have liked it well enough hitherto, but this last adventure has sickened me. Oh, it was dreadful! Had I not been very strong, I could never have endured it. A nervous woman would have been driven mad. Yes, I have liked it well enough. I have always looked upon it as a preparation for life. I think that the society of nature is the best education for the society of man, since until you understand and are in sympathy with the one, you cannot really understand the other. Now I should like to go to Europe and see the world and its civilizations, for I know from what stuff they were evolved. But perhaps I never shall. At any rate, I have to find my dear father first," and she sighed. Leonard made no answer. He was thinking. "And you, Mr. Outram, do you care for this life?" "I!" he exclaimed bitterly. "Like yourself, Miss Rodd, I am the victim of circumstance and must make the best of them. As I told you, I am a penniless adventurer, seeking my fortune in the rough places of the earth. Of course I might earn a livelihood in England, but that is of no use to me. I must win wealth, and a great deal of it." "What is the good?" she said. "Is there any object in wearing out one's life by trying to grow rich?" "That depends. I have an object, one which I have sworn to fulfil." She looked at him inquiringly. "Miss Rodd, I will tell you. My brother, who died of fever some weeks ago, and I were the last male survivors of a very ancient house. We were born to great prospects, or at least he was, but owing to the conduct of our father, everything was lost to us, and the old house, which had been ours for centuries, went to the hammer. That was 7 years ago, when I was a man of 23. We swore that we would try to retrieve those fortunes, not for ourselves so much, but for the sake of the family, and came to Africa to do it. My brother is dead, but I inherit the oath and continue the quest, however hopeless it may be. And now perhaps you will understand why I signed a certain document." "Yes," she said, "I understand now. It is a strange history, but tell me, have you no relations left?" "One, I believe, if she still lives, a maiden aunt, my mother's sister." "Is she Jane Beach?" she asked quickly. "Forgive me, but I saw that name in the prayer book." "No," he said, "she is not Jane Beach." Juanna hesitated, then curiosity and perhaps other feelings overcame her, and she asked straight out, "Who is Jane Beach?" Leonard looked at Juanna and remembered all that he had suffered at her hands. It was impertinent of her to ask such a question, but since she chose to do so, she should have an answer. Doubtless she supposed that he was in love with herself. Doubtless her conduct was premeditated and aimed at the repression of his hopes. He would show her that there were other women in the world, and that one of them at any rate had not thought so poorly of him. It was foolish conduct on his part, but then people suffering under unmerited snubs, neglect, and mockery at the hands of a lady they admire are apt to lose their judgment and do foolish things. So he answered: "Jane Beach is the lady to whom I was engaged." "I guessed it," she replied with a smile and a shiver. "I guessed it when I saw that you always carried the prayer book about with you." "You forget, Miss Rodd, that the prayer book contains an agreement which might become valuable." Juanna took no heed of his sarcasm. She was too intent on other thoughts. "Are you engaged to her now?" "No, I suppose not. Her father broke off the match when we lost our fortunes." "She must have been very sorry." "Yes, she was very sorry." "How interesting. You must not think me curious, Mr. Outram, but I have never come across a love affair, that is a white love affair, out of a novel. Of course she often writes to you?" "I have never heard from her since I left England." "Indeed, surely she must have written or sent a message." "I suppose that her father forbade it," Leonard answered, but in his heart he also thought that Jane might have written or sent a message, and could well guess why none had come. "Ah, her father. Tell me, was she very beautiful?" "She was the loveliest woman that I ever saw, except one who is sitting at my side," he added to himself. "And do you love her very much?" "Yes, I loved her very much." If Juanna had heard the change of tense, she took no note of it. It was such a little thing, only one letter, and yet what a vast gulf there is between love and loved. It is measureless. Still, most people have crossed it in their lives, some of them more than once. He told her the exact truth, but after a woman's fashion she added to the truth. He said that he had loved Jane Beach, and she did not doubt that he still loved her more than ever. How was she to know that the image of this far away and hateful Jane was fading from his mind, to be replaced by that of a certain present Juanna. She took it all for granted, and filled in the details with a liberal hand and in high colours. Juanna took it all for granted. Again she shivered, and her lips turned grey with pain. She understood now that she had loved him ever since the night when they first met in the slave camp. It was her love, as yet unrecognised, which, transforming her, had caused her to behave so badly. It had been dreadful to her to think that she should be thrust upon this man in a mock marriage. It was worse to know that he had entered on her rescue not for her own sake, but in the hope of winning wealth. In the moment of her loss Juanna learned for the first time what she had gained. She had played and lost, and she could never throw those dice again. It was begun and finished. So Juanna thought and felt. A little more experience of the world might have taught her differently, but she had no experience, and in such novels as she had read the hero seldom varied in the pursuit of his first love, or turned to look upon another. Ah, if all heroes and heroines acted up to this golden rule, what an uncommonly dull world it would be. Juanna gathered her energies and spoke in a low, steady voice. "Mr. Outram," she said, "I am so much obliged to you for telling me all this. It interests me a great deal, and I earnestly hope that Soa's tale of treasure will turn out to be true, and that you may win it by my help. It will be some slight return for all that you have done for me. Yes, I hope that you will win it and buy back your home, and after your years of toil and danger, live there in honour and happiness and love, as you deserve to do. And now I ask you to forgive me my behaviour, my rudeness, and my bitter speeches. It has been shameful, I know. Perhaps you will make some excuse for me when you remember all that I have gone through. My nerves were shaken, I was not myself, I acted like a half-wild minx. There, that is all." As she spoke, Juanna began to draw the signet ring from her left hand, but she never completed the act. It was his gift to her, the only outward link between her and the man whom she had lost. Why should she part with it? It reminded her of so much. She knew now that this mock marriage was in sense a true one, that is, so far as she was concerned, for from that hour she had indeed given her spirit into his keeping, not herself, but her better half and her love. And those solemn words over her in that dreadful place and time had consecrated the gift. It was nothing, it meant nothing, yet on her it should be binding, though not on him. Yes, all her life she would remain as true to him in mind and act as though she had indeed become his wife on that night of fear. To do so would be her only happiness. She thought, though it is strange that in her sorrow she should turn for comfort to this very event, the mere mention of which had moved her to scorn and bitterness. But so it was, and so let it be. Leonard saw the look upon her face. He had never seen anything quite like it before. With astonishment he heard her gentle words, and something of the meaning of the look and words came home to him. At any rate, he understood that she was suffering. She was changed in his sight. He no longer felt bitter towards her. He loved her. Might it not be that she also loved him, and that here was the key to her strange conduct? Once and for all he would settle the matter. He would tell her that Jane Beach had ceased to be more than a tender memory to him, and that she had become all. "Juanna," he said, addressing her by her Christian name for the first time. But there, as it was fated, the sentence began and ended, for at that moment a canoe shot alongside of them, and Francisco's voice was heard hailing them through the fog. "Peter says that you have passed the camping place, Senora. He did not stop you because he thought that you knew it well." "It was the mist, father," Juanna answered with a little laugh. "We have lost ourselves in a mist." A few minutes and they were on the bank, and Leonard's declaration remained unspoken, nor did he make any attempt to renew it. It seemed to him that Juanna had built a wall between them which he could not climb. From that evening forward her whole attitude towards him changed. She no longer angered him by bitter words; indeed, she was gentleness itself, and nothing could be kinder or more friendly and open than her manner. But there it began and ended. Once or twice, indeed, he attempted some small advance, with the result that instantly she seemed to freeze, to become cold and hard as marble. He could not understand her, he feared her somewhat, and his pride took alarm. At least he could keep his feelings to himself, he need not expose them to be trampled upon by this incomprehensible girl. So although they were destined to live side by side for months, rarely out of each other's sight or thoughts, he went his way and she went hers, but the past and secret trouble left its mark on both. Leonard became sterner, more silent, watchful and suspicious. Juanna grew suddenly from a girl into a woman of presence and great natural dignity. She did not often laugh during those months, as had been her wont. She only smiled, sadly enough at times. Her thoughts would not let her laugh, for they were of what her life might have been had no such person as Jane Beach existed, and of what it must be because of Jane Beach. Indeed, this unknown Jane took a great hold of her mind. She haunted her. Juanna pictured her in a dozen different shapes of beauty, endowed with many varying charms, and hated each phantasm worse than the last. Still, for a while, she would set it up as a rival, and try to outmatch its particular fancied graces or loveliness. A strange form of jealousy, at which length led Otter to remark that the shepherdess was not one woman but 20 women, and therefore bewitched and to be avoided. But these fits only took her from time to time. For the most part she moved among them a grave and somewhat stately young lady, careful of many things, fresh and lovely to look upon, a mystery to her white companions, and to the natives little short of a goddess. But wherever Juanna moved, two shadows went with her, her secret passion and the variable image of that far-off English lady who had robbed her of its fruit. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Death of Mavoom. One more day's journeying brought the party to the ruined settlement, which they found in much the same condition as the Arabs had left it a few weeks before. Fortunately, the destruction was not nearly so great as it appeared. The inside of the house, indeed, was burnt out, but its walls still remained intact, and many of the huts of the natives were still standing. Messengers who left the canoes at dawn had spread the news of the rescue and return of the shepherdess among the people of the neighbouring kraals, who flocked by scores to the landing place. With these were at least 100 of Mr. Rood's own people, who had escaped the clutches of the slave traders by hiding, absence, and various other accidents, and now returned to greet his daughter and their own relatives as they would have greeted one risen from the grave. Indeed, the welcome accorded to Juanna was most touching. Men, women, and children ran to her, the men saluting her with guttural voices and uplifted arms, the women and children gesticulating, chattering, and kissing her dress and hand. Waving them aside impatiently, Juanna asked the men if anything had been seen or heard of her father. They answered no. Some of their number had started up the river to search for him on the same day when she was captured, but they had not returned, and no tidings had come from them or him. "Do not be alarmed," said Leonard, seeing the distress and anxiety written on her face. "Doubtless he has gone further than he anticipated, and the men have not been able to find him." "I fear that something has happened to him," she answered. "He should have been back by now. He promised to return within the fortnight." By this time the story of the capture and destruction of the slave camp was spread abroad among the people by the rescued men, and the excitement rose to its height. Otter, seeing a favourable opportunity to trumpet his master's fame, swaggered to and fro through the crowd, shaking a spear and chanting Leonard's praises after the Zulu fashion. "Wow!" he said, "wow! Look at him, ye people, and be astonished. Look at him, the white elephant, and hear his deeds. In the night he fell upon them. He fell upon them, the armed men, in a fenced place. He did it alone. No one helped him but a black monkey and a woman with a shaking hand. He beguiled them with a tongue of honey. He smote them with a spear of iron. He won the shepherdess from the midst of them to be a wife to him. He satisfied the yellow devil. He satisfied him with gold. The praying man prayed over them. Then strife arose. Their greatest warrior gave him battle. He broke him with his fist. Then the monkey played his tricks, and the shaking hand made a great noise, a noise of thunder. They fell dead. They fell dead in heaps. The fire roared behind them. In front of them the bullets hailed. They cried like women, but the fire stayed not. It licked up their strength. Ashes are all that is left of them. They are dead, the armed men. No more shall they bring desolation. The day of slavery is gone by. Who did it? He did it, the terrible lion, the black-maned lion with the white face. He gave the slavers to the sword. He doomed their captain to death. He loosened the irons of the captives. Now they shall eat the bread of freedom. Praise him, ye people, who broke the strength of the oppressor. Praise him, the shepherd of the shepherdess, who led her from the house of the wicked. Praise him, ye children of Mavoom, in whose hands are death and life. No such deeds have been told in the land. Praise him, the deliverer, who gives you back your children. "Ah, praise him," said Juanna, who was standing by. "Praise him, children of my father, since but for him none of us would see the light today." At this juncture Leonard himself arrived upon the scene, just in time to hear Juanna's words. All the people of the settlement took up the cry, and hundreds of other natives collected there joined in it. They rushed towards him, shouting, "Praise to thee, shepherd of the shepherdess! Praise to thee, deliverer!" Then Leonard, in a fury, caught hold of Otter, vowing that if he dared to say another word he would instantly break his neck, and the tumult ceased. But from that day forward he was known among the natives as the Deliverer, and by no other name. That evening, as Leonard, Juanna, and the priest sat at meat within the walls of the settlement house, with the plunder of the slave camp piled about them, talking anxiously of the fate of Mr. Rodd, and wondering if anything could be done to discover his whereabouts, they heard a stir among the natives without. At this moment Otter rushed in, crying, "Mavoom has come!" Instantly they sprang to their feet and ran outside the house, headed by Juanna. There, borne on the shoulders of 6 travel-worn men, and followed by a crowd of natives, they saw a litter upon which lay the figure of a man covered with blankets. "Oh, he is dead!" said Juanna, stopping suddenly and pressing her hands to her heart. For a moment Leonard thought that she was right. Before he could speak, however, they heard a feeble voice calling to the men who carried the litter to be more careful in their movements, and once more Juanna sprang forward, crying, "Father, father!" Then the bearers brought their burden into the house and set it down upon the floor. Leonard, looking, saw before him a tall and handsome man of about 50 years of age, and saw also, by many unmistakable signs, that he was at the point of death. "Juanna," gasped her father, "is that you? Then you have escaped. Thank God! Now I can die happy." It would serve little purpose to set out in detail the broken conversation which followed, but by degrees Leonard learnt the story. It seemed that Mr. Rodd was disappointed in his purpose of purchasing the hoard of ivory which he went out to seek, and unwilling to return empty-handed, pushed on up the river with the hope of obtaining more. In this he failed also, and had just begun his homeward journey when he was met by the party which Soa dispatched, and heard the terrible tidings of the abduction of his daughter by Pereira. It was nightfall when the messengers arrived, and too dark to travel. For a while Mr. Rodd sat brooding over the news of this crushing disaster, perhaps the most fearful that could come to a father's ears. Then he did what he was but prone to do, flew for refuge to the bottle. When he had drunk enough to destroy his judgment, he rose and insisted upon continuing their march through the inky darkness of the night. In vain did the men remonstrate, saying that the road was rocky and full of danger. He would take no denial. Indeed, he vowed that if they refused to come he would shoot them. So they started, Mr. Rodd leading the way, while his people stumbled after him through trees and over rocks as best they might. The march was not a long one, however, for presently the men heard an oath and a crash, and their master vanished, nor could they find him till the dawn came to give them light. Then they discovered that they had halted upon the edge of a small but precipitous cliff, and at the bottom of the donga beneath lay Mavoom, not dead, indeed, but senseless, and with 3 ribs and his right ankle broken. For some days they nursed him there, till at length he decided upon being carried forward in a litter. So notwithstanding his sufferings, which were intense, they bore him homewards by short stages, till ultimately they reached the settlement. That night Leonard examined Mr. Rodd's injuries, and found that they were fatal. Indeed, mortification had already set in about the region of the broken ribs. Still, he lived a while. On the following morning the dying man sent for Leonard. Entering the room, he found him lying on the floor, his head supported in his daughter's lap, while the priest Francisco prayed beside him. He suffered no pain now, for when mortification begins, pain passes, and his mind was quite clear. "Mr. Outram," he said, "I have learnt all the story of the taking of the slave camp and your rescue of my daughter. It was the pluckiest thing that I ever heard of. I only wish that I had been there to help in it." "Don't speak of it," said Leonard. "Perhaps you have heard also that I did it for a consideration." "Yes, they told me that too, and small blame to you. If only that old fool Soa had let me into the secret of those rubies, I would have had a try for them years ago, as of course you will when I am gone. Well, I hope that you may get them, but I have no time to talk of rubies, for death has caught me at last, through my own fault as usual. If you ever take a drop, Outram, be warned by me and give it up. But you don't look as if you did. You look as I used to before I learnt to tackle a bottle of rum at a sitting. Now listen, comrade, I am in a hole, not about myself, for that must have come sooner or later, and it does not much matter when the world is rid of a useless fellow like me, but about my girl here. What is to become of her? I have not got a cent. Those cursed slavers have cleared me out, and she has no friend. How should she have, when I have been 30 years away from England? Look here, I am going to do the only thing I can. I am going to leave my daughter in your charge, though it is rough on you." and as you deal with her, so may heaven deal with you. I understand that there was some ceremony of marriage between you down yonder. I don't know how you take that, either of you, or how far the matter will go when I am dead, but if it goes any way at all, I trust your honour as an English gentleman to repeat that ceremony the first time you come to a civilized country. If you do not care for each other, however, then Juanna must shift as other women have to do, poor things. She can look after herself, and I suppose that her face will help her to a husband sometime. There is one thing, though, she hasn't a pound. She is the best girl that ever stepped, and of as good blood as you can be. There is no older family than the Roods in Lincolnshire, and she is the last of them that I know of. Also, her mother was well born, although she was a Portuguese. And now, do you accept the trust?" "I would gladly," answered Leonard, "but how can I? I propose to go after these rubies. Would it not be better that Father Francisco here should take your daughter to the coast? I have a little money which is at her disposal." "No," answered the dying man with energy, "I will only trust her to you. If you want to search for these rubies, and you would be a fool not to, she must accompany you. That is all. I know that you will look after her, and if the worst comes to the worst, she has a medicine to protect herself with, the same that she so nearly used in the slave camp. Now, what do you say?" Leonard thought for a moment, while the dying man watched his face anxiously. "It is a heavy responsibility," he said, "and the circumstances make it an awkward one, but I accept it. I will take care of her as though she were my wife or my daughter." "Thank you for that," answered Rodd. "I believe you, and as to the relationship, you will settle that for yourselves. And now good bye. I like you. I wish we had known one another before I got into trouble at home, became a Zambesi trader and a drunkard." Leonard took the hand which Mr. Rodd lifted with a visible effort, and when he released it, it fell heavily like the hand of a dead man. Then as he turned to go, he glanced at Juanna's face, but could make nothing of it, for it was as the face of a sphinx. There the girl sat, her back resting against the wall, her dying father's head pillowed upon her knee, motionless as if carved in stone. She was staring straight before her with eyes wide open and curved lips set apart, as though she were about to speak and suddenly had been stricken to silence. So still was she that Leonard could scarcely note any movement of her breast. Even her eyelids had ceased to quiver, and the very pallor of her face seemed fixed like that of a waxen image. He wondered what she was thinking of, but even had she been willing to bare her thoughts to him, it is doubtful whether she could have made them intelligible. Her mind was confused, but two things struggled one against the other within it. It was the sense of loss and the sense of shame. The father whom, notwithstanding his faults, she loved dearly, who indeed had been her companion, her teacher, her playmate, and her friend, the dearest she had known, lay dying before her eyes, and with his last breath had consigned her to the care of a man whom she loved, and from whom, as she believed, she was for ever separated. Would there then be no end to the obligations under which she laboured at the hands of this stranger who had suddenly taken possession of her life? And what fate was on her that she should thus be forced into false positions, whence there was no escape? Did she wish to escape even? Juanna knew not, but as she sat there with a sphinx-like face, trouble and doubt and many other fear and feeling took so firm a hold of her that at length her mind, bewildered with its own tumult, lost its grip of present realities, and sought refuge in dreams which he could not disentangle. No wonder then that Leonard failed to guess her thoughts, as she watched him go from the deathbed. Mr. Rodd died peacefully that evening, and on the following afternoon they buried him, Francisco performing the service. 3 more days passed before Leonard had any conversation with Juanna, who moved about the place, pale, self-contained, and silent. Nor would he have spoken to her then had she not taken the initiative. "Mr. Outram," she said, "when do you propose to start upon this journey?" "Really, I do not know. I am not sure that I shall start at all. It depends upon you. You see, I am responsible for you now, and I can scarcely reconcile it with my conscience to take you on such a wild goose chase." "Please do not talk like that," she answered. "If it will simplify matters, I may as well tell you at once that I have made up my mind to go." "You cannot unless I go," he answered, smiling. "You are wrong there," Juanna replied defiantly. "I can, and what is more, I will, and Soa will guide me. It is you who cannot go without me, that is, if Soa tells the truth. For good or evil we are yoked together in this matter, Mr. Outram, so it is useless for us to try to pull different ways. Before he died my father told you his views plainly, and even if there were no other considerations involved, such as that of the agreement, for whatever you may think to the contrary, women have some sense of honour, Mr. Outram, I would not disregard his wishes. Besides, what else are we to do? We are both adventurers now, and both penniless, or pretty nearly so. Perhaps if we succeed in finding this treasure, and it is sufficiently large, you will be generous and give me a share of it, say 5%, on which to support my declining years." And she turned and left him. "Beginning to show temper again," said Leonard to himself. "I will ask Francisco what he thinks of it." Of late things had gone a little better between Leonard and the priest. Not that the former had as yet any complete confidence in the latter. Still, he understood now that Francisco was a man of honest mind and gentle instincts, and naturally in this dilemma he turned to seek for counsel to his only white companion. Francisco listened to the story quietly. Indeed, for the most part it was already known to him. "Well," he said when Leonard had finished, "I suppose that you must go. The Senora Juanna is not a young lady to change her mind when once she has made it up, and if you were to refuse to start, mark my words, she would make the expedition by herself, or try to do so. As to this story of treasure and the possibility of winning it, I can only say that it seems strange enough to be true, and that the undertaking is so impractical that it will probably be successfully accomplished." Said Leonard, "sounds like a paradoxical, but after that slave camp business, like you, I am inclined to believe in paradoxes. And now, Father, what do you propose to do?" "I? To accompany you, of course, if you will allow me. I am a priest and will play the part of chaperon, if I can do nothing else," he added with a smile. Leonard whistled and asked, "Why on earth do you mix yourself up in such a doubtful business? You have all your life before you. You are able, and may make a career for yourself in religion. There is nothing for you to gain by this journey. On the contrary, it may bring you death, or," he added with meaning, "sorrow which cannot be forgotten." "My life and death are in the hands of God," the priest answered humbly. "He appointed the beginning, and He will appoint the end. As for that sorrow which cannot be forgotten, what if it is already with me?" And he touched his breast and looked up. The eyes of the two men met, and they understood each other. "Why don't you go away and try to forget her?" said Leonard. The speech was blunt, but Francisco did not resent it. "I do not go," he answered, "because it would be useless. So far as I am concerned, the mischief is done. For her there is none to fear. While I stay, it is possible that I may be able to do her some service, feeble as I am. I have sinned a great sin, but she does not know, and will never know it while I live. For you are a man of honour, and will tell her nothing, and she has no eyes to see. What am I to her? I am a priest, no man. I am like a woman friend, and as such she is fond of me. No, I have sinned against heaven, against myself and her and you. Alas, who could help it? She was like an angel in that inferno, so kind, so sweet, so lovely, and the heart is evil. Why do you say that you've sinned against me, Francisco? As to the rules of your church, I have my own opinion of them. Still, there they are, and perhaps they prick your conscience. But what harm have you done to me? I told you, he answered, on the second night after the slave camp was burnt, that I believed you to be man and wife. I believe it yet, and have I not sinned doubly therefore in worshipping a woman who is wedded? Still, I pray that as you are one before heaven and the church, so you may become one in heart and deed. And when this is so, as I think it will be, cherish her, Outram, for there is no such woman in the world, and for you she will turn the earth to heaven." "She might turn it to the other place. Such things have happened," said Leonard moodily. Then he stretched out his arm and grasped the priest's delicate hand. "You are a true gentleman," he added, "and I am a fool. I saw something of all this, and I suspected you. As for the marriage, there is none, and the lady cares nothing for me. If anything, she dislikes me, and I do not wonder at it. Most women would under the circumstances. But whatever befalls, I honour you, and always shall honour you. I must go this journey. It is laid on me that I should, and she insists upon going also, more from perversity than for any other reason, I fancy. So you are coming too. Well, we will do our best to protect her, both of us, and the future must look to itself." "Thank you for your words," Francisco answered gently, and turned away, understanding that Leonard thought himself his companion in misfortune. When the father had gone, Leonard stood awhile, musing upon the curious tangled web in which he found himself involved. Here he was committed to a strange and desperate enterprise. Nor was this all, for about him were other complications, totally different from those which might be expected in connection with such a medieval adventure, complications which, though they are frequent enough in the civilized life of men, were scarcely to be looked for in the wilds of Africa and amidst savages. Among his companions was his ward, who chanced also to be the lady whom he loved and desired to make his wife, but who, as he thought, cared nothing for him, and a priest who was enamoured platonically of the same lady, and yet wished, with rare self-sacrifice, to bring about her union with another man. Here were materials enough for a romance, leaving the journey and the fabled treasure out of it. Only then the scene should have been laid elsewhere. Leonard laughed aloud as he thought of these things. It was so curious that all this should be heaped upon him at once, so inartistic and yet so like life, in which great events are frequently crowded together without sense of distance or proportion. But even as he laughed he remembered that this was no joking matter for anybody concerned, unless it were Juanna. Alas, already she was more to him than any treasure, and, as he thought, less attainable. Well, there it was. He accepted it as it stood. She had entered into his life, whether for good or for evil remained to be seen. He had no desire to repeat the experiment of his youth, to wear out his heart and exhaust himself in efforts to attain happiness which might after all turn to wormwood on his lips. This time things should take their chance. The business of life remained to him, and he would follow it, for that is the mission of man. Its happiness must look to itself, for that is the gift of heaven. after which it is useless to seek and to strive. Meantime he could find time to pity Francisco, the priest with so noble a heart. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Soa shows her teeth. 3 months had passed since that day when Juanna declared her unalterable determination to accompany Leonard upon his search for the treasures of the People of the Mist. It was evening, and a party of travellers were encamped on the side of a river that ran through a great and desolate plain. They were a small party, 3 white people, namely Leonard, Francisco, and Juanna, 15 of the settlement men under the leadership of Peter, the same headsman who had been rescued from the slave camp, and the dwarf Otter, and Juanna's old nurse Soa. For 12 weeks they had travelled almost without intermission, with Soa for their guide, steering continually northward and westward. First they followed the course of the river in canoes for 10 days or more. Then, leaving the main stream, they paddled for 3 weeks up that of a tributary called Mavue, which ran for many miles along the foot of a great range of mountains named Mang Anja. Here they made but slow progress because of the frequent rapids, which necessitated the portage of their canoes over broken ground and for considerable distances. At length they came to a rapid which was so long and so continuous that, regretfully enough, they were obliged to abandon the canoes altogether and proceed on foot. The dangers of their water journey had been many, but they were nothing compared to those that now environed them, and in addition to bodily perils, they must face the daily and terrible fatigue of long marches through an unknown country, cumbered as they were with arms and other absolutely necessary baggage. The country through which they were now passing was named Maringai, a land uninhabited by man, the home of herds of countless game. On they went northward and upward through a measureless waste. Plain succeeded plain in endless monotony. Distance gave place to distance, and ever there were more beyond. Gradually the climate grew colder. They were traversing a portion of the unexplored plateau that separates southern from central Africa. Its loneliness was awful, and the bearers began to murmur, saying that they had reached the end of the world, and were walking over its edge. Indeed, they had only 2 comforts in this part of their undertaking. The land lay so high that none of them were stricken by fever, and they could not well miss the road which, if Soa was to be believed, ran along the banks of the river that had its source in the territories of the People of the Mist. The adventures that befell them were endless, but it is not proposed to describe them in detail. Once they had starved for 3 days, being unable to find game. On another occasion they fell in with a tribe of bushmen who harassed them with poisoned arrows, killing 2 of their best men, and were only prevented from annihilating them through the terror inspired by their firearms, which they took for magical instruments. Escaping from the bushmen, they entered a forest country which teemed with antelope and also with lions, that by night they must be kept at bay as best they could. Then came several days' march through a plain strewn with sharp stones which lamed most of the party, and after this 80 or 100 miles of dreary rolling veldt, clothed with rank grass, just now brown with the winter frosts that caught their feet at every step. Now at length they halted on the boundary of the land of the People of the Mist. There before them, not more than a mile away, towered a huge cliff or wall of rock, stretching across the plain like a giant step, far as the eye could reach, and varying from 700 to 1,000 feet in height. Down the surface of this cliff the river flowed in a series of beautiful cascades. Before they had finished their evening meal of buck's flesh, the moon was up, and by its light the three white people stared hopelessly at the frowning natural fortification, wondering if they could climb it, and wondering also what terrors awaited them upon its farther side. They were silent that night, for a great weariness had overcome them, and if the truth must be known, all three of them regretted that they had ever undertaken this mad adventure. Leonard glanced to the right, where, some 50 paces away, the settlement men were crouched round the fire. They also were silent, and it was easy to see that the heart was out of them. "Won't somebody say something?" said Juanna at last, with a rather pathetic attempt at playfulness. How could she be so cheerful, poor girl, when her feet were sore and her head was aching, and she wished that she were dead, almost. "Yes," answered Leonard, "I will say that I admire your pluck. I should not have thought it possible for any young lady to have gone through the last 2 months and come out smiling at the end of them." "Oh, I'm quite happy. Don't trouble about me," she said, laughing as merrily as though there were no such things as sore feet and headaches in the world. "Are you?" said Leonard. "Then I envy you, that is all. Here comes old Soa, and Otter after her. I wonder what the matter is now. Something disagreeable, I suppose." Soa arrived and squatted down in front of them, her tall, spare form and somewhat sullen face looking more formidable than usual in the moonlight. Otter was beside her, and though he stood and she sat, their heads were almost on a level. "What is it, Soa?" said Leonard carelessly. "Deliverer," she answered, for all the natives knew him now by this name. "Some months ago, when you were digging for gold yonder, in the place of graves, I made a bargain with you, and we set the bargain down on paper. In that paper I promised that if you rescued my mistress, I would lead you to the land where precious stones were to be won, and I gave you one of those stones in earnest. You saved my mistress. Mavoom, her father, died, and the time came when I must fulfil my promise. For my own part, I would not have fulfilled it, for I only made that promise hoping to deceive you, but my mistress yonder refused to listen to me. "No," she said, "that which you have sworn on my behalf and on your own must be carried out. If you will not carry it out, go away, Soa, for I have done with you." Then, Deliverer, rather than part with her whom I love and whom I had nursed from a babe, I yielded, and now you stand upon the borders of the country of my people. Say, are you minded to cross them, Deliverer?" "What else did I come for, Soa?" he asked. "Nay, I know not. You came out of the folly of your heart, to satisfy the desire of your heart. Listen, the tale I told you is true, and yet I did not tell you all the truth. Beyond that cliff live a people of great stature and very fierce, a people whose custom it is to offer up strangers to their gods. Enter there, and they will kill you thus." "What do you mean, woman?" asked Leonard. "I mean that if you hold your life dear, or her life," and she pointed to Juanna, "you will turn with the first light and go back whence you came. It is true that the stones are there, but death shall be the reward of him who strives to steal them." "I must say this is cheerful," replied Leonard. "What did you mean, then, by all that story you told me about a plan that you had to win the treasures of this people? Are you a liar, Soa?" "I have said all that I told you was true," she answered sullenly. "Very well, then. I have come a good many hundreds of miles to put it to the proof, nor am I going to turn back now. You can leave me one and all if you like, but I shall go on. I will not be made a fool of in this way." "None of us have any wish to be made fools of, Mr. Outram," said Juanna gently. and speaking for myself, I would rather die at once than attempt a return journey just at present. So now, Soa, perhaps you will stop croaking and tell us definitely what we must do to conciliate these charming countrymen of yours, whom we have come so far to spoil. Remember," she added, with a flash of her grey eyes, "I am not to be played with by you, Soa. In this matter the Deliverer's interests are my interests, and his ends are my ends. Together we stand or fall, together we live or die, and that shall be an unhappy hour for you, Soa, when you attempt to desert or betray us." "It is well, Shepherdess," she answered. "Your will is my will, for I love you alone in the world, and all the rest I hate." And she glared at Leonard and Otter. "You are my father and my mother and my child, and where you are, in life or in death, there is my home. Let us go then among this people of mine, there to perish miserably, so that the Deliverer may seek to glut himself with wealth. Listen, this is the law of my people, or this was their law when I left them 40 years ago, that every stranger who passed through their gates should be offered as a sacrifice to Aca, the mother, if the time of his coming should be in the summer, and to Jâl, the son, if the time of his coming be in winter. For the mist dwellers do not love strangers. But there is a prophecy among my people which tells, when many generations have gone by, that Aca the mother and Jâl the son shall return to the land which once they ruled, clothed in the flesh of men. And the shape of Aca shall be such a shape as yours, Shepherdess, and the shape of Jâl shall be as is the shape of this black dog of a dwarf, whom when I first saw him in my folly I deemed immortal and divine. Then the mother and the son shall rule in the land, and its kings shall cease from kingship, and the priests of the Snake shall be their servants, and with them shall come peace and prosperity that do not pass away. Shepherdess, you know the tongue of the people of the mist, for when you were little I taught it to you, because to me it is the most beautiful of tongues. You know the song also, the holy song of re-arising, that shall be on the lips of Aca when she comes again, and which I, being the daughter of the high priest, learned with many another secret before I was doomed to be a bride to the Snake, and fled, fearing my doom. Now come apart with me, Shepherdess, and you, Black One, come also, that I may teach you your lesson of what you shall do when we meet the squadrons of the people of the mist." Juanna rose to obey her, followed by Otter, grumbling, for he hated the old woman as much as she hated him, and moreover, he did not take kindly to this notion of masquerading as a god, or indeed to the prospect of a lengthened sojourn among his adoring, but from all accounts somewhat truculent worshippers. Before they went, however, Leonard spoke. "I have heard you, Soa," he said, "and I do not like your words, for they show me that your heart is fierce and evil. Yes, though you love the Shepherdess, your heart is evil. Now hear me. Should you dare to play us false, whatever may befall us, be sure of this: that moment you die. Go." "Spare your threats, Deliverer," answered Soa haughtily. "I shall not betray you, because to do so would be to betray the Shepherdess. But are you then a fool that you think I should fear death at your hands, who tomorrow with a word could give you all to torment? Pray, Deliverer, that the hour may not be near when you shall rejoice to die by the bullet with which you threatened me, so that you may escape worse things." And she turned and went. "I am not nervous," said Leonard to Francisco, "but that she-devil frightens me. If it were not for Juanna, she would cause us to be murdered on the first possible opportunity, and if only she can secure her safety, I believe that she will do it yet." "And I believe that she is a witch, Outram," answered the priest with fervour, a servant of the evil one, such as are written of in the Scriptures. Last night I saw her praying to her gods. She did not know that I was near, for the place was lonely, but I saw her, and I never wish to see anything so horrible again. I will tell you why she hates us all so much, Outram. She is jealous because the Senora does not hate us. That woman's heart is wicked. Wickedness was born in her, yet, as none are altogether evil, she has one virtue, her love of the Senora. She is husbandless and childless, for even among the black people, as I have learnt from the settlement men, all have feared her and shrunk from her notwithstanding her good looks. Therefore everything that is best in her has gone to nourish this love for the woman whom she nursed from a babe. It was because of her fierceness that the Senor Rodd, who is dead, chose her for his daughter's nurse, when he found that her heart was hungry with love for the child, for he knew that she would die before she suffered harm to come to her. "He showed good judgment there," said Leonard. "Had it not been for Soa, Juanna would have been a slave girl now, or dead." "That is so, Outram, but whether we showed good judgment in trusting our lives to her tender mercies is quite another matter. Say, friend, do you think it well to go on with this business?" "Oh, confound it all," said Leonard with irritation. "How can we turn back now? Just think of the journey and how foolish we should look. Besides, we have none of us got anything to live upon. It took most of the gold that I had to bribe Peter and his men to accompany us. I dare say that we shall all be killed. That seems very probable, but for my part I really shan't be sorry. I am tired of life, Francisco. It is nothing but a struggle and a wretchedness, and I begin to feel that peace is all I can hope to win. I have done my best here, according to my lights, so I don't know why I should be afraid of the future, especially as it has been taken out of me pretty well in the present, though of course I am afraid. For all that, every man is. The only thing that troubles me is a doubt whether we ought to take Juanna into such a place. But really, I do not know but it would be as dangerous to go back as to proceed. Those gentlemen with the poisoned arrows may have recovered from their fear of firearms by now." "I wish we had nothing worse than the hereafter to fear," said Francisco with a sigh. "It is the journey thither that is so terrible. As for our expedition, having undertaken it, I think on the whole that we had better persevere, especially as the Senora wishes it, and she is very hard to turn. After all, our lives are in the hands of the Almighty, and therefore we shall be just as safe or unsafe among the people of the mist as in a European city. Those of us who are destined to live will live, and those whose hour is at hand must die. And now good night, for I am going to sleep." Next morning, shortly before dawn, Leonard was awakened by a hubbub among the natives, and creeping out of his blankets, he found that some of them, who had been to the river to draw water, had captured two bushmen belonging to a nomadic tribe that lived by spearing fish. These wretched creatures, notwithstanding the cold, only wore a piece of bark tied round their shoulders, were screaming with fright, and it was not until they had been pacified by gifts of beads and empty brass cartridges that anything could be got out of them. When confidence had at length been restored, Otter questioned them closely as to the country that lay beyond the wall of rock and the people who dwelt in it, through one of the settlement men who spoke a language sufficiently like their own to make himself understood. They replied that they had never been in that country themselves, because they dared not go there, but they had heard of it from others. The land was very cold and foggy, they said, so foggy that sometimes people could not see each other for whole days. and in it dwelt a race of great men covered with hair, who sacrificed strangers to a snake which they worshipped, and married all their fairest maidens to a god. That was all they knew of the country and of the great men, for few who visited there ever returned to tell tidings. It was certainly a haunted land. Finding that there was no more to be learnt from the bushmen, Leonard suffered them to depart, which they did at considerable speed, and ordered the settlement men to make ready to march. But now a fresh difficulty arose. The interpreter had repeated all the bushman's story to his companions, among whom, it is needless to say, it produced no small effect. Therefore, when the bearers received their orders, instead of striking the little tent in which Juanna slept, and preparing their loads as usual, after a brief consultation they advanced upon Leonard in a body. "What is this, Peter?" he asked of the headman. "This, Deliverer. We have travelled with you and the Shepherdess for 3 full moons, enduring much hardship and passing many dangers. Now we learn that there lies before us a land of cold and darkness, inhabited by devils who worship a devil. Deliverer, we have been good servants to you, and we are not cowards, as you know, but it is true that we fear to enter this land." "What do you wish to do then, Peter?" asked Leonard. "We wish to return whence we came, Deliverer. Already we have nearly earned the money that you gave us before we started, and we will take no more pay if we must win it by crossing yonder wall." "The way back is far, Peter," answered Leonard, "and you know its perils. How many, think you, will reach their homes alive if I am not there to guide them? For know, Peter, I will not turn back now. Desert me if you wish, all of you, and I still will enter this country alone, or with Otter only. Alone we took the slave camp, and alone we will visit the people of the mist." "Your words are true, Deliverer," said Peter. "The homeward way is far and its perils many, mayhap, but very few of us will live to see their huts again, for this is an ill-fated journey. But if we pass yonder," and he pointed to the wall of rock, "then we shall all of us certainly die and be offered to a devil by devils." Leonard pulled his beard thoughtfully and said, "It seems there is nothing else to say, Peter, except good-bye." The headman saluted and was turning away with an abashed countenance when Juanna stopped him. Together with Otter and the others, she had been listening to the colloquy in silence, and now spoke for the first time. "Peter," she said gently, "when you and your companions were in the hands of the Yellow Devil and about to be sold as slaves, who was it that rescued you?" "The Deliverer, Shepherdess." "Yes, and now do my ears betray me, or do I hear you say that you and your brethren, who with many another were saved from shame and toil by the Deliverer, are about to leave him in his hour of danger?" "You have heard aright, Shepherdess," the man answered sadly. "It is well, Peter. Go, children of Mavoom, my father, who can desert me in my need. For learn, Peter, that where you fear to tread, there I, a white woman, will pass alone with the Deliverer. Go, children of my father, and may peace go with you. Yet, as you know, I, who foretold the doom of the Yellow Devil, am a true prophetess, and I tell you this, that but a very few of you shall live to see your kraal again, and you will not be of their number, Peter. As for those who come home safely, their names shall be a mockery. The little children shall call them coward and traitor and jackal, and one by one they shall eat out their hearts and die, because they deserted him who saved them from the slave ship and the scourge. Farewell, children of my father. May peace go with you, and may his ghost not come to haunt you on your path. and with one indignant glance she turned scornfully away. "Brethren," said Peter, after a moment's pause, "is it to be borne that the shepherdess should mock us thus and tie such ropes of shame about our necks?" "No," they answered, "we cannot bear it." Then for a while they consulted together again, and presently Peter stood forward and said, "Deliverer, we will accompany you and the shepherdess into the country of devils, nor need you fear that we shall desert or betray you. We know well that we go to our deaths, every one of us. Still it is better to die than to live bearing the burden of such bitter words as hide within the shepherdess' lips." "Very well," answered Leonard. "Get your loads and let us start." "Aye, it is well indeed," put in Otter, with a snort of indignation. "I tell you this, Peter, that before you left this place the words of the shepherdess had come true for you and for one or two others, for I should have fought you till I was killed, and though I have little wisdom yet, I know how to fight." Leonard smiled at the dwarf's rage, but his heart was heavy within him. He knew that these men had reason on their side, and he feared greatly lest their evil forebodings should come true and the lives of all of them pay forfeit for his rashness. But it was too late to turn back now. Things must befall as they were fated. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The end of the journey. An hour later the party began the ascent of the wall of rock, which proved to be an even more difficult business than they had anticipated. There was no path, for those who lived beyond this natural barrier never came down it, and few of the dwellers in the plains had ever ventured to go up. It was possible, for Soa herself had descended here in bygone years, and this was all that could be said for it. In default of a better road they followed the course of the river, which thundered down the face of the precipice in four great waterfalls, connected by as many sullen pools, whose cavities had been hollowed out in the course of centuries from the rock. The second of these ledges proved so insurmountable that at one time Leonard thought that they would be obliged to abandon their attempt, and follow the foot of the cliff till they found some easier route. But at last Otter, who could climb like a cat, succeeded in passing the most dangerous part at the risk of his life, bearing a rope with him by means of which the rest of the party and the loads of goods were hauled up one by one. It was evening before the height was scaled, and they proceeded to encamp upon its summit, making a scanty meal of some meat which they had brought with them. That night they passed in great discomfort, for it was midwinter, and here the climate proved to be very cold. Bitter winds swept across the vast plain before them and searched them through, all the clothing and blankets they had scarcely sufficing to keep them warm. Indeed, the settlement men and Francisco, who had been bred in a southern climate, suffered severely. Nor were matters improved when, on the breaking of the light, they woke from a troubled sleep to find the plain hidden in a dense mist. However, they rose, made a fire with reeds and dead wood which they gathered on the banks of the river, and ate, waiting for the fog to vanish. But it did not vanish, so about 9 o'clock they continued their journey under Soa's guidance, following the east bank of the river northwards. The ground proved easy to travel over, for, with the exception of isolated water-worn boulders of granite, the plain was perfectly smooth, and covered with turf as fine as any that grows in northern lands. All that day they marched on, wandering like ghosts through the mists, and guided in their path by the murmuring sound of the river. They met no man, but once or twice great herds of hairy creatures thundered past them. Leonard fired into one of these herds with an express rifle, for they wanted meat, and a prodigious snorting and bellowing told him that his shot had taken effect. Running to the spot whence the sounds came, he found a huge white bull kicking in its death struggle. The animal was covered with long white hair like that of the British breed of wild cattle, and measured at least 17 hands in height. Round it stood others snorting with fear and wonder that, when they saw Leonard, put down their heads threateningly, tearing up the turf with their great horns. He shouted aloud and fired another shot, whereupon they turned and disappeared into the mist. This happened towards nightfall, so they determined to camp upon the spot. But while they were engaged in skinning the bull, an incident occurred that did not tend to raise their spirits. At sunset the sky cleared a little. At least the sinking sun shone red through the mist, as it does in a London fog of the third density. Against this red ball of the sun, and some dozen yards away, suddenly there appeared the gigantic figure of a man, for unless the fog deceived them, he must have been between 6 and 7 feet high, and broad in proportion. Of his face they could see nothing, but he was clad in goatskins and armed with a great spear and a bow slung upon his back. Juanna was the first to see and point him out to Leonard, with a start of fear, as he stood watching them in solemn silence. Obeying the impulse of the moment, Leonard stepped forward towards the vision, holding his rifle ready. But before he reached the spot where it had stood, the figure vanished. Then he walked back again to Juanna. "I think we have heard so much of giants that we begin to believe we see them," he said, laughing. As he spoke, something clove the air between them and stuck in the earth beyond. They went to it. It was a large arrow, having a barbed point and flighted with red feathers. "That is a very tangible fancy at any rate," Juanna answered, drawing the shaft out of the ground. "We have had a narrow escape." Leonard did not speak, but raising his rifle, fired it at a venture in the direction whence the arrow had sped. Then he ran to put their little band in a position of defence, Juanna following him. But as it chanced, he might have spared himself the trouble, for nothing further happened. Indeed, the net outward and visible result of this mysterious apparition was that they spent a miserable night, waiting in the fog and wet, for it had come on to rain, or rather drizzle, for an enemy who, in their intense relief, never appeared. But the inward and spiritual consequences were much greater, for now they knew that Soa spoke truth, and that the legend of the Bushmen as to the great men covered with hair was no mere savage invention. At last the morning came. It was damp and wretched, and they were all half starved with cold and oppressed by fears. Indeed, some of the settlement men were so terrified that they openly lamented having suffered their sense of shame and loyalty to overcome their determination to retreat. Now they could not do so, for the malcontents among them did not dare to retrace their steps alone. Moreover, Leonard spoke plainly on the matter, telling them that he would drive away the first man who attempted any insubordination. Soaked through, shivering and miserable, they pursued their march across the unknown plain. Soa, who seemed to grow hourly grimmer now that she was in her own country, stalking ahead of them as guide. It was warmer walking than sitting still, and in one respect their lot was better, for a little wind, stirring the mist from time to time, revealed gleams of the watery sun. All that day they journeyed on, seeing no more of the man who had shot the arrow or his fellows, till at length darkness drew near again. Then they halted, and Leonard and Otter walked to and fro, searching for a suitable place to make the camp and pitch their solitary tent. Presently Otter shouted aloud. Leonard ran towards him and found him staring into the mist at something that loomed largely about 100 yards away. "Look, Baas," he said, "there's a house of stone with grass growing on the roof." "Nonsense," said Leonard, "it must be some more boulders. However, we can soon find out." They crept cautiously towards the object that, as soon became evident, was a house, or a very good apology for one, built of huge undressed boulders, bedded in turf by way of mortar, and roofed with the trunks of small trees and a thick thatch of sods whereupon the grass grew green. This building may have measured 40 feet in length by 20 in depth, and 17 from the ground line to the wall plate. Also it had a doorway of remarkable height and 2 window places, but all these openings were unclosed, except by curtains of hide which hung before them. Leonard called Soa and asked her what the place was. "Doubtless the house of a herdsman," she answered, "who is set here to watch the cattle of the king or of the priests. It may chance that this is the dwelling of that man who shot the arrow yesterday." Having assured themselves that here was a human habitation, it remained to be ascertained whether it was tenanted. After waiting a while to see if any one passed in or out, Otter undertook this task. Going down on his hands and knees, he crept up to the wall, then along it to the doorway, and after listening there a while, he lifted a corner of the hide curtain and peeped into the interior. Presently he rose, saying, "All right, Baas, the place is empty." They both entered and examined the dwelling with curiosity. It was rude enough. The walls were unplastered, and the damp streamed down them. The floor was of trodden mud, and a hole in the roof served as a chimney. But by way of compensation, the internal space was divided into 2 apartments, one of them a living room and the other a sleeping chamber. It was evident that the place had not been long deserted, for the fire still smouldered on the hearth, round which stood various earthen cooking dishes, and in the sleeping room was a rough bedstead of wood, whereupon lay wrappings made from the hides of cattle and goats. When they had seen everything there was to be seen, they hurried back to the others to report their discovery. And just then the rain set in more heavily than before. "A house," said Juanna. "Then for goodness' sake let's get into it. We are all half dead with the cold and wet." "Yes," answered Leonard, "I think we had better take possession, though it may be a little awkward if the rightful owner comes back." The best that can be said for the night which they spent in this stone shanty, undisturbed by any visit from its lawful tenant, is that it passed a shade more comfortably than it would have done outside. They were dry, though the place was damp, and they had a fire. Still, until you are used to it, it is trying to sit in the company of a score of black people and of many thousand fleas, enveloped with a cloud of pungent smoke, according to the custom of our Norse ancestors. So Juanna gave up the attempt and retired to the great bed in the inner chamber, wondering much who had occupied it last. A herdsman, she judged, as Soa had suggested, for in the corner of the room stood an ox goad hugely fashioned. But it was a bed, and she slept as soundly in it as its numerous insect occupants would allow. The others were not so fortunate. They had the insects indeed, but no bed. Again the morning came, wet, miserable, and misty, and through the mist and rain they pursued their course, whither they knew not. All day they wandered on by the banks of the river till night fell and they camped, this time without shelter. Now they had reached the extreme of wretchedness, for they had little or no food left, and could not find fuel to make a fire. Leonard took Soa aside and questioned her, for he saw clearly that a couple more days of this suffering would put an end to all of them. "You say these people of yours have a city, Soa?" "They have a city, Deliverer," she answered, "but whether they will allow you to enter it, except as a victim for sacrifice, is another matter." "None of us will enter it unless we find shelter soon," he answered. "How far is the place away?" "It should be a day's journey, Deliverer. Were the mist gone, you could see it now. The city is built at the foot of great mountains. There are none higher, but the fog hides everything. Tomorrow, if it lifts, you will see that I speak truth." "Are there any houses near where we can shelter?" he asked again. "How can I tell?" she answered. "It is 40 years since I passed this road, and here, where the land is barren, none dwell except the herdsmen. Perhaps there is a house at hand, or perhaps there is none for many miles. Who can say?" Finding that Soa could give no further information, Leonard returned to the others, and they huddled themselves together for warmth on the wet ground as best they might, and sat out the hours in silence, not attempting to sleep. The settlement men were numb with cold, and Juanna also was overcome for the first time, though she tried hard to be cheerful. Francisco and Leonard heaped their own blankets on her, pretending that they had found spare ones, but the wraps were wringing wet and gave her little comfort. Soa alone did not appear to suffer, perhaps because it was her native climate, and Otter kept his spirits, which neither heat nor cold nor hunger seemed to affect. "While my heart is warm, I am warm," he said cheerfully, when Leonard asked him how he fared. As for Leonard himself, he sat silent, listening to the moans of the settlement men, and reflecting that 24 hours more of this misery would bring the troubles of most of them to an end. Without food or shelter, it was very certain that few of those alive tonight would live to see a second dawn. At last the light came, and to their wonder and exceeding joy they found that the rain had ceased and the mist was melting. Once more they beheld the face of the sun, and rejoiced in its warmth, as only those can rejoice who for days and nights have lived in semi-darkness, wet to the skin and frozen to the marrow. The worst of the mist was gone indeed, but it was not until they had breakfasted off a buck which Otter shot in the reeds by the river that the lingering veils of vapour withdrew themselves from the more distant landscape. At last they had vanished, and for the first time the wanderers saw the land through which they were travelling. They stood upon a vast plain that sloped upwards gradually till it ended at the foot of a mighty range of snow-capped mountains, named, as they learned in after days, the Bina Mountains. This range was shaped like a half moon or a bent bow, and the nearest point of the curve, formed by a soaring snowy peak, was exactly opposite to them, and to all appearance not more than 25 miles away. On either side of this peak the unbroken line of mountains receded with a vast and majestic sweep till the eye could follow them no more. The plain about them was barren, and everywhere strewn with granite boulders, between which wandered herds of wild cattle, mixed with groups of antelopes. But the lower slopes of the mountains were clothed with dense juniper forests, and among them were clearings, presumably of cultivated land. Otter searched the scene with his eyes that were as those of a hawk, then said quietly: "Look yonder, Baas. The old hag has not lied to us. There is the city of the People of the Mist." Following the line of the dwarf's outstretched hand, Leonard saw what had at first escaped him, that standing back in a wide bend at the foot of the great mountain in front of them were a multitude of houses, built of grey stone and roofed with green turf. Indeed, had not his attention been called to it, the town might have well missed observation until he was quite close to its walls. for the materials of which it was constructed resembled those of the boulders that lay about them in the thousands, and the vivid green of its roofs gave it the appearance of a distant space of grassy land. "Yes, there is the kraal of the Great People," said Otter again, "and it is a strong kraal. See, Baas, they know how to defend themselves. The mountain is behind them that none can climb, and all around their walls the river runs, joining itself together again on the plain beyond. It would go ill with the impi which tried to take the kraal." For a while they all stood still and stared amazed. It seemed strange that they should have reached this fabled city, and now that they were there, how would they be received within its walls? This was the question which each one of them was asking of himself. There was but one way to find out. They must go and see. No retreat was now possible. Even the settlement people felt this. Better to die at the hands of the great men, said one of them aloud, than to perish miserably in the mist and cold. "Be of good cheer," Leonard answered. "You are not yet dead. The sun shines once more. It is a happy omen." When they had rested and dried their clothes, they marched on with a certain sense of relief. There before them was the goal they had travelled so far to win. Soon they would know the worst that could befall, and anything was better than this long suspense. By midday they had covered about 15 miles of ground, and could now see the city clearly. It was a great town, surrounded by a cyclopean wall of boulders, about which the river ran on every side, forming a natural moat. The buildings within the wall seemed to be arranged in streets, and to be built on a plan similar to that of the house in which they had slept 2 nights before, the vast conglomeration of grass-covered roofs giving the city the appearance of a broken field of turf hillocks supported upon walls of stone. For the rest, the place was laid out upon a slope, and at its head, immediately beneath the sheer steps of the mountain side, stood 2 edifices very much larger in size than any of those below. One of these resembled the other houses in construction, and was surrounded by a separate enclosure, but the second, which was placed on higher ground, so far as they could judge at that distance, was roofless, and had all the characteristics of a Roman amphitheatre. At the far end of this amphitheatre stood a huge mass of polished rock, bearing a grotesque resemblance to the figure of a man. "What are those buildings, Soa?" asked Leonard. "The lower one is the house of the king, white man, and that above is the temple of deep waters, where the river rises from the bowels of the mountain." "And what is that black stone beyond the temple?" "That, white man, is the statue of the god who sits there for ever, watching over the city of his people." "He must be a great god," said Leonard, alluding to the size of the statue. "He is great," she answered, "and my heart is afraid at the sight of him." After resting for 2 hours they marched on again, and soon it became apparent that their movements were watched. The roadway which they were following, if a track beaten flat by feet of men and cattle could be called a road, wound to and fro between the boulders of rock, and here and there, standing upon the boulders, were men clad in goat skins, each of them carrying a spear, a bow, and a horn. So soon as their party came within 500 or 600 yards of one of these men, he would shoot an arrow in their direction, which, when picked up, proved to be barbed with iron and flighted with red feathers like the first one that they had seen. Then the sentry would blow his horn, either as a signal or in token of defiance, bound from the rock, and vanish. This did not look encouraging, but there was worse to come. Presently, as they drew near to the city, they descried large bodies of armed men crossing the river that surrounded it in boats and on rafts, and mustering on the hither side. At length all of them were across, and the regiment, which appeared to number more than 1,000 men, formed up in a hollow square and advanced upon them at the double. The crisis was at hand. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Coming of Akka. Leonard turned and looked at his companions with something like dismay written on his face. "What is to be done now?" he said. "We must wait for them until they come near," answered Juanna. "Then Otter and I are to meet them alone, and I will sing the song which Soa has taught me. Do not be afraid, I have learned my lesson, and if things go right they will think that we are their lost gods, or at least so Soa says." "Yes, if things go right, but if they don't?" "Then good bye," answered Juanna with a shrug of her shoulders. "At any rate I must get ready for the experiment. Come, Soa, bring the bundle to those rocks over there, quick. Stop a minute, I forgot. Mr. Outram, you must lend me that ruby. I have to make use of it." Leonard handed over the ruby, reflecting that he would probably never see it again, since it seemed almost certain that one of the great people would steal it. However, at the moment he was thinking of that which was far above rubies, namely, of what chance they had of escaping with their lives. So soon as she had possession of the stone, Juanna ran to the little ring of boulders that were scattered on the plain about 50 paces from them, followed by Soa, who carried a bundle in her hand. 10 minutes passed, and Soa appeared from behind the shelter of the stones and beckoned to them. Advancing in obedience to her summons, they saw a curious sight. Standing in the ring of rocks was Juanna, but Juanna transformed. She wore a white robe cut low upon the neck and shoulders. Indeed, it was the Arab dress in which she had escaped from the slave camp, that Soa had brought with them in preparation for this moment of trial. Nor was this all, for Juanna had loosened her dark hair, which was of great length and unusual beauty, so that it hung about her almost to her knees, and upon her forehead, gleaming like a red eye, was set the great ruby, ingeniously fastened thereto by Soa in a band of linen pierced in its centre to the size of the stone. "Behold the goddess and do homage," said Juanna with mock solemnity, although Leonard could see that she was trembling with excitement. "I do not quite understand what you are going to do, but you look the part well," he answered shortly. And indeed until that moment he had never known how beautiful she was. Juanna blushed a little at the evident admiration in his eyes. Then, turning to the dwarf, she said: "Now, Otter, you must make ready too, and remember what Soa told you. Whatever you see or hear, you are not to open your mouth. Walk side by side with me and do as I do, that is all." Otter grunted in assent, and proceeded to make ready. The process was simple, consisting only in the shedding of his coat and trousers, an old pair of Leonard's very much cut down, which left him naked except for a mocha that he wore beneath them in accordance with native custom. "What does all this mean?" asked the headman Peter, who, like his companions, was trembling with fear. "It means," said Juanna, "that Otter and I are impersonating the gods of this people. Peter, if they receive us as gods, it is well; if not, we are doomed. Be careful, should we be so received, lest any of you betray the trick. Be wise and silent, I say, and do what we shall tell you from time to time, if you would live to look upon the sun." Peter fell back astonished, while Leonard and Francisco turned their attention to the approaching soldiers of the People of the Mist. They advanced slowly and in silence, but their measured tread shook the earth. At last they halted about 150 yards away, presenting a truly terrifying spectacle to the little band among the rocks. So far as Leonard could see, there was not a man among them who stood less than 6 feet in height, and they were broad in proportion, hugely made. In appearance they were neither handsome nor repulsive, but solemn-looking, large-eyed, thick-haired, between black and yellow in hue, and wearing an expression of dreadful calm, like the calm of an archaic statue. For the rest, they seemed to be well disciplined, each company being under the command of a captain, who, in addition to his arms, carried a trumpet fashioned from a wild bull's horn. The regiment stood silent, gazing at the group of strangers, or rather at the boulders behind which they were concealed. In the centre of their hollow square was a knot of men, one of them young and huge, even in comparison with his companions. This man Leonard took to be a chief or king. Behind were orderlies and councillors, and before him 3 aged persons of stately appearance and a cruel cast of countenance. These men were naked to the waist and unarmed, except for a knife or hanger fixed at the girdle. On their broad breasts, covering more than half the skin surface, the head of a huge snake was tattooed in vivid blue. Evidently they were medicine men or priests. While the adventurers watched and wondered, the king or chief issued an order to his attendants, who ran to the corners of the square and called it aloud. Then he raised his great spear, and every captain blew upon his horn, making a deafening sound. Now the enemy stood still for a while, staring towards the stones, and the 3 medicine men drew near to the chief, in the centre of the square, and talked with him, as though debating what should be done. "This is our chance," said Juanna excitedly. "If once they attack us, it will be all over. A single volley of arrows would kill every one of us. Come, Otter." "No, no," said Leonard. "I am afraid of you venturing yourself among those savages. The danger is too great." "Danger? Can the danger be more than it is here? In a minute we may all be dead. Nonsense, I will go. I know what to do, and have made up my mind to do it. Do not fear for me. Remember that, if the worst comes to the worst, I have means to protect myself. You are not afraid to come, are you, Otter?" "No, Shepherdess," said the dwarf. "Here all roads are alike." Leonard thought a while. Bitterly did he reproach himself in that he had been the cause of leading his ward into such a position, but now there was no help for it. She must go. After all, it could make no difference if she were killed or captured 5 minutes hence or half an hour later. But Francisco, who could not take such a philosophical view of the situation, implored her not to venture herself alone among those horrible savages. "Go if you like, Juanna," said Leonard, not heeding the priest's importunities. "If anything happens, I will try to avenge you before I follow. Go, but forgive me." "What have I to forgive?" she said, looking at him with shining eyes. "Did you not once dare a greater danger for me?" "Yes, go, Shepherdess," said Soa, who till now had been staring with all her eyes at the 3 aged men in the centre of the square. "There is little to fear if this fool of a dwarf will but keep his tongue silent. I know my people, and I tell you that if you sing that song and say the words which I have taught you, you and the Black One here shall be proclaimed gods of the land. But be swift, for the soldiers are about to shoot." As Soa spoke, Leonard saw the conference in the square had come to an end. The messengers were calling commands to the captains, which the captains repeated to the soldiers, and then followed a mighty rattling of quivers. Another instant, and the light shone upon many hundreds of arrowheads, every one of which was pointed toward them. Juanna saw also, and springing forward on to a rock, stood there for a moment in the full glare of the sun. Instantly a murmur went up from the host. A great voice called a command. The barbs of steel flickered like innumerable stars and sank downwards. Now Otter, naked except for his moocha, sprang on to the rock by Juanna's side, and the murmur of the soldiers of the great people grew into a hoarse roar of astonishment and dismay. Wonder had turned to fear, though why this multitude of warriors should fear a lovely white girl and a black dwarf was not apparent. For a moment the ill-assorted pair stood together on the rock. Then Juanna leapt to the plain, Otter following her. For 20 yards or so she walked in silence, holding the dwarf by the hand, then suddenly bursting into singing, wild and sweet. This was the refrain of the sacred song which she sang in the ancient language of the people of the mist, the tongue that Soa had taught her as a child. "I do but sleep. Have you wept for me a while? Hush! I did but sleep. I shall awake, my people. I am not dead, nor can I ever die. See, I have but slept. See, I come again, made beautiful. Have you not seen me in the faces of the children? Have you not heard me in the voices of the children? Look on me now, the sleeper arisen. Look on me, who wandered, whose name is the dawning. Why have you mourned me, the sleeper awakened?" Then she sang even more sweetly and louder, till her voice rang through the still air like the song of a bird in winter. Hushed were the companies of the great men as she drew towards them with slow gliding steps, hushed with fear and wonder, as though her presence awoke a memory or fulfilled a promise. She was in front of their foremost rank, and halting there, was silent for a moment. Then she changed her song. "Will ye not greet me, children of my children? Have ye forgotten the promise of the dead? Shall I return to the dreamland whence I wander? Will ye refuse me, the mother of the snake?" The soldiers looked upon one another and murmured to each other. Now she saw that they understood her words, and were terror-stricken by them. For another moment there was silence. Then suddenly the 3 priests or medicine men, who had drawn near together, passed through the ranks and stood before her, accompanied by the warrior chief. Then one of them, the most aged, a man who must have numbered 90 years, spoke in the midst of an intense silence. To Juanna's joy, as they had understood her, so she understood him, for his language was the same that Soa had taught her many years before, and in which, for the sake of practice, they had always conversed together for the last 2 months. "Art thou woman or spirit?" asked the ancient priest. "I am both woman and spirit," she answered. "And he with thee, he whom we know of," went on the priest, pointing trembling to Otter, "is he god or man?" "He is both god and man," she answered. "And those yonder, who are they?" "They are our ministers and servants, white for the white and black for the black, the companions of our wanderings, men and not spirits." The 3 priests consulted together, while the chief looked on Juanna's beauty with wondering eyes. Then the oldest of them spoke again. "Thou tellest in our own tongue of things that have long been hidden, though perchance they are remembered. Either, O beautiful, thou hast learned these things and lies to us, and then food ye are for the snake, against whom thou dost blaspheme, or ye are gods indeed, and as gods ye shall be worshipped. Tell us now thy name and the name of yonder dwarf of whom we know." "I am named the Shepherdess of Heaven among men. His name is Otter, Dweller in the Waters among men. Once we had other names." "Tell us the other names, O Shepherdess." "Once in the far past I was named Brightness, I was named Dawn, I was named Daylight. Once in the far past he was named Silence, he was named Terror, he was named Darkness. Yet at the beginning we had other names. Perchance you know them, ministers of the Snake?" "Perchance we know them, O thou who art named Shepherdess of Heaven, O thou who wert named Brightness, and Dawn, and Daylight, O thou who art named Dweller in the Waters, and wert named Silence and Terror and Darkness. Perchance we know them, although they be known to few, and never spoken, save in utter gloom and with hidden head. But do ye know them, those names of the beginning? For if ye know them not, O beautiful, ye lie, and you blaspheme, and you are food for the Snake." "Seldom through all the years have those holy names been spoken, save in utter darkness and with covered heads," Juanna answered boldly. "But now is the new hour, the hour of the coming, and now they should be called aloud in the light of day from open lips and with uplifted eyes. Hearken, children of the Snake, these are the names by which we were known in the beginning. Aca is my name, the mother of the Snake. Jâl is he named, who is the Snake. Say, do ye know us now?" As these words rang on her lips, a groan of terror burst from every man who heard them. Then the aged priest cried aloud: "Down on your faces, ye children of the Snake! Worship, all ye people of the Spear, dwellers in the mist. Aca, the Queen immortal, has come home again. Jâl, the God, has put on the flesh of men. Olfan, lay down thy kingship. It is his. Ye priests, throw wide the temples. They are theirs. Worship the Mother. Do honour to the God." The multitude heard and prostrated themselves like a single man, every one of them crying in a shout of thunder: "Aca, the Queen of Life, has come. Jâl, the Doom God, has put on flesh. Worship the Mother. Do honour to the God." It was as though the army had suddenly been smitten with death, and of the hundreds there, Juanna and Otter alone were left standing. There was one exception, however, and that was Olfan, the warrior chief, who remained upon his feet, not seeming to relish the command to abdicate his authority thus brusquely in favour of a dwarf, were he god or man. Otter, who was utterly bewildered, not comprehending a word of what had been said, and being unable to fathom the meaning of these strange antics, pointed at the chief with his spear, by way of calling Juanna's attention to the fact that he was still standing. But the great man interpreted the action otherwise. Evidently he thought that the newly arrived god was invoking destruction on him. His pride yielded to his superstition, and he sank to his knees also. When the sound of the worshipping had passed away, Juanna spoke again, addressing the old priest. "Rise, my children," she said. He might as well have been her great-grandfather. "And rise, all ye, soldiers of the Spear and servants of the Snake, and hear my words. You know me now. You know me by the holy name. You know me by the fashion of my face and by the red stone that gleams upon my brow. In the beginning my blood fell yonder and was frozen into such gems as these, which today ye offer yearly to him who is my child and slew me. Now the fate is accomplished and his reign is finished. I come with him indeed, and he is still a god, but he loves me as a son again, and bows the knee to me in service. Enough, ye who know the ancient tale that is fulfilled this day. Now we pass on towards our city, there to sojourn with you a while and to proclaim the law of the ending, and we shall pass alone. There in our city let a place be made ready for us, a place apart, but nigh to the temple, and let food be brought to that place, that my servants may eat. At the gate of the city also let men be waiting to bear us to that dwelling. Let none spy upon us, lest an evil fate attend you all, and let none be disobedient, lest we pass from you back to the land of death and dreams. Perchance we shall not tarry here for long. Perchance We come to bring a blessing and to depart again. Therefore hasten to do our bidding, and do it all. For this time farewell, my servants." Having spoken thus with much dignity, accompanied by Otter, whose hand she held as before, Juanna withdrew herself, stepping backwards very slowly toward the circle of the rocks and singing as she went. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Folly of Otter. Juanna and Otter gained the circle of rocks where the little band lay watching and wonder-struck, that is, all except Soa, who sat apart, brooding, her arms clasped upon her breast. Things had befallen as she expected, as they must befall indeed, provided that Juanna did not forget her lesson or show fear, and that the dwarf did nothing foolish. But Soa knew well enough that this was but the beginning of the struggle, and that, though it might be comparatively easy for Juanna and Otter to enter the city and impose themselves upon its superstition-haunted people as the incarnations of their fabled gods, the maintenance of the imposture was a very different matter. Moreover, she knew, should they be discovered, that escape would be impossible, or at the best that it must be most difficult. Therefore she sat apart and brooded, for notwithstanding their present triumph, her heart foreboded evil. But with the others it was different. They had heard the singing, they had seen the regiment of great men prostrate themselves, and the sound of worshipping had come to their ears like thunder. But of the why and wherefore of it all they could only guess. "What has happened?" said Leonard eagerly. "Your initiation seems to have come off well." "Bid the men fall back and I will tell you," Juanna answered. Leonard did so, but instead of speaking she broke into hysterical laughter. Her nerves had been overstrained, and now they sought relief thus. "You must all be very respectful to Otter and myself," she said at length, "for we really are gods. Don't look shocked, Francisco. I begin to believe in it myself. We have only just found it out, but I assure you it is a fact. They accepted us fully, and that after no more than 5 minutes' cross-examination. Listen," and she told them all that had passed. While she was speaking, the regiment began to move, no longer in a square, but in formation of companies. Company by company it rushed past them, shaking the earth with its footsteps, and as each section went by it tossed its spears into the air as a salute, crying, "Glory to the Mother, glory to the Snake," and fled on towards the city. At length the story was done and the regiment was gone. "Well," said Leonard, "so far so good. Juanna, you are the bravest and cleverest girl in the whole world. Most young women would have forgotten everything and gone into hysterics at the critical point." "I kept them till afterwards," she answered demurely, "and as for being brave and clever, I only repeated what Soa taught me like a parrot. You see, I knew that I should be killed if I made any mistake, and such knowledge sharpens the memory. All I have to say is, if the snake they talk so much about is anything like those which are tattooed upon the old priest's breasts, I have no wish to make a nearer acquaintance with it. I hate snakes. There, don't say any more," for both Leonard and Francisco were breaking out in fresh protestations of gratitude and admiration. "If you want to thank anybody, thank Soa." "And so I do," said Leonard heartily, for his spirits had risen in a most wonderful manner. "Soa, you have told us the truth, and you have managed well, and I thank you." "Do you then take me for a liar?" the woman answered, fixing her gloomy eyes upon Leonard's face. "I told you the truth, Deliverer, when I said that my people would accept the Shepherdess and this black dog of yours. as their gods. But did I not tell you also that the death of the rest of us lies in the matter? If not, I say so now. You have not been named a god, Deliverer, nor has yonder bald pate. The natives called Francisco thus because of his tonsure, and your black dog will betray you by his yapping. When you look down the jaws of the snake, remember then that Soa told you the truth, Deliverer. Perchance you shall find the red stones you seek hidden in his belly, white man." "Be silent," said Juanna indignantly, and Soa slunk back like a whipped hound. "Confound the old woman," put in Leonard with a shiver. "She is a black Jonah, and if I have to go inside this snake, I hope it will be a case of ladies first, that is all." "I am sure I don't know what has happened to Soa," said Juanna. "Her native air has a very bad effect upon her temper." "Well, the future must look after itself," answered Leonard, "snake or no snake. At present we must follow our luck. Otter, listen to me. Do you understand that you are a god, the god of this people?" "The god, Baas? What is a god?" "Have I not told you, thickhead? You are not a man any more, you are a spirit. Once, so it seems, you ruled this people in the past, and now you will rule them again. You and the shepherdess are both gods. She is your mother, and you are her child." "Yes, Baas, no doubt, but once I had another mother, a much uglier one." "Otter, cease to talk folly, else when you are no more a god I will beat you. Now you are a god, and we are all your servants, except the shepherdess. When you speak to us, you must speak roughly, like a great chief to the lowest of his people, calling us dogs and slaves. If you name me boss in public, I will beat you privately when you are no more a god. You will do best to speak little or not at all, so that none can take hold of your words, which are always foolish." "If you say that I am a god, Baas, it is enough, for doubtless you have met the gods and know their ways, though it is strange that none have told me this before. They must be an ugly people, the gods. But how will it be with the settlement men when they hear that I am a great spirit? They will say, 'Does a spirit wait upon a man and call him chief? Does a spirit clean the guns and cook the food of a man?' They will ask many such things, and the great people will hear them. And will they think that I am a god? No, they will know me for a liar, and will kill me and all of us." "That is true," said Leonard. Then he summoned Peter and the settlement men and addressed them. He told them that the plot had succeeded, and that Otter and the shepherdess were accepted as the gods of the people of the mist. Because of this they were left alive and held in honour, who but for it would now be dead, riddled through with the arrows of the great people. He explained to them for the second time that it was necessary to the safety of all that this delusion as to the divinity of Otter and the shepherdess should be maintained, since, if the slightest suspicion of the fraud crossed the minds of the great people, without doubt they would all be sacrificed as impostors. This was the tale that they must tell. They should say that all of them were hunting game in a far country with himself, Soa and Francisco, when one night they heard a singing, and by the light of the moon they saw the shepherdess and the dwarf Otter coming towards them. Then the shepherdess and Otter commanded them to be their servants and travel with them to a new land, and they obeyed them, black and white together, for they saw that they were not mortals. This was the tale that they must tell. Moreover, they must act upon their words if they would continue to look upon the sun. But their first surprise was past. The settlement men, who were quick-witted people, entered into the spirit of the plot readily enough. Indeed, Peter caused them to repeat the story to him, so he might be sure that they had its details by heart. Then they continued their march to the city on the hill. The two white men went first, next came Juanna and Otter, followed by Soa, and last of all walked the settlement men. An hour's journey brought them to the bank of the river, which, dividing above it, engirdled the town, to reunite near the roadway that they followed. Here canoes were ready to take them across to the island, or rather the peninsula on which the city was built. On the other side of the river they found priests waiting in the great gateway with two litters that had been prepared for Juanna and Otter respectively. This, the further bank, was lined with some thousands of spectators who, when the divine pair set their feet upon its shores, prostrated themselves, men, women, and children, and burst into a shout of welcome. Juanna and Otter took no heed. With such dignity as they could command, and in the dwarf's case it was not much, they entered the litters, drew the hide curtains, and were borne forward swiftly. After them came Leonard, Francisco, and the others, while the population followed in silence. Now the sun was sinking, but enough of daylight was left to show how strange were the place and the people among which they found themselves. The city, indeed, was rudely built of like materials and in similar fashion to the house in the plain that has been described already, but the streets were roughly paved. Each habitation stood apart from the other in its own garden. The gates were of wood, fastened together with primitive iron bolts. There were drinking shops, or rather booths, and a large marketplace which they crossed as they ascended the hill, and where, as they afterwards discovered, this people carried on their trade, if trade it could be called, for they had no money, and conducted all transactions like other savages upon a principle of barter. As they went Leonard took note of these things, which to his mind showed clearly that the inhabitants of this city were the degenerate inheritors of some ancient and forgotten civilization. Their fortifications, stone-built houses, drinking shops, and markets indicated this, just as their rude system of theology, with its divinities of light and darkness, or of death and life, each springing from the other, engaged in an eternal struggle, and yet one was probably the survival of some elaborate nature myth of the early world. But nothing struck him so much as the appearance of the people. In size they were almost giants, a peculiarity which was shared by the women, some of whom measured 6 feet in height. In common with other uncivilized races, most of these women wore little except a girdle and a goat-skin cloak that hung loosely upon their shoulders, displaying their magnificent proportions somewhat freely. They were much handsomer than the men, having splendid solemn eyes, very white teeth, and a remarkable dignity of gait. Their faces, however, wore the same sombre look as those of their husbands and brothers, and they did not chatter after the manner of their sex, but contented themselves with pointing out the peculiarities of the strangers in a few brief words to their children or to one another. After crossing the marketplace, the party came to a long and gentle ascent, which terminated at a wall surrounding the lower of the two great buildings that they had seen from the plain. Passing its gates, they halted at the doors of the first of these edifices. Here priests stood with torches, at least they judged them to be priests, from the symbol of the snake head tattooed upon their naked breasts, ready to conduct them to their lodgings, for now the night was closing in rapidly. Soon they found themselves within the walls of a great house, built in the usual way with rough boulders, but on 3 sides of a square, and enclosing a courtyard in which a fountain bubbled. The furniture of the house was rude, but grotesquely carved, and in the courtyard stood a throne, sheltered by a roof of turf, and fashioned of black wood and ivory, with feet shaped like those of a human being. Indeed, as they afterwards discovered, this was the palace of the king, Olfan, who had been summarily ejected by the priests to make room for the newcomers. Here in this strange dwelling the attendant priests assigned them all quarters, the settlement men in one wing, Leonard, Francisco, and Soa in the other, and Juanna and Otter in two separate apartments in the body of the building. This arrangement involved the separation of the party, but it was difficult to offer objections, so they were forced to acquiesce in it. Presently women entered bearing food, boiled corn, milk in bowls, and roasted flesh in plenty, of which Leonard and Francisco ate with thankfulness. Before they went to sleep, Leonard looked into the courtyard, and was somewhat alarmed to find that guards were stationed at every door, while in front of those leading to the apartments of Juanna and Otter stood a body of priests with torches in their hands. He made an effort to pass through these guards in order to visit Juanna, but without a word they lifted their great spears and stopped him, and for that time he abandoned the attempt. "Why do the priests stand before the door of the Shepherdess, Soa?" asked Leonard. "They guard the place of the gods," she answered. "Unless the gods will it, none may enter there." "Say, Soa," Leonard asked again, "are you not afraid of being here in your own land?" "I am very much afraid, Deliverer, for if I am found out, then I die. Yet many years have gone by since I fled. Few live who knew me, and perchance none remember me. Also now I do not wear my hair after the fashion of my people, and therefore I may escape, unless the priests discover me by their magic. And now I would sleep." On the following morning at dawn Leonard rose, and accompanied by Francisco walked into the courtyard. This time the soldiers did not try to stop them, but the priests were still standing in front of Juanna's door, looking like spectres in the grey mist. They went to them and signified by signs that they would worship the queen, but were sternly refused admission in words which they could not understand, but that Soa, who was listening, afterwards translated to them. "The mother has come to her home," said the spokesman, "and might be profaned no more by the eyes of the vulgar. The snake also was in his home, and none should look upon him." When arguments failed, Leonard tried to force his way through, and was met by a huge spear pointed at his throat. How things would have ended it is difficult to say, had not Juanna herself appeared at this juncture, standing between the curtains of the doorway. At the sight of her the priests and soldiers fell upon their faces, and Leonard had sufficient presence of mind to follow their example, dragging Francisco down beside him. "What is this tumult?" she asked the guards in their own tongue. "I tell you what it is, Juanna," said Leonard, rubbing his head upon the ground and speaking in English. "If you do not come to an understanding with these scoundrels, you will soon be cut off from all communication with us, and what is more, we shall be cut off too in another way. Will you be so good as to issue an order that we are to be admitted when we like?" Juanna turned towards the priest and spoke angrily. "Who has dared to forbid my servants to come before me and worship me? My will is my own, and I only make it known. It is my will that these white men and yonder black woman pass in before me at their pleasure." "Your will is our will, mother," said the priests humbly. So they went in, and the curtains were closed behind them. "I am so thankful to see you," said Juanna. "You don't know how dreadfully lonely it has been in this great room all night, and I am afraid of those solemn-eyed priests who stand round the door. The women who brought me food last evening crawled about the place on all fours like dogs. It was horrible." "I am sorry that you have been left alone," said Leonard, "but you must try to make better arrangements. Soa might sleep with you at any rate. Where is Otter? Let us pay him a visit. I want to see how the god is getting on." Juanna went to the door and addressed the priest, saying that she desired to be led before the snake, and her servants with her. They demurred a little, then gave way, and all four of them were conducted first into the courtyard, in which no human being was to be seen, and thence to an adjoining chamber where a curious sight awaited them. In a huge chair set upon a dais sat Otter, looking furious and by no means at ease, while stretched upon the ground in front of him lay four priests who muttered prayers unceasingly. "Welcome, Baas," he cried in rapture at the sight of Leonard. "Welcome, shepherdess." "You idiot," answered Leonard in Dutch, but speaking in the most humble voice and sinking to his knees. "If you will not remember that you are a god, I will pay you out so soon as we are alone. Bid these fellows begone. The shepherdess will translate for you." "Go, dogs," said Otter, taking the hint. "Go and bring me food. I would speak with my servant, who is named Baas, and with my mother." "These are the words of the Snake, that he speaks in the holy tongue," said Juanna, and she translated them. The four priests rose and, bowing to the earth, crept backwards from the room. So soon as they were gone, Otter leaped from his throne with an exclamation of rage that caused the others to burst out laughing. "Laugh, Baas, laugh if you will," said the dwarf, "for you have never been a god and don't know what it is. What think you, Baas? All night long I have sat upon that great stool, while those accursed dogs burnt stinking stuff beneath my nostrils and muttered nonsense. 1 hour more and I should have fallen on them and killed them, for I have had no meat, and hunger makes me mad." "Hush," said Leonard, "I hear footsteps. On to your throne, Otter, quick. Juanna, stand by his side. We will kneel." They had barely time to obey when the curtains were drawn, and a priest entered, holding a vessel of wood covered with a cloth. Slowly he crept towards the throne, with his head bent almost to his knees. Then, straightening himself suddenly, he lifted up the wooden vessel and cried aloud: "We bring you food, O Snake. Eat and be satisfied." Otter took the dish, and lifting the cloth, gazed upon its contents hungrily, but with an ever-growing dissatisfaction. "Son of a dog," he cried in his own tongue, "is this food to set before a man?" And he held the platter downwards, exposing its contents. They were simple, consisting of various sorts of vegetables and watercress, poor in quality, for the season was winter, and all of them uncooked. In the centre of this fodder, whether placed there in obedience to some religious tradition, or by way of ornament, or perhaps to assist the digestive process of the god, as a tenpenny nail is said to assist that of an ostrich, was a fine ruby stone, not so big, indeed, as that which Soa had given to Leonard, but still of considerable size and value. Leonard saw it with delight, but not so the dwarf, the selfish promptings of whose stomach caused him to forget that his master had journeyed far to seek such gems as this. In the fury of his disappointed appetite he stood upon the footstool of the throne, and, seizing the ruby, he hurled it at the priest, hitting him fair between the eyes. "Am I an eel," he roared, "that I should live on water-grass and red gravel?" Then the priest, terrified at the behaviour of the strange divinity, picked up the offending gem, to the presence of which he attributed his anger, and fled, never looking behind him. Juanna and Francisco were seized with uncontrollable laughter, while even Soa deigned to smile. But Leonard did not smile. "Oh, you last descendant of generation of asses," he said bitterly, "you ass with 4 ears and a tenfold bray, what have you done? You have hurled that precious stone at the head of him who brought it, and now he will bring no more. Had it not been for you, doubtless with every meal such stones would have been offered to you, and though you grew thin, we should all of us have become rich, and that without trouble, tricks, or violence." "Forgive me, Baas," lamented Otter, "but my rage took away my reason, and I forgot. See now what it is to be a god. It is to be fed upon stuff such as would gripe an ox. O Baas, I would that these wild men had made you a god and left me your servant." And again he gazed with disgust upon the watercress and rows of leathery vegetables resembling turnips. "You had better eat them, Otter," said Juanna, who was still choking with laughter. "If you don't, you may get nothing more for days. Evidently you are supposed to have a small appetite." Thus driven to it by his ravening hunger, the wretched Otter fell upon the turnips and munched them sullenly, Leonard rating him all the while for his unequalled stupidity. Scarcely had he finished his meal when there was a stir without, and once again priests entered, headed on this occasion by the same aged man who had acted as spokesman when Juanna declared herself on the previous day, and who, as they had discovered, was named Nam. In fact, he had many other and much longer names, but as this was the shortest and most convenient of them, they adopted it. It chanced that Leonard was standing by Soa, and when this priest entered, whom she now saw face to face for the first time, he noticed that she started, trembled, and then drew back into the shadow of the throne. "Some friend of the old lady's youth," thought Leonard to himself. "I hope he won't recognise her, that is all." Nam bent himself in adoration before the gods, then began an address, the substance of which Juanna translated from time to time. Bitterly did he grieve, he said, that such an insult had been offered to the snake as the presenting to him among his food of the red stone, known as the blood of Aca. The man who had done this folly was doomed to die, if indeed he were not already dead. Well could they understand that, the mother and snake having become reconciled, the proffering to Jâl of that which reminded him of the sin of long ago was a wickedness that might bring a curse upon the land. Let the snake be appeased. Command had been given that all such stones should be hidden in a secret place by him who had wrought the crime, and, as he had said, if the man returned alive from that place he should be slain. But he would not return alive, for to go thither was death, as it should be death henceforth even to mention that stone, of which but one should now be seen in the land, that which the mother wore in memory of the past. "Oh, Otter, my friend," murmured Leonard to himself, "if I don't make you pay for this, my name is not Outram." But enough of the stones, went on Nam. He had come upon a more important matter. That night an assembly of all the tribe would be held in the great temple an hour before moonrise, that the mother and snake might take up their royalty in the presence of the people. Thither they would come to lead them and their servants at the appointed time. Was this pleasing to the gods? Juanna bent her head in assent, and the priest turned to go with many obeisances. But before he went he spoke again, asking if all things were as the gods desired. "Not altogether, my servant," answered Juanna. "It is our will that these our other servants should have free access to us at all times and without question. Also it is our will that their food should be brought to them with our food. Moreover, it is the desire of the snake that no more grass should be given to him to eat, for now, in these latter days, having put on the flesh of men, he needs that which supports the flesh. One thing more, my servant. The snake forgives the affront that was offered him, and I command that some of the greatest of the holy stones should be brought to me, that I may look upon the blood which I shed so long ago." "Alas, it may not be, mother," answered the priest in tones of sorrow. "All the stones, both red and blue, have been placed in bags of hide and cast into that place whence they can be brought no more, together with him who offended. Nor can others be gathered at this season of the year, seeing that deep snow covers the place where they lie buried. In the summer, when the sun has melted the snow, more can be found, if your eyes still desire the sight of them." Juanna made no reply, and the priest went. "Here is a pretty business," said Leonard. "That idiot Otter has upset everything. We might have become millionaires for the asking, and now we must wait for months before we so much as get sight of a ruby or a sapphire." Nobody answered. Indeed, the whole party were plunged into consternation at the fatal effects of this accident. As for Otter himself, when he understood fully what he had done, he almost wept for grief. "Who could have known, Baas?" he groaned. "It was the sight of the green food that bewitched me, who have always hated the taste of grass. And now my folly has undone all, and it seems that I must be a god for many months if indeed they do not find me out." "Never mind, Otter," said Leonard, moved to pity by the dwarf's genuine grief. "You have lost the stones, and you will have to find them again somehow. By the way, Soa, why did you start so when that old priest came in?" "Because he is my father, Deliverer," she answered. Leonard whistled. Here was a new complication. What if Nam should recognise her? End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Temple of Jâl. In considerable agitation of mind, Leonard bid good-bye to Juanna, promising to return soon, and went to visit the settlement men, whom he had not seen since the previous evening. He found them in good case enough, so far as their material comfort was concerned, for they were well supplied with food and warmly lodged. So much could not be said, however, for their mental state, for they were terrified by the multitude of solemn priests and warriors who watched them as cats watch mice. Crouching round him dejectedly, they implored Leonard not to leave them, saying that they expected to be murdered every minute. He pacified them as well as he could, and left them with the assurance that he would return presently, having first reminded them that the lives of all depended upon the maintenance of the delusion as to the divinity of Otter and the shepherdess. The remainder of that day passed heavily enough. After the first excitement of this strange position had gone by, a reaction set in, and everybody was much depressed. As the hours drew on, the mist, which had lifted a little about 10 o'clock, closed in very densely, throwing the ill-lighted chamber where they sat into a deep gloom. In such an atmosphere conversation languished; indeed, at times it died altogether, and the only sound to be heard was that of the monotonous voices of the priests without the curtains, as they muttered prayers unceasingly. At length Leonard could bear it no longer, but rose, declaring that he was going out to see whatever might be seen. Juanna tried faintly to dissuade him, and Otter wished to come too, which was impossible. The end of it was that he went alone. First he revisited the settlement men and tried to cheer them, and sadly did they need cheering. Then he passed to the great gates of the palace yard and looked through them. The mist had lifted a little, and about 100 paces away he could perceive the doors of the temple, on either side of which rose cyclopean walls of 50 feet or more in height. It was obvious that here preparations for some ceremony were in progress, and on a large scale, for immense crowds of people were gathered about the doors, through which bodies of priests and armed men passed continually. More he could not learn, for the gates of the palace yard were barred and guarded, and the soldiers would not let him through. He stood by them watching till sunset, then returning to the others he told them what he had seen. An hour passed, and suddenly the curtains were drawn aside and a body of priests entered, 12 in number, bearing large candles of fat in their hands, and headed by their chief, Nam. Prostrating themselves before Juanna and Otter, they remained plunged in silence. "Speak on," Juanna said at length. "We come, O mother, and O snake," said the priest Nam, "to lead you to the temple, that the people may look upon their gods." "It is well, lead on," Juanna answered. "First you must be robed, mother," said Nam, "for without the temple none may look upon your divinity, save your priests alone." Rising as he spoke, he produced a black dress from a grass bag, which was carried by an attendant. This dress was very curious. It fastened in front with buttons of horn, and either was, or seemed to be, woven in a single piece from the softest hair of black fleeced goats. Moreover, it had sleeves just long enough to leave the hands of the wearer visible, and beneath its peaked cap was a sort of mask with 3 slits, 2 for the eyes and 1 for the mouth. Juanna retired to put on this hideous garment over her white robe, and reappeared presently, looking like the black ghost of a medieval monk. Then the priests gave her 2 flowers, a red lily and a white, to be held in either hand, and it appeared that her equipment was complete. Next they came to Otter, and bound a scarlet fringe of hair about his forehead in such fashion that the fringe hid his eyes, at the same time placing in his hand a sceptre of ivory, apparently of very ancient workmanship and fashioned in the shape of a snake standing on its tail. "All is prepared," said Nam. "Lead on," answered Juanna again, "but let our servants come with us, both those here and those without, save the woman only, who stays to make ready for our return." Juanna spoke thus because Soa had announced her wish to be left behind when they went to the temple. Juanna had consulted Leonard on the subject, who gave it as his opinion that Soa had good reason of her own for making this request. Also he pointed out that in case of disturbance she could scarcely help them, and might possibly prove an encumbrance. "They wait," answered Nam. "All is prepared for them also," and as he spoke a sardonic smile flickered on his withered countenance that made Leonard feel very uncomfortable. What was prepared, he wondered? They passed through the curtains into the courtyard, where soldiers, clad in goat-skin cloaks, waited with 2 litters. Here also were the settlement men, armed, but in an extremity of fear, for they were guarded by about 50 of the great people, also armed. Juanna and Otter entered the litters, behind which Leonard formed up his little band, going in front of it himself with Francisco, both of them having rifles in their hands and revolvers at their girdles, of which no attempt was made to deprive them, for none knew their use. Then they started, surrounded by the bare-breasted priests, who chanted and waved torches as they walked, and preceded and followed by the grim files of tall soldiers, on whose spears the torchlight flashed ominously. As they came, the gates of the palace yard were opened. They passed them and across the space beyond until they reached the doors of the temple, which were thrown wide before them. Here Otter and Juanna descended from the litters, and all the torches were extinguished, leaving them in darkness. Leonard felt his hand seized and was led along, he knew not where, for the misty gloom was intense. He could scarcely see the face even of the priest who conducted them, but from the sounds he gathered that all their party was being guided in a similar fashion. Once or twice also he heard the voice of a settlement man speaking in accents of fear or complaint, but such demonstrations were followed quickly by the sound of a heavy blow, dealt, no doubt, by the priest or soldier in charge of that individual. Evidently it was expected that all should be silent. Presently Leonard became aware that they had left the open space across which they were walking, for the air grew close and their footsteps rang hollow on the rocky floor. "I believe that we are in a tunnel," whispered Francisco. "Silence, dog!" hissed a priest in his ear. "Silence! This place is holy." They did not understand the meaning of the words at the moment, but the tone in which they were spoken made their purport sufficiently clear. Leonard took the hint, and at the same time clutched his rifle more tightly. He began to be afraid for their safety. Whither they were being led? To a dungeon? Well, they would soon know, and at the worst it was not probable that these barbarians would harm Juanna. They followed the tunnel or passage for about 150 paces. At first it sloped downwards, and then the floor became level, till at length they began to ascend a stair. There were 61 stone steps in this stairway, for Leonard counted them, each about 10 inches high, and when all were climbed they advanced 11 paces along a tunnel that echoed strangely to their steps, and was so low that they must bend their heads to pass it. Emerging from this tunnel through a narrow opening, they stood upon a platform also of stone, and once more the chill night air fanned their brows. So dense was the gloom that Leonard could tell nothing of the place where they might be, but from far beneath them rose a hissing sound as of seething water, and combined with it another sound of faint murmuring, as though thousands of people whispered to each other. Also from time to time he heard a rustling like that of a forest when a gentle wind stirs its leaves, or the rustling of the robes of innumerable women. This sense of the presence of hidden waters and of an unseen multitude was strange and terrifying in the extreme. It was as though, without perceiving them, their human faculties suddenly became aware of the spirits of the unnumbered dead, thronging, watching, following there, but intangible, speaking without words, touching without hands. Leonard was tempted to cry aloud, so great was the strain upon his nerves, which usually were strong enough. Nor was he alone in this desire. Presently a sound arose from below him, as of some person in hysterics, and he heard a priest command silence in a fierce voice. Then sobbing and laughter went on till it culminated in a shrill scream. After the scream came the thud of a blow, a heavy fall, a groan, and once again the invisible multitudes whispered and rustled. "Someone has been killed," muttered Francisco in Leonard's ear. "Who is it, I wonder?" Leonard shuddered, but made no answer, for a great hand was placed upon his mouth in warning. At length the portentous silence was broken, and a voice spoke, the voice of Nam the priest. In the silence all that he uttered could be heard plainly, but his words came from far away, and the sound of them was still and small. This was what he said, as Juanna told it to them after the ceremony. "Hear me, ye children of the Snake, ye ancient people of the Mist. Hearken to me, Nam, the priest of the Snake. Many a generation gone in the beginning of time, so runs the legend, that Mother Goddess, whom we worship from of old, descended from heaven and came hither to us, and with her came the Snake, her child. While she tarried in the land, the crime of crimes was wrought. The darkness slew the daylight, and she passed hence, we know not how or where, and from that hour the land has been a land of mist, and its people have wandered in the mist, for he whose name is Darkness has ruled over them, answering their prayers with death. But this doom was on the Snake, that because of his wickedness he must put off the flesh of men and descend into the holy place of waters, where, as we and our fathers have known, his symbol dwells eternally, taking tribute of the lives of men. Yet ere that crime was wrought, the Mother gave a word of promise to her people. "Now that I am about to die at the hands of him I bore, for so it is fated," she said, "but not for ever do I leave you, and not for ever shall the snake be punished by putting off the flesh of men. Many generations shall go by, and we will return again and rule over you, and the veil of mist shall be lifted from your land, and ye shall be great in the earth. Till then, choose your kings and let them govern you. Moreover, forget not my worship, and see to it that throughout the ages the altar of the snake is wet with blood, and that he lacks not the food he loves. And I will give you a sign by which we shall be known when at length the fate is accomplished, and the hour of forgiveness is at hand. As a fair maid I will come again, a maid lovely and white, but because of his sin the snake shall appear in the shape of that which sits within your temple, and his hue shall be black and his face hideous. Out of the earth we will arise, and we will call to you, and ye shall know us, and we will tell you our holy names that shall not be spoken aloud from this hour to that hour of our coming. But beware lest ye be deceived and false gods set themselves among you, for then shall the last evil fall upon you, and the sun shall hide his face." Thus, children of the mist, did the Mother speak to him who was her chief priest in the long ago, and he graved her words with iron on the stone that whereon I stand. But none can read the writing, for its secret is lost to us, although the prophecy remains. And now the time is full, and it has been given to me, his successor in my old age, to see the fulfilment of the saying. The time is full, and this night the promise of the past is accomplished. For people of the mist, the immortal gods, whose names are holy, have appeared to rule their children. Yesterday they came, ye saw them, and in your ears they called aloud the sacred names. As a maiden fair and white, and as a dwarf black and hideous, have they come, and Aka is the name of the maiden, and Jal is the name of the dwarf. He ceased, and his voice died away in the echoes of the great place. Once again there was silence, broken only by the seething sound of waters and the indefinable murmur of an unseen throng beneath. Leonard stood a while, then edged himself gently forward with the design of discovering where and upon what they were standing. His curiosity soon met with a violent check, for before he had gone a yard he felt that his right foot was dangling in space, and it was only by a strong effort that he prevented himself from falling, whither he knew not. Recovering his balance, he shuffled himself back again to the side of Francisco, and whispered a warning to him not to move if he valued his life. As Leonard spoke, he noticed that the blackness of the night was turning grey with the light of the unrisen moon. Already her rays, striking upwards, brightened the sky above and the mountains behind, and from them fell a pale reflection, which grew gradually stronger and clearer. Now he could discover that close upon him to the left a black mass towered high into the air, and that far beneath him gleamed something like the foam on broken water. For a time he watched this water, or whatever it might be, until a smothered exclamation from Francisco caused him to look up again. As he looked, the edge of the moon rose above the temple wall, and by slow degrees a wonderful sight was revealed to him. Not till the moon was fully visible did he see everything, and to describe all as he discovered it piecemeal would be difficult. This was what Leonard saw at length. Before him and underneath him lay a vast and roofless building, open to the east, covering some 2 acres of ground, and surrounded by titanic walls 50 feet or more in height. The building was shaped like a Roman amphitheatre, but with the exception of the space immediately below him, the area was filled with stone seats, and round its wide circumference stone seats rose tier on tier. These were all occupied by men and women in hundreds, and except at the farther end, scarcely a place was empty. At the western extremity of the temple a huge statue towered 70 or 80 feet into the air, hewn to all appearance from a mass of living rock. Behind this colossus, and not more than 100 paces from it, the sheer mountain rose, precipice upon precipice, to the foot of a white peak clad in eternal snow. It was the peak they had seen from the plain when the mist lifted, and the statue was the dark mass beneath it which had excited their curiosity. This fearful colossus was fashioned to the shape of a huge dwarf of hideous countenance, seated with bent arms outstretched in a forward direction and palms turned upward as though to bear the weight of the sky. The statue stood, or rather sat, upon a platform of rock, and not more than 4 paces from its base, so that the outstretched hands and slightly bowed head overhung it. Indeed, was a circular gulf measuring perhaps 30 yards across, in which seething waters raged and boiled. Whence they came and whither they went it was impossible to see, but Leonard discovered afterwards that here was the source of the river which they had followed for so many days, escaping from the gulf by underground passages that it had hollowed for itself through the solid rock. The 2 branches of the torrent passed round the walls of the town to unite again in the plain below. How the pool itself was supplied Leonard was destined to learn in after days. Between the steep polished sides of the rock basin and the feet of the statue was placed an altar or sacrificial stone. Here on this ledge, which covered an area no greater than that of a small room, and in front of the altar, stood a man bound, in whom Leonard recognised Olfan the king, while on either side of him were priests, naked to the waist and armed with knives. Behind them again stood the little band of settlement men, trembling with terror. Nor were their fears groundless, for among them lay one of their number, dead. This was the man whose nerve had broken down, who shrieked aloud in the darkness, and in reward had been smitten into everlasting silence. All this Leonard saw by degrees, but the first thing that he saw has not yet been told. Long before the brilliant rays of the moon lit the amphitheatre, they struck upon the huge head of the dwarf idol, and there, on this giddy perch, some 70 feet from the ground and nearly 100 above the level of the pool of seething water, sat Juanna herself, enthroned in an ivory chair. She had been divested of her black cloak, and was clad in the robe of snowy linen, cut low upon her breast and fastened round her waist with a girdle. Her dark hair flowed about her shoulders. In either hand she held the lilies, red and white, and upon her forehead glowed the ruby like a blood-red star. She sat quite still, her eyes wide in horror, and first the moonlight gleamed upon the gem bound to her forehead, next it showed the pale and lovely face beneath, then her snowy arms and breast, the whiteness of her robes, and the hideous demon head whereupon the throne was fixed. No spirit could have seemed more beautiful than this woman set thus on high in that dark place of blood and fear. Indeed, in the unearthly light she looked like a spirit, the spirit of beauty triumphing over the hideousness of hell, the angel of light trampling the devil and his works. It was not wonderful that this fierce and barbarous people sighed like reeds before the wind when her loveliness dawned upon them, made ethereal by the moon, or that thenceforth Leonard could never think of her quite as he thought of any other woman. Under such conditions most well-favoured women would have appeared beautiful. Juanna did more. She seemed divine. As the light grew downward and the shadows thinned before it, Leonard followed with his eyes, and presently he discovered Otter. The dwarf, naked except for his girdle and the fringe upon his head, was also enthroned, holding the ivory sceptre in his hand, but in a seat of ebony placed upon the knees of the colossus, nearly 40 feet below Juanna. Then Leonard turned to consider Francisco's position and his own, and found it terrible enough. Indeed, the moment that he discovered it was nigh to being his last. In company with 2 priests of the Snake, they were standing on the palm of the right hand of the idol, that formed a little platform some 6 feet square, which they had won in the darkness through a tunnel hewn in the arm of stone. There they stood, unprotected by any railing or support, and before them, on either side of them, was a sheer drop of some 90 feet to the water beneath, or 50 to the rock of the platform. Leonard saw, and for a moment turned faint and dizzy. Then, setting the butt of his rifle on to the stone, he leaned upon the barrel till his brain cleared. It was well for him that he had not known what lay beneath when, but now, he thrust his foot into vacancy, for then his senses might have failed him. Suddenly he remembered Francisco and opened his eyes, which he had closed to shut out the sight of the yawning gulf beneath. It was not too soon. The priest had seen also, and consciousness was deserting him. Even as Leonard turned, his knees gave way, and he sank forward and downward. Quick as a thought, Leonard stretched out his right hand and caught Francisco by the robe he wore. Then, resting his weight upon the rifle, he strained at the priest's falling body with all his force in such a manner that its direction was turned, and it fell sideways upon the platform, not downwards into space. Leonard dragged at him again, and thrust him into the mouth of the little tunnel through which they had reached this dreadful eminence, where he lay quiet and safe, lost in blessed insensibility. All this took place in a few seconds. The 2 priests of the Snake, who stood by them as calmly as though their feet were still on the solid earth, saw but made no movement. Only Leonard thought that they smiled grimly, and a horrible fear struck his heart like a breath of ice. What if they waited a signal to cast him down? It might well be so. Already he had seen enough of their rites to enable him to guess that theirs was a religion of blood and human sacrifice. He shivered, and again turned faint, so faint indeed that he did not dare to keep his feet, but sank into a sitting posture, resting his back against the stone of the idol's thumb. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Juanna Conquered Nam. Still the silence endured, and still the moonlight grew, creeping lower and lower till it shone upon the face of the seething waters, and except in the immediate shadow of the walls, all the amphitheatre was full of it. Then the voice of Nam spoke again from far away, and Leonard looked to see whence he spoke. Now he saw. Nam, attended by 3 priests, was perched like an eagle on the left palm of the colossus, and from this dizzy platform he addressed the multitude. Looking across the breast of the statue, Leonard could see the outstretched arm and the fierce face of the high priest as he glared down upon the people. Hearken, ye dwellers of the mist, children of the Snake. Ye have seen your ancient gods, your father and your mother, come back to rule you, and to lead you on through war to peace, to wealth, to power, and to glory. Ye see them now by that light, and in that place wherein only it is lawful that ye should look upon them? Say, do ye believe and do ye accept them? Answer, every one of you, answer with your voice." Then a mighty roar of sound went up from the gathered thousands, a roar that shaped itself into the words, "We believe and we accept." "It is well," said Nam, when the tumult had died away. "Hearken, ye high gods, O Aka and O Jal. Bend down your ears and deign to hearken to your priest and servant, speaking in the name of your children, the people of the mist. Be ye kings to reign over us? Accept the power and the sacrifice, and sit in the place of kings. We give you rule through all the land. The life of every dweller in the land is yours. Yours are their cattle and their goats, their city and their armies. For your altars shall run red, the cry of the victim shall be music in your ears. Ye shall look upon him whom long ago you set to guard the secret awful place, and he shall crawl beneath your feet. As ye ruled our fathers, so ye shall rule us, according to the customs which ye laid down for ever. Glory be to you, O Aka, and to you, O Jal, immortal kings for evermore." And in a shout that rent the skies the great audience echoed, "Glory be to you, O Aka, and to you, O Jal, immortal kings for evermore." Then Nam spoke again, saying, "Bring forth the virgin, that fair maid who is destined to the Snake, that he may look upon her and accept her as his wife. Bring her forth also, who 12 months gone was vowed in marriage to the shape of the stone, that she may bid her lord farewell." As he spoke there was a stir behind the idol, and presently from each side of it a woman was led forward by 2 priests, and onto the little space of rock between its feet and the edge of the gulf, and placed one to the right of the altar and one to the left. Both these women were tall and lovely, with the dark and somewhat terrifying beauty of the people of the mist, but there the resemblance between them ended. She to the right was naked, except for a girdle of snakeskin and the covering of her abundant hair, which was crowned with a wreath of red lilies, similar to the flower that the priests had given to Juanna. She to the left, on the contrary, was clothed in a black robe round which was broidered the shape of a blood-red snake, whose head rested upon her breast. Leonard noticed that the appearance of this woman was that of extreme terror, for she shrank and trembled, whereas that of the flower-crowned bride was jubilant and even haughty. For a moment the 2 women stood still while the people gazed upon them. Then, at a signal from Nam, she who was crowned with flowers was led before the altar, and thrice she bowed the knee to the idol, or rather to Otter, who sat upon it. Now all eyes were fixed on the dwarf, who stared at the girl but made no sign, which was not wonderful, seeing that he had no inkling of the meaning of the ceremony. As it chanced, he could not have acted more wisely, at least in the interest of the bride, for here, as elsewhere, silence was held to give consent. "Behold, the god accepts," cried Nam. "The beauty of the maid is pleasing in his eyes. Stand aside, Saga the blessed, that the people may look upon you and know you. Hail to you, wife of the Snake." Smiling triumphantly, the girl moved back to her place by the altar, and turned her proud face to the people. Then the multitude shouted, "Hail to you, bride of the Snake! Hail to you, the blessed, chosen of the god!" While the tumult lasted, the woman who was clad in the black robe was led forward, and when it had died away, she also made her obeisance before the idol. "Away with her, that she may seek her lord in his own place," cried Nam. "Away with her, her day is done," echoed the multitude. Then before Juanna could interfere, before she could even speak, for Be it remembered, she alone understood all that was said. The two priests who guarded the doomed woman rent the robe from her, and with one swing of their strong arms hurled her backwards far into the pool of seething waters. She fell with a shriek and lay floating on their surface, flung this way and that by the eddy of the whirlpool, just where the moonlight beat most brightly. All who could of the multitude bent forward to see her end, and overcome by a fearful fascination, Leonard threw himself on his face, and craning his head over the stone of the idol's hand, watched also. For the girl's struggling shape was almost immediately beneath him. Another minute, and he would have foregone the hope of winning the treasure which he had come so far to seek, not to have yielded to the impulse. For, as he stared, the waters beneath the feet of the idol were agitated as a pond is agitated by the rush of a pike when he dashes at his prey. Then for an instant the light gleamed upon a dull, enormous shape, and suddenly the head of a crocodile reared itself out of the pool. The head of a crocodile, but of such a crocodile as he had never heard nor dreamed of. For this head alone was broader than the breast of the biggest man. Its dull eyes were the size of a man's fist, its yellow fangs were like the teeth of a lion, and from its lower jaw hung tentacles or lumps of white flesh, which at that distance gave it the appearance of being bearded like a goat. Also the skin of this huge reptile, which could not have measured less than 50 feet in length by 4 feet in depth, was here and there corroded into rusty excrescences, as though some fungus or lichen had grown upon it, like a grey moss on an ancient wall. Indeed, its appearance seemed to point to extreme antiquity. Footnote: crocodiles are proverbially long-lived, but Leonard could never discover the age of this particular reptile. On inquiry he was able to trace it back for 300 years, and tradition said that it had always dwelt among the people of the mist from the beginning of time. At least it was very old, and under the name of the snake had been an object of worship for many generations. How it came among the people of the mist is difficult to say, for no other specimen appeared to exist in the country. Perhaps it was captured in some distant age and placed in the cave by the priests, to figure as an incarnation of the snake that was the object of their worship. End of footnote. Hearing the disturbance in the water, the reptile had emerged from the cave where it dwelt beneath the feet of the idol, to seek its accustomed food, which consisted of human victims that were cast to it at certain intervals. It reared its hideous head and glared round. Then of a sudden the monster and the victim vanished together into the depths. Sick with horror, Leonard drew himself back into a sitting posture and glanced up at Juanna. She was crouched in her ivory chair, overcome, and her eyes were closed, either through faintness or to shut out the sight of dread. Then he looked down at Otter. The dwarf, staring fixedly at the water, sat still as the stone effigy that supported him. Evidently, in all his varied experience, he had seen no such thing as this. "The snake has accepted the sacrifice," cried Nam again. "The snake has taken her who was his bride to dwell with him in his holy house. Let the offerings be completed, for this is but the first fruit. Take Olfan, who was king, and offer him up. Cast down the white servants of the mother, and offer them up. Seize the slaves who stood before her in the plain, and offer them up. Lead forth the captives, and offer them up. Let the sacrifice of crowning of kings be accomplished according to custom, that the god whose name is Jal may be appeased, that he may listen to the pleadings of the mother, that the sun may shine upon us, that fruitfulness may fill the land, and peace be within its gates. Thus he cried while Leonard felt his blood turn cold and his hair rise upon his head, for though he could not understand the words, he guessed their purport, and his instinct told him that a great danger threatened them. He looked at the two priests who stood by, and they glared hungrily on him in answer. Then his courage came back to him. At least he had his rifle, and would fight for his life. It must go hard if he could not put a bullet through one or both of them before they got hold of him. Meanwhile the priests below had seized the king Olfan, whose giant form they were dragging towards the stone of sacrifice. But of a sudden, for the first time, Juanna spoke, and a deep silence fell upon the temple and all within it. "Hearken, people of the mist," she said, and her voice, falling from that great height, seemed small and far away, although so clear that every word was audible in the stillness of the night. "Hear me, people of the mist, and ye, priests of the snake. Aca is come again, and Jâl is come again, and ye have given them back their rule after many generations, and in their hands lies the life of every one of you. As the old tradition told of them, so they are, the mother and the child, and the one is clothed with beauty, the symbol of life and the fruitful earth, and the other is black and hideous, the symbol of death and the evil that walks upon the earth. And ye who would do sacrifice to Jâl, that he may be appeased according to the ancient law, and listen to the pleading of the mother that fruitfulness may fill the land. Not so shall Jâl be appeased, and not because of the sacrifice of men shall Aca plead with him that prosperity may reign in the land. Behold, the old law is done away, and we give you a new law. Now is the hour of reconciliation. Now life and death walk hand in hand, and the hearts of Aca and Jâl have grown gentle through the ages, and they no longer crave the blood of men as an offering to their majesty. Henceforth ye shall bring them fruits and flowers, and not the lives of men. See, in my hand I hold winter lilies, red and white. Blood red they are, and white as snow. Now the red flower, token of sacrifice and slaughter, I crush and cast away, but the white bloom of love and peace I set upon my breast. It is done, gone is the old law. See, it falls into the place of the snake, its home. But the new law blossoms above my heart and in it. Shall it not be so, my children, people of the mist? Will ye not accept my mercy and my love?" The multitude watched the red bloom as, bruised and broken, through the light and through the shadow, they fell slowly to the seething surface of the pool. Then it looked up like one man, and saw the white lily set upon Juanna's whiter breast. They saw, and moved by a common impulse, they rose with a sound like the rush of the wind and shouted: "Gone is the day of blood and sacrifice, come is the day of peace. We thank you, Mother, and we take your mercy and your love." Then they were silent, and again there was a sound like that of the wind, as all their thousands sank back to their seats of stone. Now Nam spoke again in a voice of fury that rang through the still air like a clarion. "What is this that my ears hear?" he cried. "Are ye mad, O ye dwellers in the mist, or does the Mother speak with a charmed voice? Shall the ancient worship be changed in an hour? Nay, not the gods themselves can alter their own worship. Slay on, ye priests, slay on, or ye yourselves shall die the dreadful death." The priests below heard, and seizing the struggling king, they cast him with difficulty down upon the stone. "Leonard, Leonard," cried Juanna in English, addressing him for the first time by his Christian name, and even then he noticed, but looking straight before her that none might guess to whom she spoke. "These priests are going to kill you and all of us, except Otter and myself. If you can, when you see me point with my hand, Shoot that man who is about to sacrifice the king. Make no answer." Leonard heard and understood all. Resting his back firmly against the thumb of the statue, he shifted his position a little, so that the group below him came within his line of sight, and waited, watching Juanna, who now was speaking again in the language of the people of the mist. "This I promise you, ministers of blood," she said. "If ye obey me not, ye shall indeed die the dreadful death, the death unknown. Hearken, my servant, who are named Deliverer," and she looked down upon Leonard, "and do my bidding. If one of these shall dare lift his hand against yonder man, slay him swiftly as you know how." "Smite on!" screamed Nam, "smite on and fear not." Most of the priests drew back affrighted, but one ruffian lifted his knife, and at that moment Juanna pointed with her hand. Then Leonard, stepping forward, covered the priest's great breast with his rifle as surely as the uncertain light would allow. Unconscious of his danger, the executioner muttered an invocation. Now the knife was about to fall upon the throat of Olfan, when fire and smoke sprang out far above him. The rifle rang and shot through the heart. The priest leaped high into the air and fell dead. Terror seized the witnesses of this unaccustomed and to them most awful sight. "The gods speak with flame and thunder," one cried, "and death is in the flame." "Silence, dogs!" screamed Nam. "Ye are bewitched. Hold, you that stand on high, cast down the wizard who is named Deliverer, and let us see who will deliver him from death upon the stone." Then one of the guards who stood by him made a movement to grasp Leonard and throw him down, but the other was terrified and could not stir. The first man stretched out his arm, but before it so much as touched its aim, he himself was dead. For seeing his purpose, Leonard had lifted the rifle, and once more its report rang through the temple. Suddenly the priest threw his arms wide, then fell backwards, and with a mighty rush dived into the sheer space to crash lifeless on the stone floor below, where he lay, his head and hands hanging over the edge of the pool. Now for the first time Otter's emotion overcame him. He stood up on the knees of the dwarf, and shaking the sceptre in his hand, he pointed with it to the dead man on the paving below, at the same time crying in stentorian tones, "Well done, boss, well done. Now tumble the old one yonder off his perch, for I weary of his howlings." This speech of Otter's produced even a greater effect on the spectators, if that were possible, than the mysterious death of the priests. That he whose name was Silence should cry aloud in a strange tongue, of which they understood no single word, was a dread and ominous thing that showed his anger to be deep. But Leonard took no heed. He was too engaged in covering the second guard with the barrel of his repeater. This man, however, had no liking for such a dreadful death. Swiftly he flung himself on to his knees, imploring Leonard to spare him in humble accents, and with gestures that spoke more plainly than his words. Taking advantage of the pause, again Juanna cried aloud, "Ye see, people of the mist, I make no idle threats. Where are they now, the disobedient ones? The tongue of flame has licked them and they are dead. As they have perished, so shall perish all who dare to gainsay my word, or the word of Jâl. Ye know us for gods, and ye have crowned us kings, and gods and kings we are indeed. Yet fear not, for on the rebellious only shall our anger fall. Answer you, Nam, will you do our bidding, or will you die also as your servants died?" Nam glanced round desperately. He looked down on the multitude and found no help there. Long they had cowered beneath him, now hope was born in their breasts, and in the presence of a power greater than his, if only for a little while, They broke his yoke and the yoke of their red superstitions. He looked at the company of priests. Their heart was out of them. They were huddled together like knots of frightened sheep, staring at the corpses of their two companions. Then he bethought him of Otter. Surely there was refuge in the god of blood and evil, and he cried to him: "The mother has spoken, but the mother is not the child. Say, old Yaw, what is your command?" Otter made no answer, because he did not understand, but Juanna replied swiftly: "I am the mouth of Yaw, as Yaw is my hand. When I speak the words of Yaw. Do his bidding and mine, or die, you disobedient servant." This was the end of it. Nam was beaten. For the first time in his life he must own a master, and that master the gods whom he himself discovered and proclaimed. "So be it," he said suddenly. "The old order passes and the new order comes. So be it. Let your will be done, O Aca and old Jâl. I have striven for your glory. I have fed your altars, and ye threaten me with death and put away my gift. Priest, set free that man who was king. People, have your way. Forget your ancient paths, pluck the white flower of peace, and perish. I have said." So he spoke from on high, shaking his clenched fists above his hoary head, and was gone. Then the executioners unbound the limbs of the ex-king, and he rose from the stone of death. "Olfen," cried Juanna from on high, "you that were king, we, who have taken your kingship, give you life and liberty and honour. See that in reward you serve us well, lest again you should lie upon that bed of stone. Do you swear fealty to us?" "For ever and for ever I swear it by your holy heads," answered Olfen. "It is well. Now, under us once more, we give you command of the armies of this people, our children. Summon your captains and your soldiers. Bid those that brought us hither lead us back whence we came, and there set guards about us so that none trouble us. For you, our people, for this time fare you well. Go in peace, to dwell in peace beneath the shadow of our strength. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Olfen tells of the rubies. It was at this juncture that Francisco recovered his senses. "Oh," he gasped, opening his eyes and sitting up. "Is it done? Am I dead?" "No, no, you are alive and safe," answered Leonard. "Stay where you are, and don't look over the edge or you will faint again. Here, take my hand. Now, you brute," and he made energetic motions to the surviving priest, indicating that he must lead them back along the path by which they had come, at the same time tapping his rifle significantly. The man understood and started down the darksome tunnel as though he were glad to go, Leonard holding his robe with one hand, while with the other he pressed the muzzle of the loaded rifle against the back of his neck. Francisco followed, leaning on Leonard's shoulder, for he could not walk alone. As they had come, so they returned. They passed down the steps of stone which were hollowed in the body of the colossus. They traversed the long underground tunnel, and at length, to their intense relief, once more they stood upon the solid ground and in the open air. Now that the moon was up and the mist which had darkened the night had melted, they could see their whereabouts. They had emerged upon a platform of rock within a bowshot of the great gates of the palace, from whence the secret subterranean passage used by the priests was gained, its opening being hidden cunningly among the stonework of the temple. "I wonder where the others are," asked Leonard anxiously of Francisco. As he spoke, Juanna, wrapped in her dark cloak, appeared, apparently out of the stones of the wall, and with her Otter, the settlement men bearing their dead companion, and a considerable company of priests, among whom, however, Nam was not to be seen. "Oh, is that you, Leonard?" said Juanna in English, and in a voice broken with fear. "Thank Heaven that you are safe." "Thank Heaven that we all are safe," he answered. "Come, let us get on. No, we can walk, thank you," and he waved away the priests, who produced the litters from where they had hidden them under the wall. The men fell back and they walked on. At the gate of the palace a welcome sight met their eyes, for here stood Olfan, and with him at least 100 captains and soldiers, who lifted their spears in salute as they advanced. "Olfan, hear our bidding," said Juanna. "Suffer no priests of the Snake to enter the palace gates. We give you command over them, even till death. Set guards at every doorway and come with us." The ex-king bowed and issued some orders, in obedience to which the sullen priests fell back murmuring. Then they all passed the gates, crossed the courtyard, and presently stood in the torch-lit throne room, where Juanna had slept on the previous night. Here food had been prepared for them by Soa, who looked at them curiously, especially at Leonard and Francisco, as though, indeed, she had never expected to see them again. "Hearken, Olfan," said Juanna. "We have saved your life tonight, and you have sworn fealty to us. Is it not so?" "It is so, Queen," the warrior answered, "and I will be faithful to my oath. This heart, that but for you had now been cold, beats for you alone. The life you gave back to me is yours, and for you I live and die." As he spoke he glanced at her with an expression in which, as it seemed to Juanna, human feelings was mixed with supernatural awe. Was it possible, she wondered, with a thrill of fear, that this savage king was mingling his worship of the goddess with admiration of the woman? And did he begin to suspect that she was no goddess after all? Time would show, but at least the look in his eyes alarmed her. "Fear not," he went on. "1,000 men shall guard you night and day. The power of Nam is broken for a while, and now all this company may sleep in peace." "It is well, Olfan. Tomorrow morning, after we have eaten, we will talk with you again, for we have much to say. Till then, watch." The great man bowed and went, and at last they were alone. "Let us eat," said Leonard. "What is this, spirit, or a very good imitation of it? Well, I never wanted a glass of brandy more in my life." When they had finished their meal, at the request of Leonard, Juanna translated all that had been said in the temple, and among her listeners there was none more interested than Soa. "Say, Soa," said Leonard, when she had finished, "you did not expect to see us come back alive, did you? Is that why you stayed away?" "No, Deliverer," she answered. "I thought that you would be killed, every one of you, and so it must have come about, had it not been for the Shepherdess. Also I stayed away because those who have looked upon the Snake once do not desire to see him again. Many years ago I was bride to the Snake, Deliverer, and, had I not fled, my fate would have been the fate of her who died this night." "Well, I do not wonder that you choose to go," said Leonard. "Oh, Baas," broke in Otter, "why did you not shoot that old medicine man as I told you? It would have been easy when you were about it, Baas, and now he would have been broken like an eggshell thrown from the housetop, and not alive and full of the meat of malice. He is mad with rage and wickedness, and I say that he will kill us all if he can." "I rather wish I had," said Leonard, pulling his beard. "I thought of it, but could not do everything. And on future occasions, Otter, will you remember that your name is Silence? Luckily these people do not understand you, If they did, you would ruin us all. What is the matter, Soa?" "Nothing, Deliverer," she answered. "Only I was thinking that Nam is my father, and I am glad that you did not shoot him, as this black dog, who is named a god, suggests." "Of gods I know nothing, you old cow," answered Otter angrily. "They are far off people, though it seems that I am one of them, at any rate among these fools your kinsmen. But of dogs I can tell you something, and it is that they bite." "Yes, and cows toss dogs," said Soa, showing her teeth. "Here is another complication," thought Leonard to himself. "One day this woman will make friends with her venerable parent and betray us, and then where shall we be? Well, among so many dangers an extra one does not matter." "I must go to bed," said Juanna faintly. "My head is swimming. I cannot forget those horrors and that giddy place. When I first saw where I was I nearly fainted and fell, but after a while I grew more used to it. Indeed, while I was speaking to the people I quite forgot my fear, and the height seemed to exhilarate me. What a sight it was! When all is said and done, it is a grand thing to have lived through such an experience. I wonder if anyone has ever seen its like. "You are a marvellous woman, Juanna," said Leonard with admiration. "We owe our lives to your wit and courage." "You see, I was right in insisting on coming with you," she answered, somewhat aggressively. "For our sake, yes; for your own, I am not so sure. To tell you the truth, I think that we should have done better never to have started on this mad expedition. However, things look a little more promising now, though Nam and his company have still to be reckoned with, and we don't seem much nearer the rubies, which are our main object." "No," said Juanna, "they are gone, and we shall be lucky if we do not follow them into the home of that hideous snake. Good night." "Francisco," said Leonard, as he rolled himself up in his blanket, "you had a narrow escape tonight. If I had missed my hold——" "Yes, Outram, it was lucky for me that your arm is strong and your mind quick. I am a dreadful coward, and I can see the place now," and he shuddered. "Always from a child I have believed that I shall die by a fall from some height, and tonight I thought that my hour had come. At first I did not understand, for I was watching the Señora's face in the moonlight, and to me she looked like an angel. Then I saw, and my senses left me. It was as though hands were stretched up from the blackness to drag me down. Yes, I saw the hands. But you saved me, Outram, though that will not help me, for I shall perish in some such way at last. So be it. It is best that I should die, who cannot conquer the evil of my heart." "Nonsense, my friend," said Leonard. "Don't talk like that about dying. We can none of us afford to die just at present, that is, unless we are obliged to do so. Your nerves are upset, and no wonder. As for the evil of your heart, I wish that most men had as little. The world would be better. Come, go to sleep. You will feel very differently tomorrow." Francisco smiled sadly and shook his head. Then he knelt and began to say his prayers. The last thing that Leonard saw before his eyes closed in sleep was the rapt, girlish face of the priest, round which the light of the taper fell like an aureole as he knelt muttering prayer after prayer with his pale lips. It was 9 o'clock before Leonard awoke next morning, for they had not slept till nearly 4, to find Francisco already up, dressed, and, as usual, praying. When Leonard was ready they adjourned to Juanna's room, where breakfast was prepared for them. Here they found Otter looking somewhat disturbed. "Baas, baas," he said, "they have come and will not go away." "Who?" asked Leonard. "The woman, baas, she who was given to me to wife, and many other women, her servants, with her." "There are more than 20 of them outside, baas, and all of them very big. Now, what shall I do with her, Baas? I came here to serve you and to seek the red stones that you desire, and not a woman tall enough to be my grandmother." "I really don't know and don't care," answered Leonard. "If you will be a god you must take the consequences. Only beware, Otter. Lock up your tongue, for this woman will teach you to speak her language, and she may be a spy." "Yes, Baas, I will see to that. Is not my name Silence, and shall women make me talk, me who have always hated them? But the Baas would not like to marry her himself. I am a god, as you say, though it was you who made me one, Baas, not I, and my heart is large. I will give her to you, Baas." "Certainly not," answered Leonard decidedly. "See if the breakfast is ready. No, I forgot, you are a god, so climb up into the throne and look the part of it, if you can." As he spoke, Juanna came from her room, looking a little pale, and they sat down to breakfast. Before they had finished their meal, Soa announced that Olfan was waiting without. Juanna ordered him to be admitted, and presently he entered. "Is all well, Olfan?" asked Juanna. "All is well, Queen," he answered. "Nam and 300 of his following held council at dawn in the house of the priests yonder. There is much stir and talk in the city, but the hearts of the people are light because their ancient gods have come back to us, bringing peace with them." "Good," said Juanna. Then she began to question him artfully on many things, and by degrees they learnt more of the people of the mist. It seemed, as Leonard had already guessed, that they were a very ancient race, having existed for countless generations on the same misty upland plains. They were not, however, altogether isolated, for occasionally they made war with other savage tribes, but they never intermarried with these tribes, all the captives taken in their wars being offered in sacrifice at the religious festivals. The real governing power in the community was the Society of the Priests of the Snake, who held their office by hereditary tenure, outsiders being admitted to their body only under very exceptional circumstances. The council of this society chose the kings, and when they were weary of one of them, they sacrificed him and chose another, either from among his issue or elsewhere. This being the custom, as may be imagined, the relations between Church and State were much strained, but hitherto, as Olfan explained with suppressed rage, the Church had been supreme. Indeed, the king for the time being was only its mouthpiece, or executive officer. He led the armies, but the superstitions of the people, and even of the soldiers themselves, prevented him from wielding any real power, and unless he chanced to die naturally, his end was nearly always the same: to be sacrificed when the seasons were bad, or Jâl was angry. The country was large but sparsely populated. The fighting men numbered not more than 4,000, of whom about half lived in the great city, the rest occupying villages here and there on the mountain slopes. As a rule, the people were monogamous, except the priests. It was the custom of sacrifice which kept the population to its low level, made the powers of the priests absolute, and their wealth greater than that of all the other inhabitants of the country put together, for they chose the victims that had offended against Jâl or against the mother goddess, and confiscated their possessions to the service of the temple. Thus the great herds of half-wild cattle which the travellers had seen on the plains belonged to the priests, and the priests took a fourth of the produce of every man's field and garden, that is, when they did not take it all, and his life with it. Twice every year great festivals were held in the temple of Jâl, at the beginning of the spring season, and in the autumn after the ingathering of the crops. At each of these festivals Many victims were offered in sacrifice, some upon the stone, and some by being hurled into the boiling pool beneath the statue, there to be consumed by the snake, or swept down the secret course of the underground river. The feast celebrated in the spring was sacred to Jâl, and that in the autumn to the mother goddess. But there was this difference between them, that at the spring ceremony female victims only were sacrificed to Jâl to propitiate him and to avert his evil influence, while at the autumn celebration males alone were offered up to the mother goddess in gratitude for her gifts of plenty. Also, criminals were occasionally thrown to the snake that his hunger might be satisfied. The priests had other rites, Olfan added, and these they would have an opportunity of witnessing if the spring festival, which should be celebrated on the second day from that date, were held according to custom. "It shall not be celebrated," said Juanna almost fiercely. Then Leonard, who had hitherto listened in silence, asked the question through Juanna. "How is it," he said, "that Nam and his fellows, being already in absolute power, were so willing to accept the gods Jâl and Aca when they appeared in person, seeing that henceforth they must obey, not rule?" "For two reasons, Lord," Olfan answered. "First, because the gods are gods, and their servants know them, and secondly, because Nam has of late stood in danger of losing his authority. Of all the chief priests that have been told of, Nam is the most cruel and the most greedy. For 3 years he has doubled the tale of sacrifice, and though the people love these sights of death, they murmur, for none know upon whom the knife shall fall. Therefore he was glad to greet the gods come back, since he thought that they would confirm his power and set him higher than he sat before. Now he is astonished, because they proclaim peace and will have none of the sacrifice of men, for Nam does not love such gentle gods." "Yet he shall obey them," said Otter, speaking for the first time by the mouth of Juanna, who all this while was acting as interpreter, "or drink his own medicine, for I myself will sacrifice him to myself." When Juanna had translated the dwarf's bloodthirsty threat, Olfan bowed his head meekly and smiled. Clearly the prospect of Nam's removal did not cause him unmixed grief. It was curious to see this stately warrior chief humbling his pride before the misshapen, knob-nosed Kaffir. "Say, Olfan," asked Leonard, "who cut from rock the great statue on which we sat last night? And what is that reptile we saw when the woman was thrown into the pool of troubled waters?" "Ask the water dweller of the water dweller, the snake of the snake, and the dwarf of his image," answered Olfan, nodding towards Otter. "How can I, who am but a man, tell of such things, Lord? I only know that the statue was fashioned in the far past, when we, who are now but a remnant, were a great people, and as for the snake, he has always lived there in his holy place. Our grandfathers' grandfathers knew him, and since that day he has not changed." "Interesting fact in natural history," said Leonard. "I wish I could get him home alive to the Zoological Gardens." Then he asked another question. "Tell me, Olfan, what became of the red stones yesterday, and of him who offended in offering them to the god yonder?" "The most of them were cast into the pit of waters, Lord, there to be hidden for ever. There were 3 hide sacks full." "Oh heavens!" groaned Leonard, when Juanna had translated this. "Otter, you have something to answer for." "But the choices," went on Olfan, "were put into a smaller bag and tied about the neck of the man who had sinned. They were not many, but among them were the largest stones that until yesterday shone in the eyes of the idol, stones blue and red together. Also there was that stone, shaped like a human heart, which hitherto has been worn by the high priest on the days of sacrifice." and with it the image of the dwarf fashioned from a single gem, and that of the water-dweller cut from the great blue stone, and other smaller ones chosen because of their beauty, and also because they have been known for long in the land. For although many of these pebbles are found where the priests dig for them, but few are large and perfect, and the art of shaping them is lost. "And what became of the man?" Leonard asked, speaking as quietly as he could, for his excitement was great. "Nay, I do not know," answered Olfan. "I only know that he was let down with ropes into the home of the Snake, and that he gained the holy place, for it was told to me that he dragged rope after him, perhaps as he fled before the Snake. Now it was promised to the man that when he had laid the bag of stones in the place of the Snake, for the Snake to guard forever, his sins would be purged, and if it pleased the water-dweller to spare him, that he should be drawn up again. Thus Nam swore to him, but he did not keep his oath, for when the man had entered the cave he bade those who held the ropes to cast them loose, and I know not what happened to him. But doubtless he is food for the Snake. None who look upon that holy place may live to see the sun again." "I only hope that the brute did not swallow the rubies as well as their bearer," said Leonard to Juanna. "Not that there is much chance of our getting them anyway." Then Olfan went, nor did he return till the afternoon, when he announced that Nam and his two principal priests waited without to speak with them. Juanna ordered that they should be admitted, and presently they came in. Their air was humble, and their heads were bowed, but Leonard saw fury gleaming in their sombre eyes, and was not deceived by this mask of humility. "We come, O ye gods," said Nam, addressing Juanna and Otter, who sat side by side on the throne-like chairs. "We come to ask your will, for ye have laid down a new law which we do not understand. On the 3rd day from now is the feast of Jah, and 50 women are made ready to be offered to Jah, that his wrath may be appeased with their blood, and he may number their spirits among his servants, and withhold his anger from the people of the mist, giving them a good season. This has been the custom of the land for many a generation, and whenever the custom was broken, the sun has not shone, nor the corn grown, nor have the cattle and the goats multiplied after their kind. But now, O ye gods, you have proclaimed a new law, and I, who am yet your servant, come hither to ask your will. How shall the feast go, and what sacrifice shall be offered unto you?" "The feast shall go thus," answered Juanna. "Ye shall offer us a sacrifice indeed. To each of us shall ye offer an ox and a goat, and the ox and the goat shall be given to the Snake to feed him, but not the flesh of men. Moreover, the feast shall be held at noon, and not in the night time." "An ox and a goat, to each an ox and a goat," said Nam humbly, but in a voice of bitterest sarcasm. "As ye will, so let it be, O ye gentle-hearted gods, and the festival shall be held at noon, and not in the night season as of old. As ye will, O ye kind gods, your word is my law. O Aca and O Jâl," and bowing to the ground, the aged man withdrew himself, followed by his satellites. "That devilish priest makes my flesh creep," said Juanna, when she had translated his words. "Oh, Baas, Baas," echoed Otter, "why did you not shoot him while you might? Now he will surely live to throw us to the Snake." As he spoke, Soa advanced from behind the thrones where she had taken refuge when Nam entered. "It is not well for a dog who gives himself out as a god to threaten the life of one whom he has tricked," she said meaningly. "Perchance the hour shall come when the true god will avenge himself on the false, and by the hand of his faithful servant, whom you would do to death, you base born dwarf." and before anyone could answer she left the chamber, casting a malevolent look at Otter as she went. "That servant of yours makes my flesh creep, Juanna," said Leonard. "One thing is clear enough: we must not allow her to overhear any more of our plans. She knows a great deal too much already." "I cannot understand what has happened to Soa," said Juanna. "She seems so changed." "You made that remark before, Juanna, but for my part I don't think she is changed. The sight of her amiable parent has developed her hidden virtues, that is all." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sacrifice after the New Order. The third day came, the day of sacrifice after the new order. Nothing particular had happened in the interval. Leonard and Francisco took some walks through the city, guarded by Peter and the settlement men. That was all. They did not see much there, except the exteriors of the houses built of stone and roofed with turves, and the cold stare of curiosity with which they were followed by hundreds of eyes gave them a sense of unrest that effectually checked their efforts at closer examination. Once, indeed, they halted in the market-place, which was thronged, whereon all business ceased, and seller, buyer, herdsman, and presiding priests flocked around, staring at them, half in fear and half in curiosity, for they had never seen white men before. This they could not bear, so they returned to the palace. Of course, Otter and Juanna, being divine, were not allowed to indulge in such recreations. They were gods and must live up to their reputation. For one day Otter endured it. On the second, in spite of Leonard's warnings, he sought refuge in the society of the bride Saga. This was the beginning of evil, for if no man is a hero to his valet de chambre, much less can he remain a god for long in the eyes of a curious woman. Here, as in other matters, familiarity breeds contempt. Leonard saw these dangers and spoke seriously to the dwarf on the subject. Still he could not conceal from himself that, putting aside the question of his ennui, which made his conduct natural, at any rate in a savage, Otter's position was a difficult one. So Leonard shrugged his shoulders and consoled himself as best he could with the reflection that, at least, his wife would teach the dwarf something of her language, which, by the way, he himself was practising assiduously under the tuition of Juanna and Soa. At noon the party adjourned to the temple, escorted by a bevy of priests and soldiers, for in obedience to Juanna's commands the feast was to be celebrated in the daytime and not at night. As before, the vast amphitheatre was crowded with thousands of human beings, but there was a difference in the arrangements. Juanna and Otter had declined to occupy their lofty thrones, and sat in chairs at the feet of the huge and hideous stone idol, almost on the edge of the pool, Nam alone standing before them, while Leonard, Francisco, and the settlement men ranged themselves on either side. The day was cold and miserable, and snow fell from time to time in large flakes from an ashen sky. Presently Nam addressed the multitude. "People of the Mist," he cried, "ye are gathered here to celebrate the feast of Jâl, according to ancient custom, but the gods have come back to you, as ye know, and the gods in their wisdom have changed the custom. 50 women were prepared for the sacrifice. This morning they rose rejoicing, deeming that they were destined to the Snake, but now their joy is turned to sorrow, since the gods will not accept them, having chosen a new offering for themselves. Let it be brought forward." At his word lads appeared from behind the idol, driving 2 lean bulls, and with them a pair of he-goats. Whether by accident or design, they drove them so unskilfully that the animals blundered hither and thither over the rocky platform, till they were finally dispatched with blows from clubs and axes, that is, except one goat, which, escaping its pursuers, rushed down the amphitheatre and scrambled from seat to seat among the audience, uttering a succession of terrified baas. Indeed, the scene was so comic that even that sombre and silent people began to laugh, accustomed as they were on these occasions to the hideous and impressive ceremonial of the midnight sacrifice of so many human beings. The ancient feast was a fiasco. This was a fact which could not be concealed. "Begone, ye people of the mist," said Nam presently, pointing to the dead animals. "The sacrifice is sacrificed. The festival of Yah is done. May the Mother plead with the Snake that the sun may shine and fruitfulness bless the land." Now scarcely 10 minutes had elapsed since the beginning of the ceremony, which in the ordinary course of events lasted through the greater part of the night, for it was the custom to slaughter each victim singly and with appropriate solemnities. A murmur of disapprobation arose from the far end of the amphitheatre, that swelled gradually to a roar. The people had been thankful to accept Juanna's message of peace, but, brutalized as they were by the continual sight of bloodshed, they were not willing to dispense with their carnivals of human sacrifice. A Roman audience gathered to witness a gladiatorial show, to find themselves treated instead to a donkey race and a cockfight, could scarcely have shown more fury. "Bring out the women, let the victims be offered up to Jâl as of old," the multitude yelled in their rage, and 10 minutes or more elapsed before they could be quieted. Then Nam addressed them cunningly. "People of the mist," he said, "the gods have given us a new law, a law, the sacrifice of oxen and goats in the place of men and maids, and ye yourselves have welcomed that law. No longer shall the blood of victims flow to Jâl beneath the white rays of the moon, while the chant of his servants goes up to heaven. Nay, henceforth this holy place must be a shambles for the kine. So be it, my children. In my old age I hear the gods speaking in an altered voice, and I obey them. It is nothing to me, who am about to die, yet I tell you that rather would I myself be stretched upon the ancient stone than see the worship of our forefathers thus turned into a mockery. The sacrifice is sacrificed. Now may the maid intercede with the Snake that plenty may bless the land." And he smiled satirically and turned away. Those of the audience who were near enough to hear his words cried them out to the ranks behind them, and when all understood, there followed a scene of most indescribable tumult. "Blood, give us blood!" roared the populace, their fierce faces alight with rage. "Shall we be mocked with the sacrifice of goats? Offer up the servants of the false gods. Give us blood. Lead forth the victims." In the midst of this uproar, Juanna, clad in her white robes and with the red stone bound upon her brow, rose from her seat to speak. "Silence!" cried Nam. "Hear the voice of Aca," and by degrees the shouting died away and she spoke. "Do you dare thus offer outrages to the gods?" she cried. "Be warned, lest we bring death and famine upon you all. Men shall be offered up to us no more. I have spoken." For a while there was silence. Then the clamour broke out with redoubled violence, and a portion of the multitude made a rush round the edge of the pool towards the rocky platform, which was repelled by the soldiers in a very half-hearted way. "Now," said Olfan, "I think that these will do well to be going," and he pointed to Leonard, Francisco, and the settlement men. Doubtless the gods can defend themselves, but if the others do not fly, this is sure, that presently they will be torn to pieces." "Let us all go," said Juanna, whose nerve began to fail her, and suiting the action to the word, she led the way towards the rock tunnel, followed by the others. They were not allowed to reach it unmolested, however, for a number of the crowd, headed, as Leonard noticed, by two priests, forced their way through the cordon of guards and became mixed with the rear of their little party, the members of which they threatened and struck at savagely. This happened just as they were entering the mouth of the tunnel, behind the statue, where the gloom was great. This tunnel was protected by a door, which, so soon as they thought that all had passed, Olfan and Leonard made haste to close, leaving the mob howling without. Then they pressed on to the palace, which they reached in safety, Olfan remaining behind, however, to watch the movements of the mob. "Oh, why would you not suffer them to sacrifice according to their wicked custom, Shepherdess?" said Otter. "What does it matter if they kill each other? So there shall be fewer of them. Now the end of it must be that the devils will find us out and murder us." "No, no," said Francisco, "the Senora was right. Let us trust in Providence and keep ourselves clean from such iniquity." As he spoke, the roars of wrath in the distance changed to a shout of triumph, followed by silence. "What is that?" said Juanna faintly. At this moment Olfan pushed the curtains aside and entered, and his face was heavy. "Speak, Olfan," she said. "The people sacrifice as of old, Queen," he answered. "All of us did not pass the gate. Two of your black servants were mixed up with the crowd and left, and now they offer them to Jâl and others with them." Leonard ran to the yard and counted the settlement men, who were huddled together in their fear, staring towards the temple through the bars of the gate. 2 were missing. As he returned, he met Olfan coming out. "Where is he going?" he asked of Juanna. "To guard the gates. He says that he cannot be sure of the soldiers. Is it true about the settlement men?" "Alas, yes. 2 are gone." She hid her face in her hands and shuddered. "Poor creatures," she said presently in a hoarse voice. "Why did we ever bring them here? Oh, Leonard, is there no escape from this land of demons?" "I hope so," he answered, then added, "Come, Juanna, do not give way. Things look so bad that they are sure to mend." "There is need of it," she sobbed. All that evening and night they watched, hourly expecting to be attacked and dragged forth to sacrifice, but no attack was made. Indeed, on the morrow they learnt from Olfan that the people had dispersed after sacrificing about a score of human beings, and that quiet reigned in the city. Now began the most dreadful of their trials, and the longest, for it endured 5 whole weeks. As has been said, the climate of these vast upland plains, backed by snow-clad mountains that are the dwelling place of the People of the Mist, is cold during the winter months to the verge of severity, but at a certain period of the year, almost invariably within a day or two of the celebration of the feast of Jâl, the mists and frost vanish, and warm weather sets in with bright sunshine. This is the season of the sowing of crops, and upon the climatic conditions of the few following weeks depends the yield of the harvest. Should the spring be delayed by even a week or two, a short crop would certainly result, but if its arrival is postponed for a month, it means something like a famine during the following winter. For although this people dwell on highlands, they cultivate the same sorts of grain which are common in these latitudes, namely maize and sundry varieties of Kaffir corn, having no knowledge of wheat and the other hardy cereals. Therefore it is all important to them that the corn should have a fair start, for if the autumn frosts catch it before it is fit to harvest, the great portion of the crop turns black and is rendered useless. These agricultural details had no small bearing upon the fate of our adventurers. The feast of Yah was celebrated in order to secure a good seed bed and springtime for the grain. Juanna and Otter had abolished the hideous ceremonies of that feast, and the people of the mist watched for the result with a gloomy and superstitious eye. If the season proved more than ordinarily good, all might go well, but if it chanced to be bad, and, as was to be expected, seeing how much depended upon it, this spring proved the very worst which any living man could remember in that country. Day after day the face of the sun was hidden with mists that only yielded to the bitter winds which blew from the mountains at night, so that when the spring should have been a month old, the temperature was still that of midwinter, and the corn would not start at all. Leonard and Juanna soon discovered what this meant for them, and never was the aspect of weather more anxiously scanned than by these two from day to day. In vain every morning the blanket of cold mist fell like a cloud, blotting out the background of the mountains, and every night the biting wind swept down upon them from the fields of snow, chilling them to the marrow. This state of things, wretched enough in itself, was only one of many miseries which afflicted them. Otter and Juanna were still treated as gods indeed, and considerable respect was shown to Leonard and Francisco, that is, within the walls of the palace. But if, wearied with the monotony of their life, they went out, which they did twice only during these 5 dreadful weeks, matters were different. Then they found themselves followed by a mob of men, women and children, who glared at them ferociously and cursed them aloud, asking what their gods had done with the sunshine. On the second occasion, indeed, they were forced to fly for their lives, and after this they gave up making the attempt to walk abroad, and sat in the palace with Juanna and Otter, who, of course, never dared to leave it. It was a terrible life. There was nothing to do, nothing to read, and only anxieties to think on. The greater part of the day Leonard and Juanna occupied in talking for practice in the language of the people of the mist. When their conversation was exhausted, they told each other tales of their adventures in past years, or even invented stories like children, and prisoners. Indeed, they were prisoners, prisoners as they feared, under sentence of death. They grew to know each other very well during those 5 weeks, so well indeed that each could almost guess the other's thoughts, but no tender words ever passed their lips. On this subject, whatever their hearts might feel, their tongues were sealed, and in their curious perversity the chief object of each was to disguise the truth from the other. Moreover, Leonard never for one moment forgot that Juanna was his ward, a fact that in itself would have sufficed to cause him to conceal any tender emotions he might have felt towards her. So they lived side by side, lovers at heart, yet talking and acting as brother and sister might, and through it all were still happy after a fashion, because they were together. But Soa was not happy. She felt that her mistress no longer trusted her, and was at no loss to guess the cause. Day by day she stood behind them like a mummy at an Egyptian feast, and watched Leonard with ever-growing jealousy. Francisco, for his part, did not attempt to conceal his fears. He was certain that they were about to perish, and sought consolation in the constant practice of religion, which was edifying but scarcely improved him as a companion. As for Otter, he also believed that the hour of death was nigh, but being a fatalist, this did not trouble him much. On the contrary, in spite of Leonard's remonstrances, he began to live hard, betaking himself freely to the beer pot. When Leonard remonstrated with him, he turned somewhat sulky. "Today I am a god, Boss," he answered. "Tomorrow I may be carrion. While I am a god, let me drink and be merry. All my days also women have cursed me because I am ugly. Now my wife holds me great and beautiful. What is the good of thinking and looking sad? The end will come soon enough. Already Nam sharpens the knife for our hearts. Come and be merry with me, Boss, if the shepherdess will let you." "Do you take me for a pig like yourself?" said Leonard angrily. "Well, go your own way, foolish that you are, but beware of the beer and the spirits. Now you are beginning to know this language, and when you are drunk you talk. And do you think there are no spies here? That girl Saga is great niece to Nam, and you are besotted with her. Be careful lest you bring us all to death." "Thither we shall come anyway, so let us laugh before we weep, Baas," Otter replied sullenly. "Must I then sit here and do nothing till I die?" Leonard shrugged his shoulders and went. He could not blame the dwarf, who, after all, was a savage, and looked at things as a savage would, notwithstanding Francisco's earnest efforts to convert him. He sometimes wished, so deep was his depression, that he also was a savage and could do likewise. But the worst of their trials is still to be told. For the first week the settlement men stayed in the palace, their fears and the rumours that had reached them of the terrible fate of their two lost companions keeping them quiet. By degrees, however, this dread wore off, and one afternoon, wearied with the sameness of their life, they yielded to the solicitations of some men, who spoke to them through the bars of the great gate, and went out in a body without obtaining Leonard's permission. That night they returned drunk, at least 10 of them dead. The other 2 were missing. When they were sober again, Leonard questioned them as to the whereabouts of their companions, but they could give him no satisfactory information. They had been into various houses in the city, they said, where the people had plied them with beer, and they remembered nothing more. These 2 men never reappeared, but the rest of them, now thoroughly frightened, obeyed Leonard's orders and stayed in the palace, although the decoy men still came frequently to the gates and called them. They passed the days in wandering about and drinking to drown their fears, and the nights huddled together for protection from an unseen foe, more terrible and craftier than the leopard of their native rocks. But these precautions were all in vain. One morning, hearing a tumult among them, Leonard went to see what was the matter. 3 more of the settlement men were missing. They had vanished in the night, none could say how, vanished though the doors were barred and guarded. There where they had slept lay their guns and little possessions, but the men were gone, leaving no trace. When he was consulted, Olfan looked very grave, but could throw no light upon the mystery beyond suggesting that there were many secret passages in the palace, of which the openings were known only to the priests, and that possibly the men had been let down them. Terrible information enough for people in their position. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The last of the settlement men. On the day of the vanishing of the 3 settlement men, Nam paid his weekly visit to do honour to the gods, and Leonard, who by this time could make himself understood in the tongue of the people of the mist, attacked him as to the whereabouts of their lost servants. When he had finished, the priest answered with a cruel smile that he knew nothing of the matter. Doubtless, he said, the gods had information as to the fate of their own servants. It was not for him to seek those whom the gods had chosen to put away. Then, turning the subject, he went on to ask when it would please the mother to intercede with the snake that might cause the sun to shine and the corn to spring, for the people murmured, fearing a famine in the land. Of course, Juanna was able to give no satisfactory answer to the priest's questions, and after this the quarters of the settlement men were changed, and for a few days the survivors slept in safety. On the third night, however, two more of them were taken in the same mysterious manner, and one of those who remained swore that hearing something stir, he woke and saw the floor open, and a vision of great arms dragging his sleeping companions through the hole in it, which closed again instantly. Leonard hurried to the spot and made a thorough examination of the stone blocks of the pavement, but could find no crack in them. And yet, if the man had dreamed, how was the mystery to be explained? After this, with the exception of Otter, who, sure of the fate that awaited them, took little heed of how or when it might fall, none of the party could even sleep because of their terror of the unseen foe who struck in silence and in darkness, dragging the victim to some unknown awful end. Leonard and Francisco took it in turns to watch each other's slumbers, laying themselves to rest outside the curtain of Juanna's room. As for the survivors of the settlement men, their state can scarcely be described. They followed Leonard about, upbraiding him bitterly for leading them into this evil land, and cursing the hour when they first had seen his face. It would have been better, they said, that he should have left them to their fate in the slave camp than have brought them here to die thus. The Yellow Devil was at least a man, but these people were sorcerers and lost spirits in human shape. Nor did the horror stop here, for at last the head man Peter, a man whom they all liked and respected, went mad with fear, and ran to and fro in the palace yard, while the guards and women watched him with curious eyes as he shrieked out curses upon Juanna and Leonard. This shocking scene continued for some hours, for his companions would not interfere with him, vowing that he was possessed by a spirit, till at length he put a period to it by suddenly committing suicide. In vain did Leonard caution the survivors to keep their heads and watch at night. They flew to the beer which was supplied to them in plenty, and drank till they were insensible, and still one by one they vanished mysteriously, till at length all were gone. Never might Leonard forget his feeling when one day at dawn, in the 5th week of their incarceration, he hurried as usual to the chamber where the last two of the unfortunate men were accustomed to sleep, and found them not. There were their blankets, there was the place where they had been, and on it, laid carefully in the form of a St. Andrew's cross by some unknown hand, shone two huge sacrificial knives such as the priests wore at their girdles. Sick and faint with fear, he staggered back to the throne room. "Oh, what is it now?" said Juanna, who, early as it was, had risen already, looking at him with terrified eyes and trembling lips. "Only this," he answered hoarsely. "The last two have been taken, and here is what was left in place of them." And he cast down the knives on to the pavement. Then at last Juanna gave way. "Oh, Leonard, Leonard," she said, weeping bitterly, "they were my father's servants whom I have known since I was a child, and I have brought them to this cruel end. Can you not think of any way of getting out of this place? If not, I shall die of fear. I can sleep no more. I feel that I am watched at night, though I cannot tell by whom. Last night I thought that I heard someone moving near the curtain where you and Francisco lie, though Soa declares that it is fancy." "It is impossible," said Leonard. "Francisco was on guard. Ah, here he comes." As he spoke, Francisco entered the room with consternation written on his face. "Outram," he gasped, "someone must have been in the throne chamber where we slept last night. All the rifles have gone, ours and those of the settlement men also." "Great heavens!" said Leonard. But you were watching." "I suppose that I must have dozed for a few moments," answered the priest. "It's awful, awful. They are gone, and we are weaponless." "Oh, we cannot escape," moaned Juanna. "There is no hope of it," answered Leonard gloomily. "We are friendless here, except for Olfan, and he has little real power, for the priests have tampered with the captains and the soldiers who fear them. How can we get out of the city? And if we got out, what would become of us, unarmed and alone? All that we can do is keep heart and hope for the best. Certainly they are right who declare that no good comes of seeking after treasure, though I believe we shall live to win it yet," he added. "What, deliverer?" said a satirical voice behind him. "Do you still desire the red stones? Whose heart's blood shall soon redden a certain stone yonder? Truly, the greed of the white man is great." Leonard looked round. It was Soa who spoke, Soa who had been listening to their talk, and she was glaring at him with an expression of intense hate in her sullen eyes. A thought came into his mind. Was it not possible that this woman had something to do with their misfortunes? How came it about that the others were taken while she was left? "Who gave you leave, Soa," he said, looking her fixedly in the face, "to hearken to our words and thrust yourself into our talk?" "You have been glad enough of my counsel hitherto, white man," she answered furiously. "Who told you the tale of this people, and who led you to their land? Was it I or another?" "You, I regret to say," said Leonard coolly. "Yes, white man, I led you here that you might steal the treasure of my people like a thief. I did it because the shepherdess, my mistress, forced me to the deed, and in those days her will was my law. For her and you I came here to my death, and what has been my reward? I am put away from her. She has no kind word for me now. You are about her always, you hold her counsel, but to me her mind is as a shut door that I can no longer open. Aye, you have poisoned her against me, you and that black swine whom they call a god. Moreover, because she has learned to love you, white thief, wanderer without a kraal as you are, at your bidding she has also learned to hate me. Beware, white man, I am of this people, and you know their temper. It is not gentle. When they hate, they find a means to be revenged." And she ceased, gasping with rage. Indeed, at that moment Soa would have made no bad model for a statue of one of the Furies of Greek mythology. Then Juanna attempted to interfere, but Leonard waved her back. "So," he said, "as I thought, you are at the bottom of all this business. Perhaps you will not mind telling us what has become of your friends, the settlement men, or if you feel a delicacy on that point, how is it that you have escaped while they have vanished?" "I know nothing of the settlement men," answered the Fury, "except that they have been taken and sacrificed as was their meed, and as yet I have lifted no hand and said no word against you, though a breath from me would have swept you all to doom. Hitherto I have been spared for the same reason that you and Bald Pate yonder have been spared, because we are the body servants of the false gods, and are reserved to perish with them when the lie is discovered, or perhaps to live a while, set in cages in the market-place, to be mocked by passers-by, to serve as a warning to any whose monkey hearts should dare to plot sacrilege against the divinity of Aca and Jâl. Now, shepherdess, take your choice. As you know well, I have loved you from a babe, and I love you yet, though you have scorned me for this man's sake. Take your choice, I say. Cling to me and trust me, giving the deliverer to the priests, and I will save you. Cling to him, and I will bring shame and death upon you all, for my love shall turn to hate." At this juncture Leonard quietly drew his revolver, though at the time nobody noticed it except Francisco. Indeed, by now Juanna was almost as angry as Soa herself. "How dare you speak to me thus?" she said, stamping her foot. You whom from a child I have thought good and have trusted. What do you say? That I must give him who saved me from death over to death, in order that I may buy back your love and protect myself? You evil woman! I tell you that first I will die, as I would have died yonder in the slave camp." And she ceased, for her indignation was too great to allow her to say more. "So be it, shepherdess," said Soa solemnly. "I hear you. It was to be expected that you would prefer him whom you love to her who loves you. Yet, shepherdess, was it not I, after all, who saved you yonder in the slave camp? Doubtless I dream, but it seems to me that when those men who are dead deserted you, running this way and that in their fear, and, shepherdess, it is for this that I am glad that they are dead, and lifted no hand to save them, I followed you alone. It seems to me that, having followed you far till I could walk no more for hunger and weariness, I used my wit and bribed a certain white man, of the sort who would sell their sisters and blaspheme their mothers for a reward, to attempt your rescue. I bribed him with a gem of great price. Had there been 10 of them, that gem would have bought them all, and with the gem I told him the secret of the treasure which is here. He took the bribe, and being brave and desperate, he drew you out of the clutches of the yellow devil, though in that matter also I had some part. And then you loved him. Ah, could I have foreseen it, shepherdess, I had left you die in the slave camp, for then you had died loving me, who now hates me and casts me off for the sake of this white thief." Leonard could bear it no longer, and in the interest of their common safety he came to a desperate resolve. With an exclamation he lifted the pistol and covered Soa. Both Francisco and Juanna saw the act and sprang to him, the latter exclaiming, "Oh, what are you going to do?" "I propose to kill this woman before she kills us, that is all," he answered coldly. "No, no," cried Juanna. "She has been faithful to me for many years. I cannot see her shot." "Let the butcher do his work," mocked Soa. "It shall avail him little. Doubtless he is angry because I have spoken the truth about him," and she folded her arms upon her breast, awaiting the bullet. "What is to be done?" said Leonard desperately. "If I do not shoot her, she will certainly betray us." "Then let her betray," said Francisco. "It is written that you shall do no murder." "If you fear to shoot a woman, send for your black dog, white man," mocked Soa. "He would have killed my father, and doubtless this task also will be to his liking." "I can't do it. Get a rope and tie her up, Francisco," said Leonard. "We must watch her day and night. It will be a pleasant addition to our occupations. After all, it is only one more risk, which is no great matter among so many. I fancy the game is about played out anyhow." Francisco went for the rope and presently returned, accompanied by Otter. A month of furious dissipation had left its mark even on the dwarf's iron frame. His bright black eyes were bloodshot and unsteady, his hands shook, and he did not walk altogether straight. "You have been drinking again, you sot," said Leonard. "Go back to your drink. We are in sorrow here, and want no drunkards in our company. Now then, Francisco, give me that rope." "Yes, Baas, I have been drinking," answered the dwarf humbly. "It is well to drink before one dies, since we may not drink afterwards, and I think that the hour of death is at hand. Oh, shepherdess of the heavens, they said down yonder at the settlement that you were a great rainmaker. Now if you can make the rain to fall, can you not make the sun to shine? Wind and water are all very well, but we have too much of them here." "Hearken," said Leonard. "While you revelled, the last of Mavoom's men vanished, and these are left in their place," and he pointed to the knives. "It is so, Baas," answered Otter with a hiccup. "Well, they were a poor lot, and we shall not miss them. And yet I wish I were a man again and had my hands on the throat of that wizard Nam. Wow, but I would squeeze it." "It is your throat that will be squeezed soon, Otter," said Leonard. "Look here, God or no God, get you sober or I will beat you." "I am sober, Baas, I am indeed. Last night I was drunk. Today nothing is left but a pain here," and he tapped his great head. "Why are you tying up that old cow Soa, Baas?" "Because she threatens to use her horns, Otter. She says that she will betray us all." "Indeed, Baas. Well, it is in my mind that she has betrayed us already. Why do you not kill her and have done?" "Because the shepherdess here will have none of it," answered Leonard. "Also, I do not like the task." "I will kill her if you wish, Baas," said Otter with another hiccough. "She is wicked, let her die." "I have told you that the shepherdess will have none of it. Listen, we must watch this woman. We will guard her to-day, and you must take your turn to-night. It will keep you from your drink." "Yes, Baas, I will watch, though it would be better to kill her at once, for thus we should be spared trouble." Then they bound Soa securely and set her in a corner of the throne chamber, and all that day Leonard and Francisco mounted guard over her alternately. She made no resistance and said nothing. Indeed, it seemed as if a certain lassitude had followed her outbreak of rage, for she leaned her head back and slept, or made a pretence to sleep. The day passed uneventfully. Olfan visited them as usual, and told them that the excitement grew in the city. Indeed, the unprecedented prolongation of the cold weather was driving the people into a state of superstitious fury that must soon express itself in violence of one form or another, and the priests were doing everything in their power to foment the trouble. No immediate danger was to be apprehended, however. After sundown, Leonard and Francisco went out into the courtyard to inspect the weather according to their custom. There was no sign of a change. The wind blew as bitterly as ever from the mountains. The sky was ashen. The stars seemed far off and cold. "Will it never break?" said Leonard with a sigh, and re-entered the palace, followed by Francisco. Then, having solemnly cautioned Otter to keep a strict guard over Soa, they wrapped themselves up in their blankets in order to get some rest, which both of them needed sadly. Juanna had retired already, laying herself to sleep immediately on the other side of the curtain, for she feared to be alone. Indeed, they could see the tips of her fingers appearing beneath the bottom of the curtain. Very soon they were asleep, for even terror must yield at last to the necessities of rest, and a dense silence reigned over the palace, broken only by the tramp of the sentries without. Once Leonard opened his eyes, hearing something move, and instantly stretched out his hand to assure himself of Juanna's safety. She was there, for in her sleep her fingers had closed instinctively upon his own. Then he turned round and saw what had disturbed him. In the doorway of the chamber stood the bride of the Snake, Saga, a lighted torch in one hand and a gourd in the other, and very picturesque that handsome young woman looked, with her noble figure illumined by the glare of the torchlight. "What is the matter?" said Leonard. "It's all right, Baas," answered Otter. "The old woman here is as safe as a stone statue yonder, and quite as quiet. Saga brings me some water, that is all. I bade her do so because of the fire that rages inside of me and the pain in my head. Fear not, Baas, I do not drink beer when I am on guard." "Beer or water, I wish you would keep your wife at a distance," answered Leonard. "Come, tell her to be off." Then he looked at his watch, the hands of which he could just distinguish by the distant glare of the torch, and went to sleep again. This took place at 10 minutes past 11. When he awoke again, dawn was breaking, and Otter was calling to him in a loud, hoarse voice. "Baas," he said, "come here, Baas." Leonard jumped up and ran to him, to find the dwarf on his feet and staring vacantly at the wall against which Soa had been sitting. She was gone, but there on the floor lay the ropes with which she had been tied. Leonard sprang at Otter and seized him by the shoulders. "Wretched man," he cried, "you have been sleeping, and now she has escaped and we are lost." "Yes, Baas, I have been sleeping. Kill me if you wish, for I deserve it. And yet, Baas, never was I more wide awake in my life until I drank that water. I am not wont to sleep on guard, Baas." "Otter," said Leonard, "that wife of yours has drugged you." "It may be so, Baas. At least the woman has gone, and say, whither has she gone?" "To Nam, her father," answered Leonard. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Father and daughter. While Leonard and Otter spoke thus in their amazement, had they but known it, a still more interesting conversation was being carried on some 300 yards away. Its scene was a secret chamber hallowed in the thickness of the temple wall, and there the dramatis persona consisted of Nam, the high priest, Soa, Juanna's servant, and Saga, the wife of the snake. Nam was an early riser, perhaps because his conscience would not allow him to sleep, or because on this occasion he had business of importance to attend to. At any rate, on the morning in question, long before the break of dawn, he was seated in his little room alone, musing, and indeed his thoughts gave him much food for reflection. As has been said, he was a very aged man, and whatever may have been his faults, at least he was earnestly desirous of carrying on the worship of the gods according to the strict letter of the customs which had descended to him from his forefathers, and which he himself had followed all his life. In truth, from long consideration of them, their attributes, and the traditions concerning them, Nam had come to believe in the actual existence of these gods, although the belief was a qualified one, and somewhat half-hearted. Or, to put it less strongly, he had never allowed his mind to entertain active doubt of the spiritual beings whose earthly worship was so powerful a factor in his own material rule and prosperity, and in that of his class. In its issue, this half-faith of his had been sufficiently real to induce him to accept Otter and Juanna when they arrived mysteriously in the land. It had been prophesied that they should arrive thus, that was a fact, and their outward appearance exactly fitted every detail of the prophecy, that was another fact, and these two facts together seemed to point to a conclusion so irresistible that, shrewd and experienced as he was, Nam was unable to set it down to mere coincidence. Therefore, in the first rush of his religious enthusiasm, he had accorded a hearty welcome to the incarnations of the divinities whom for some 80 years he had worshipped as powers spiritual. But though pious zeal had much to do with this action, as often informed Juanna, it was not devoid of worldly motives. He desired the glory of being the discoverer of the gods. He desired also the consolidation of the rule which his cruelties had shaken, that must result from their advent. All this was well enough, but he had never even dreamed that the first step of these new divinities would be to discard the ancient ceremonial, without which his office would become a sinecure and his power a myth, and even to declare an active hostility against himself. Were they or were they not gods? This was the question that exercised his mind. If there was truth in the prophecies, they should be gods. On the other hand, he could discover nothing particularly divine about their persons, characters, or attributes, that is to say, nothing sufficiently divine to deceive Nam himself, whatever impression they produced upon the vulgar. Thus Juanna might be no more than a very beautiful woman, white in colour, and Otter only what he knew him to be through his spies, a somewhat dissolute dwarf. That they had no great power was also evident, seeing that he, Nam, without incurring the heavenly vengeance, had been able to abstract and afterwards to sacrifice comfortably the greater number of their servants. Another thing which pleaded against their celestial origin was that so far, instead of peace and prosperity blessing the land as it should have done immediately on their arrival, the present season was proving itself the worst on record, and the country was face to face with the prospect of famine in the ensuing winter. And yet, if they were not gods, who were they? Would any human beings in their senses venture among such a people as the Children of the Mist, merely to play off a huge practical joke, of which the finale was likely to be so serious to themselves? The idea was preposterous, since they had nothing to gain by so doing, for Nam, it may be observed, was ignorant of the value of rubies, which to him were only emblems employed in their symbolical ceremonies. Think as he would, he could come to no definite conclusion. One thing was clear, however, that it was now very much to his interest to demonstrate their non-celestial origin, though to do so would be to stultify himself and to prove that his judgment was not infallible. Otherwise, did the gods succeed in establishing their power, he and his authority seemed likely to come to a sudden end in the jaws of that monster which his order had fostered for so many generations. Thus reflected Nam in perplexity of soul, wishing to himself that while he had retired from his office before he was called upon to face questions so difficult and so dangerous. "I must be patient," he muttered to himself at last. "Time will show the truth, or, if the weather does not change, the people will settle the matter for me." As it chanced, he had not long to wait, for just then there was a knock upon his door. "Enter," he said, arranging his goatskin robe about his broad shoulders. A priest came in bearing a torch, for there was no window in the chamber, and after him 2 women. "Who is this?" said Nam, pointing to the second of the women. "This is she who is servant to Aca, father," answered the priest. "How comes she here?" said Nam again. "I gave no orders that she should be taken." "She comes of her own free will, father, having somewhat to say to you." "Fool, how can she speak to me when she does not know our tongue? But of her presently. Take her aside and watch her. Now, Saga, your report. First, what of the weather?" "It is grey and pitiless, father. The mist is dense, and no sun can be seen." "I thought it, because of the cold," and he drew his robe closer around him. "A few more days of this," and he stopped, then went on. "Tell me of Jâl, your lord." "Jâl is as Jâl was, merry and somewhat drunken. He speaks our language very ill, yet when he was last in liquor he sang a song which told of deeds that he, and he whom they named the Deliverer, had wrought together down in the south, rescuing the goddess Aca from some who had taken her captive. At least so I understood the song." "Perhaps you understood it wrong," answered Nam. "Say, niece, do you still worship this god?" "I worship the god Jâl, but the man, Dweller in the Waters, I hate," she said fiercely. "Why, how is this? But 2 days gone you told me that you loved him, and there was no such god as this man, and no such man as this god." "That was so, father, but since then he has thrust me aside, saying that I weary him, and courts a handmaid of mine own, and therefore I demand the life of that handmaiden." Nam smiled grimly. "Perchance you demand the life of the god also?" "Yes," she replied without hesitation. I would see him dead if it can be brought about." Again Nam smiled. "Truly, niece, your temper is that of my sister, your grandmother, who brought 3 men to sacrifice because she grew jealous of them. Well, well, these are strange times, and you may live to see your desire satisfied by the death of the god. Now, what of that woman? How comes she to be with you?" "She was bound by the order of Aca, father, and Jâl was set to watch her. But I drugged Jâl and loosened her bonds. I led her down the secret way, for she desires to speak to you." "How can that be, niece? Can I then understand her language?" "Nay, father, but she understands ours. Had she been bred in the land, she could not speak it better." Nam looked astonished, and going to the door, he called to the priest without to lead in the stranger. "You have words to say to me," he said. "Yes, lord, but not before these. That which I have to say is secret." Nam hesitated. "Have no fear, lord," said Soa, reading his thoughts. "See, I am unarmed." Then he commanded the others to go, and when the door had closed behind them, he looked at her inquiringly. "Tell me, lord, who am I?" asked Soa, throwing the wrapping from her head and turning her face to the glare of the torchlight. "How can I know who you are, wanderer? Yet, had I met you by chance, I should have said that you were of our blood." "That is so, lord. I am of your blood. Cast your mind back and think if you can remember a certain daughter whom you loved many years ago, but who through the workings of your foes was chosen to be a bride to the Snake," and she paused. "Speak on," said Nam in a low voice. "Perchance you can recall, lord, that, moved to it by love and pity, on the night of the sacrifice you helped the daughter to escape the fangs of the Snake." "I remember something of it," he replied cautiously, "but tidings were brought to me that this woman of whom you speak was overtaken by the vengeance of the god, and died on her journey." "That is not so, lord. I am your daughter, and you are none other than my father. I knew you when I first saw your face, though you did not know me." "Prove it, and beware how you lie," he said. "Show me the secret sign, and whisper the hidden word in my ear." Then, glancing suspiciously behind her, Soa came to him and made some movements with her hands in the shadow of the table. Next, bending forward, she whispered a while into his ear. When she had finished, her father looked up, and there were tears in his aged eyes. "Welcome, daughter," he said. "I thought that I was alone, and that none of my issue lived anywhere upon the earth. Welcome. Your life is forfeit to the Snake, but, forgetting my vows, I will protect you, ay, even at the cost of my own." Then the two embraced each other with every sign of tenderness, a spectacle that would have struck anyone acquainted with their characters as both curious and interesting. Presently Nam left the chamber, and having dismissed the attendant priest and his great niece Saga, who were waiting outside, he returned and prayed his daughter to explain the reason of her presence in the train of Aca. "First you shall swear an oath to me, my father," said Soa, "and if you swear it not, I will tell you no word of my story. You shall swear by the blood of Aca that you will do nothing against the life of that queen with whom I journeyed hither. For the others, you may work your will upon them, but her you shall not harm." "Why should I swear this, daughter?" he asked. "You shall swear it because I, whom you love, love her, and also because so you shall gain the greater honour. Who am I that I should lift my hand against the gods, daughter? I swear it by the blood of Aca, and if I break my oath, then may Jâl deal with me as once he dealt with Aca." Then Soa went on freely, for she knew that this was a vow that could not be broken. Beginning at its commencement, she told him all the story of her life since, 40 years ago, she had fled from among the people of the mist, passing on rapidly, however, to that part of it which had to do with the capture and rescue of Juanna from the slave traders, and with the promise that she had made to Leonard as the price of his assistance. This promise, she was careful to explain, she had not intended to fulfil until she was forced to do so by Juanna herself. Then she gave him a minute history of the object and details of their expedition, down to her final quarrel with Leonard and her mistress on the previous day. To say that the old priest was thunderstruck at these extraordinary revelations would be too little. He was overwhelmed, so overwhelmed that for a while he could scarcely speak. "It is fortunate for this jade of a mistress of yours, who dares to make a mockery of our goddess, that she may steal her wealth, that I have sworn to save her from harm, daughter," he gasped at length, "else she had died, and swiftly. At least the others remain to me," and he sprang to his feet. "Stay a while, father," said Soa, catching his cloak. "What is your plan?" "My plan? To drag them to the temple and denounce them. What else is there to do?" "And thereby denounce yourself also, who proclaim them gods? I think I have a better." "Tell it then, daughter." "It is this. Do you pass in before the gods this day. Speak humbly to the gods, praying them to change the face of the heavens that the sun may shine, telling them also that strange talk has come to your ears by the mouth of Saga and the other women, of words that have been spoken by the god Jâl, which would seem to show that he is no god, but that of this you believe nothing as yet. Then say to him that if the face of the heavens remain grey on the morrow, you will know that this talk is true, and that they will be brought to the temple, there to be judged and dealt with according to the finding of the people, who have heard these things also." "And what if the weather should change, daughter?" "It will not change yet awhile, but if that should chance, we must make another plan. Just now I swore to you that I would not harm her whom you love, and yet, daughter, if she is proved to be a false goddess in the face of all the multitude, how shall she escape harm? For then her end must be quick and terrible." "She shall escape because she will not be there, father. You have seen the white man with her, not the deliverer, the other, where that man dressed in the robes of Aca and sat on high upon the head of the statue where the light is low. Who should say that he was not Aca?" "Then you would give all the others to death, daughter?" "Nay, I would save the deliverer alive, for a while at least." "And wherefore? You are too subtle for me." "For this reason, father. He loves her who is named Aca, and trusts to marry her fully according to the custom of his people. Therefore I would that he should see her given to another." "To another? To whom then?" "To Olfan the king, who also loves her." Now Nam held up his hands in perplexity, saying: "Oh, my daughter, be plain, I pray of you, for I cannot understand your counsels. Were it not better to give to these people the red stones which they desire, and send them secretly from the land, saying that they had vanished into the earth again? For so it seems to me we should be rid of much shame and trouble." "Listen, my father, and I will tell you. Were she whom I love to leave this land, I should see her face no more, and this madness has come upon me that I cannot live without the sight of her. Also, how can these people escape the dangers of the road? But 4 of them are left alive, and even were they without our borders, they must journey for 3 months before they come to any place where white men live, passing through swamps and deserts and tribes of wild men. This they could hardly do with arms such as those whereby the Deliverer slew the priests, and now their arms are gone. You alone know where, my father." "The instruments of which you speak lie in the deep waters of the temple pool, daughter, for there I caused them to be cast." "Their arms are gone," said Soa. "They are alone, and here they must live or die. 3 of them I will give to death, and the 4th I would make the wife of the king, seeing that nothing better can be done for her. Let her be hidden a while, and then let Olfan take her. As for the tale that we shall tell of the matter to the ears of the people, doubtless time will show it. I say that Olfan loves her and will buy her with a great price, and that price which you must ask shall be that henceforth he obeys you in everything. The scheme is good, daughter. At the least, bearing my oath in mind, I have none better, though were it not for my oath, either I should kill them all or set them free. Yet who can say that it shall succeed? It is in the hands of fate. Let it go as fate wills. And now follow me, that I may place you where you shall dwell in comfort. Then, after we have eaten, I will speak with these gods whom you have let loose upon us." The morning passed heavily enough for the 4 wretched prisoners in the palace. For some hours they sat together in the throne room, almost silent, for they were crushed by misfortune and fear. The toils were closing on them and they knew it, nor could they lift a finger to save themselves. Francisco knelt and prayed. Leonard and Juanna sat hand in hand, listening to him, while Otter wandered to and fro like an unquiet spirit, cursing Soa, Saga, and all women in many languages, and with a resource and vigour that struck his hearers as unparalleled. At length he vanished through the curtains, to get drunk probably, Leonard reflected. However, the dwarf sought not drink, but vengeance. A few minutes later, hearing screams in the courtyard, Leonard ran out to find himself witness to a curious scene. There on the ground, surrounded by a group of other women, her companions, who were laughing at her discomfiture, lay the stately Saga, bride of the Snake. Over her stood her lord and master, the god Jâl, his left hand twisted in her long hair, while with his right, in which he grasped a leather thong, despite her screams and entreaties, he administered to her one of the soundest and, be it added, best deserved thrashings that ever fell to the lot of erring woman. "What are you doing?" said Leonard. "I am teaching this wife of mine that it is not well to drug a god, Baas," gasped Otter, then added with a final and most ferocious cut, "There, get you gone, witch, and let me see your ugly face no more." The woman rose and went, cursing and weeping, while the dwarf followed Leonard back into the throne room. "You have done it now, Otter," said Leonard. "Well, it does not much matter. I fancy she is gone for good, anyway." "Yes, Baas, she is gone, and she is gone sore," replied Otter with a faint grin. At that moment a messenger arrived announcing that Nam was without, waiting for an audience. "Let him be admitted," said Juanna with a sigh, and seated herself on one of the thrones, Otter clambering into the other. They had scarcely taken their places when the curtains were thrown back and the ancient priest entered, attended by about a score of his fellows. He bowed himself humbly before Juanna and the dwarf, and then spoke. "O ye gods," he said, "I have come in the name of the people of the Mist to take counsel with you. Why is it we do not know, but things have gone amiss in the land? The sun does not shine as in past years before you came to bless us. Neither does the grain spring. Therefore your people are threatened with a famine, and they pray that you may comfort them out of the store of your wisdom." "And if we have no comfort to give, Nam?" "Then, Queen, the people ask that you will be pleased to meet them tomorrow in the temple at the moonrise, when the night is 1 hour old, that they may talk with you there through the mouth of me, your servant." "And if we weary of your temple and will not come, Nam?" asked Juanna. Then this is the command of the people, O Aca, that we bring you thither, and it is a command that may not be disobeyed," answered the high priest slowly. "Beware, Nam," replied Juanna. "Strange things have happened here that call for vengeance. Our servants pass away like shadows, and in their place we find such weapons as you carry," and she pointed to the priest's knives. "We will come tomorrow night at the rising of the moon, but again I say to you, beware, for now our mercy is but as a frayed rope, and it were well for you all that the cord should not break." "You know best whither your servants have wandered, O Aca," said the priest, stretching out his hands in deprecation, and speaking in a tone of which the humility did not veil the insolence. "For true gods, such as ye are, can guard their servants. We thank you for your words, O ye gods, and we pray you to be merciful to us, for the threats of true gods are very terrible. And now one little word. I ask justice of you, O ye gods. She who was given to be bride of the Snake, my niece who is named Saga, has been cruelly beaten by some evil doer here in the palace, as I know, for but now I met her bruised and weeping. I ask of you then that ye search out this evil doer and punish him with death or stripes. Farewell, O ye high gods." Leonard looked at the priest as he bowed humbly before the thrones, and a desire to take Otter's advice and kill him entered his heart, for he knew that he had come to drag them to their trial and perhaps to doom. He still had his revolver, and it would have been easy to shoot him, for Nam's broad breast was a target that few could miss. And yet what could it help them to shed his blood? There were many to fill his place if he died, and violence would certainly be answered with violence. No, he would let him be, and they must bide their fate. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Juanna prevaricates. The morrow drew toward its evening. Like those that had gone before it, this day had been misty and miserable, only distinguished from its predecessors by the fall of some sharp showers of sleet. Now, as the afternoon waned, the sky began to clear in its accustomed fashion, but the bitter wind sweeping down the mountains, though it drove away the fog, gave no promise of any break in the weather. At sunset Leonard went to the palace gates and looked towards the temple, about the walls of which a number of people were already gathering, as though in anticipation of some great event. They caught sight of him, and drew as near to the gates of the palace as they dared, howling curses and shaking their fists. "This is a foretaste of what we must expect tonight, I suppose," said Leonard to Francisco, who had followed him as they retreated across the courtyard. "We are in trouble now, friend. I do not so much care for my own sake, but it breaks my heart to think of Juanna. What will be the end of it, I wonder?" "For me, Outram, the end will be death, of that I am sure. Well, I have long expected it, and I am ready to die. What your fate will be I cannot say, but as to the Senora, comfort yourself. For many weeks I have had a presentiment that she will escape safely." "In that case I am ready enough to go," answered Leonard. "Life is as dear to me as to any other man, but I tell you, Francisco, that I would pay mine down gladly tonight as the price of her deliverance." "I know it, Outram. We are both of one mind there, and perhaps before many hours are over we shall be called upon to practise what we preach." By now they had reached the throne room, where Otter, who for the last 20 hours had been quite sober, was squatted on the floor at the foot of his throne, a picture of repentant misery, while Juanna walked swiftly up and down the long room, lost in reflection. "Any news, Leonard?" she said as they came in. "None, except there are great preparations going on yonder," and he nodded towards the temple. "Also, a mob is howling at the gates." "Oh," groaned Otter, addressing Juanna, "can you not, who are named Shepherdess of the Heavens, prophesy to these people that the weather will break, and so save us from the Snake?" "I can prophesy," she answered, "but it will not change tonight, nor, I think, tomorrow. However, I will try." There came a silence. Nobody seemed to have anything to say. It was broken by the entrance of Olfan, whose face showed the disturbance of his mind. "What passes, Olfan?" asked Juanna. "Queen," he answered sadly, "there is great trouble at hand. The people rave for the blood of you, their gods. Nam told you that ye are summoned this night to confer with the people. Alas, I must tell you otherwise. This night ye will be put upon your trial before the council of elders." "That we guessed, Olfan, and if the verdict goes against us, what then?" "Alas, that I must say it then, Queen. You will be hurled, all of you, into the pool of the Snake, to be food for the Snake." "Can you not protect us, Olfan?" "I cannot, O Queen, except with my own life. The soldiers are under my command indeed, but in this matter they will not obey me, for the priests have whispered in their ears, and if the sun does not shine they too must starve next winter." "Pardon me, Queen, but if you are gods, how is it that you need help from me who am but a man? Cannot the gods then protect themselves and be avenged upon their enemies?" Juanna looked despairingly at Leonard, who sat by her side, pulling at his beard, as was his fashion when perplexed. "I think that you had better tell him," he said in English. "Our situation is desperate. Probably in a few hours he will know us to be impostors. Indeed, he guesses it already. It is better that he should learn the truth from our own lips. The man is honest. Moreover, he owes his life to us, though it is true that were it not for us he never would have been in danger of his life. Now we must trust him and take our chance. If we make a mistake, it does not greatly matter. We have made so many already." Juanna bowed her head and thought a while. Then she lifted it and spoke. "Olfan," she said, "are we alone? That which I have to say must be overheard by none." "We are alone, Queen," he answered, glancing round, "but these walls have ears." "Olfan, draw near." He obeyed, and leaning forward she spoke to him almost in a whisper, while the others clustered round to hear her words. "You must call me Queen no more," she said in a broken voice with humiliation. "I am no goddess, I am but a mortal woman, and this man," and she pointed to Otter, "is no god, he is only a black dwarf." She paused, watching the effect of her words. An expression of astonishment swept across the king's face, but it was her boldness rather than the purport of her speech that caused it. Then he smiled. "Perhaps I have guessed as much," he answered, "and yet I must still call you by that name, seeing that you are the queen of all women. For say, where is there another so lovely, so brave, or so great? Here at least there are none," and he bowed before her with a stately courtesy that would have become any European gentleman. Now it was Leonard's turn to look astonished. There was nothing in the king's words to which he could take objection, and yet he did not like their tone. It was too full of admiration. Moreover, it seemed to him that Olfan was not in the least disappointed to discover as a fact that Juanna was only a woman, a supposition which was fully established by his next speech. "I am glad to learn from your own lips, Queen, that you are no goddess, but a mortal lady, seeing that goddesses are far away as we men must worship them from afar. whereas women, we may love." And again he bowed. "My word," said Leonard to himself, "this king is setting himself up as my rival. I almost wish I had put things on a more satisfactory footing, but of course it is absurd. Poor Juanna!" As for Juanna herself, she started and blushed. Here was a new trouble, but however disagreeable it might prove to be, now was no time to show displeasure. "Listen, Olfen," she said, "this is not an hour for pretty speeches which mean nothing, for it seems that before the light dawns again I may well be dead and far beyond all love and worship. This is our tale. We came to your land to seek adventure, and also to win those red stones that you name the blood of Aca, which among the white people are much prized as ornaments for their women. That is why I, who am a woman, urged the Deliverer to undertake this journey, and it is because of my folly that now we stand in danger of our lives." "Your pardon, Queen," said Olfen bluntly, "but I would ask you one question before you tell me the end of your tale. What is this white man to you?" Now Juanna was in a cleft stick. If she said that Leonard was nothing to her, it might possibly be better for him, though it was doubtful whether Olfen would believe her. If, on the other hand, she said that he was her husband, it might be better for herself, and protect her from the advances of this dignified savage. But against this course her pride revolted. Had she not always indignantly repudiated the validity of that hateful marriage? And though she loved him, were not she and Leonard, in a sense, at daggers drawn? Still she must decide, and quickly. Her common sense told her that under the circumstances it was her pride which must give way. "He is my husband," she said boldly. Olfen's face fell, then a look of doubt came into it, for Juanna's mode of life, every detail of which was known to him, seemed to contradict her statement. Seeing that he did not believe her, Juanna plunged still deeper into the mire. "He is my husband," she said again. "This man," and she pointed to Francisco, "who is a priest among us, married us according to our customs some 6 months since, and Otter yonder was a witness to the marriage." "Is this so?" asked Olfen. "It is so, King," replied Francisco. "I married them, and they are man and wife." "Yes, yes, it is so," put in Otter, "for I saw it done, and we celebrated a great sacrifice in honour of that wedding feast. I would that we could have such another here tonight." "Fear not, dwarf," answered Olfen, with a touch of irritation. "You will see enough of sacrifices before all is ended." Then a new thought struck him, and he added, "You say that the Deliverer is your husband, Queen, and that these men bear witness to it, all except your lord himself. Now tell me one thing more. Do you love him, and would you be sorry if he died?" Juanna's brow burnt red as the ruby stone upon it, for with the exception of her black robe she was prepared to proceed to the temple. But there was no help for it now. She must speak clearly now, however much it shamed her to do so, lest Olfen might take her silence as a hint, and that the husband for whom she disavowed affection should be removed from her life for ever. "You have little right to put such a question to me, King, yet I will answer it. I love him, and if he died, I should die also." Leonard suppressed an exclamation with difficulty, for here was Juanna appearing in a new light indeed. "I am answered, Queen," said Olfen in tones of deep depression. "Now, if it pleases you, will you end your tale?" "There is not much to tell," replied Juanna, heaving a sigh of relief, for this cross-examination as to her exact relations with Leonard had been somewhat trying. "The woman Soa, my servant, is of your people. Indeed, She is a daughter of Nam the priest, and fled the land 40 years ago because she was destined to the snake." "Where is she now?" interrupted Olfan, looking around. "We do not know. Last night she vanished, as our other servants have vanished." "Perhaps Nam knows, and if so, you may see her again soon. Proceed, Queen." "After the Deliverer and I were married, Soa, who had been my nurse for many years, told us of the great people, her brethren, among whom she wished to die." "May her desire be gratified," put in Otter. "And said that if we would escort her thither we could buy many such stones as that upon my brow, which she had brought with her from this country and given to me. Then it was that I, desiring the playthings, tormented my husband till he consented to lead me hither, though his own heart spoke against it. So we came, and the journey was long and terrible, but at last we reached the cliff yonder which borders the land of the mist. And it was then for the first time, when it was too late to go back, that Soa told us the tale of the gods and of your people, and showed us that either we must do sacrilege and feign to be those gods come back, as the prophecy promised, or perish miserably. Indeed, this was her plot, to set up false gods over you, having first told the secrets to the priests that she might gain honour with them and save herself alive. And now, Olfan, that is all the tale. We have played the game and we have lost, or so it seems, that is, unless you help us," and she clasped her hands and looked upon him pleadingly. The king dropped his eyes, as though he were not willing to contemplate the loveliness which, as he now learned, belonged to the white stranger at Juanna's side. "Have I not said that my power is little, Queen?" he answered, somewhat sullenly. "Also, why should I help those who came to this land to trick us, and who have brought the anger of the gods upon its children?" "Because we saved your life, Olfan, and you swore to be loyal to us." "Had it not been for you, Queen, my life would not have been in danger. Moreover, I swore fealty to gods, and now the gods are mortals, upon whom the true gods will be avenged. Why then should I help you?" "Because we have been friends, Olfan. You shall help us for my sake." "For your sake, Queen," he said bitterly, "for your sake, who tell me that you are this man's wife, and that you love him to the death. Nay, this is too much to ask. Had it been otherwise, had you been unwed and willing to look upon me, the king of this land, with favour, then doubtless I had died for your sake if there were needed. But now, have you then no better reasons to show why I should risk my life for you and for these men?" "I have two more reasons, King, and if they are not enough, then leave us to our fate, and let us, who must prepare to die, waste no more breath in words. The first is that we are your friends and have trusted you, saving your life at the danger of our own, and telling you this tale of our own free will. Therefore, in the name of friendship, which you should hold sacred, who are no common man but a king, we demand your help. We who have put our lives in the hollow of your hand, knowing that you are of noble mind and will not betray us. The second is that our interest is your interest. We strive against Nam and the priests, and so do you. If Nam conquers us today, tomorrow it will be your turn, and the snake, whose fangs we must feel, shall in days to come feed upon you also. Now is the hour of destiny for you and your descendants. Cling to us and break the yoke of Nam and the priests, or desert us and bind that yoke upon your shoulders to your doom. I have spoken. Choose." Olfan thought a while and answered: "Truly your mind is great, Queen, and sees far into the darkness of things such as our women have no knowledge of. You should have ruled this country and not I. for then by now Nam, who is my master, would have begged his daily bread at the gates of your palace, and the priests, his servants, had become the hewers of your wood and the drawers of your water. But I will not talk to you of policy, for time is short. Nay, I will deal with your first reason, and that alone. You have conjured me in the name of friendship and of my oath, and by the memory of service done, and not in vain. I am a man different from that race of men of whom you are, a wild chief of a wild tribe, having little wisdom, yet I have learned these things: never to break a promise, never to desert a friend, and never to forget a service. Therefore, because I swore fealty to you, because you are my friend, and because you saved my life, I will protect you to the last, though it may well chance that I can do nothing except die for you. For, Queen, although you can be naught to me while yonder man lives, still I am ready to give my life for you. As for the others, I will say this only, that I will not harm them or betray them. Now I go to speak with certain of the great men who are friends to me and hate the priests, so that when this matter comes on for judgment they may lift up their voices in your favour, for nothing can be done except by policy. That is, not now. Shortly I will return to lead you to the temple. Till then, farewell." And he bowed and was gone. When the curtain had swung to behind Olfan, Juanna sank back in her chair and sighed, but Leonard sprang up and said: "Juanna, that savage is right. You should have been a queen. I know what it must have cost you to say what you did." "Pray, to what do you refer, Leonard?" she said, interrupting him coldly. "I mean about our being married and the rest." "Oh yes, well, you see, it is sometimes necessary to tell white lies, and I think that after to-night I am entitled to a prize for general proficiency in this respect. Of course," she added, dropping her sarcastic tone, "you will not misinterpret anything that I was forced to say to Olfan with reference to yourself, because you know that those statements were the biggest fibs of all. Just then, had it been needful, I should have been prepared to swear that I was married to Otter and deeply attached to him, or even to the king himself, who, by the way, strikes me as the most satisfactory savage that I have ever come across. In short, as a gentleman." Leonard turned pale with anger. "Really, Juanna," he said, "I think that you might wait until I seek to take some advantage of our friendship and accidental relations before you rebuke me as you think fit to do. It is a little short of an insult, and were we in any civilized country I would never speak to you again." "Don't get angry, Leonard," she said appealingly, for Juanna seemed to have every mood at her command and ready to be assumed at a moment's notice. Perhaps this gift was one of the secrets of her charm, since monotony is a thing to be avoided by women who seek to rule, even the monotony of sweetness. "It is very unkind of you," she went on, "to speak crossly to me when I am so tired with talking to that savage, and we may all be dead and buried in a few hours." And she looked as though she were going to cry. Leonard collapsed instantly, for Juanna's plaintive mood was the one that he could resist the least of any. "You would make me angry if I were on my deathbed," he said. "That is when you talk like that. But there it is, I cannot change you, so let us change the subject. Have you any of that poison to spare? If so, you might serve us out a little. We may want it before the evening is over." Juanna put her hand to her hair, and after some manipulation produced a tiny skin bag, from which she extracted a brown ball of about the size of a rifle bullet. "I can afford to be generous," she said with a little laugh. "There is enough here to kill 20 of us." Then Leonard took a knife and chipped off 3 fragments of the ball, taking one himself and presenting the other 2 to Francisco and Otter. The priest received it doubtfully, but the dwarf would have none of it. "Keep it for yourself, Baas," he said. "Keep it for yourself. Whatever way I die, it shall not be thus. I do not love a medicine that causes men to tie themselves into knots and turns them green. No, no, first I will face the jaws of the snake." So Leonard took that piece also. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Trial of the Gods. Juanna had scarcely restored the remainder of her deadly medicine to its hiding place when the curtains were drawn and Nam entered. After his customary salutations, which on this occasion were more copious than usual, he remarked blandly that the moon had risen in a clear sky. "Which means, I suppose, that it is time for us to start," said Leonard gruffly. Then they set out, Juanna in her monk-like robe, and Otter in his red fringe and goatskin cape which he insisted upon wearing. "I may as well die warm as cold, Baas," he explained, "for of cold I shall know enough when I am dead." At the palace gate Olfan and a guard were waiting, but they found no opportunity of speaking with him. Here also were gathered a great number of priests, who preceded and followed them. The procession being formed, they were led solemnly to a different gate of the temple from that by which they had entered it on their previous visits. On this occasion the secret passages were avoided, and they passed up a broad avenue through the centre of the amphitheatre to seats that had been prepared for them on that side of the pool which was furthest from the colossal idol. As before, the temple was crowded with human beings, and their advance through it was very impressive, for the priests chanted as they walked, while the multitude preserved an ominous silence. At first Leonard was at a loss to know why they were placed on the hither side of the pool, but presently he saw the reason. In front of the chairs to be occupied by Juanna and Otter, an open space of rock was left, semicircular in shape, on which were set other seats to the number of 30 or more. These seats were allotted to elders of the people, who, as Leonard guessed rightly, had been chosen to act as their judges. The position was selected for the convenience of these elders, and in order that the words they spoke might be heard by a larger proportion of their vast audience. When Juanna and Otter were seated, and Leonard and Francisco had taken their place behind them, Nam came forward to address the council and the multitude beyond. "Elders of the people of the Mist," he said, "I have conveyed your wishes to the holy gods, who but lately have deigned to put on the flesh of men to visit us their people, namely, that they should meet you here and talk with you of the trouble which has come upon the land. And now the gracious gods have assented to your wish, and behold, they are face to face with you in this great company of their children. Be pleased, therefore, to make known what you desire to the gods, that they may answer you either with their own mouths or by the voice of me, their servant." He ceased, and after a pause, during which the people murmured angrily, an elder rose and said: "We would know of you how it is, O Aca and O Jâl, that the summer has deserted the land. Now our strait is very sorry, for famine will come upon us with the winter snows. A while ago, O Aca and O Jâl, you changed the worship of this people, forbidding the victims who had been prepared to be offered up at the spring festival, and lo, there has been no spring. Therefore we ask a word of you on this matter, for the people have consulted together and say by our voice that they will have no gods who kill the spring. Speak, O ye gods, and you, Nam, speak also, for we would learn the reasons of these evils, and from you, O Nam, we would learn how it comes that you have proclaimed gods in the land whose breath has destroyed the sunshine." "You ask me, O people of the mist," answered Juanna, "why it is that the winter stretches out his hand over the slumber of the spring, forbidding her to awake, and I will answer you in few words and short. It is because of your disobedience and the hardness of your hearts. O ye rebellious children, did ye not sacrifice when we forbade you to take the blood of men? Aye, and have not our servants been stolen secretly away and put to death to satisfy your lust for slaughter? It is for this reason, because of your disobedience, that the heavens have grown hard as your own hearts and will not bless you with their sunshine and their gentle rain. I have answered you." Then again the spokesman of the elders rose and said, "We have heard your words, O Aca, and they are words of little comfort, for to sacrifice is the custom of the land, and hitherto no evil has befallen us because of that ancient custom. Yet if there has been offence, it is not we who have offended, but rather the priests in whose hands these matters lie. And as for your servants, we know nothing of them or of their fate. Now, Nam, make answer to the charges of the gods and to the question of the people, for you are the chief of their servants, and you have proclaimed them to be true gods and set them over us to rule us." Thus adjured, Nam stood forward, and his mien was humble and anxious, for he saw well that his accusers were not to be trifled with, and that his life, or at least his power, was at stake together with those of the gods. "Children of the Mist," he began, "your words are sharp, yet I do not complain of them, for, as ye shall learn, my fault has been grievous. Truly I am the chief of the servants of the gods, and I am also the servant of the people, and now it would seem that I have betrayed both gods and people, though not of my own will. Listen. Ye know the legend that has come down to us, that Aca and Jâl should reappear in the land, wearing the shapes of a fair white maiden and of a black dwarf. Ye also know how they came as had been promised, and how I showed them to you here in this temple, and ye accepted them. Ye remember that then they put away the ancient law and forbade the sacrifices, and by the hand of their servant who is named Deliverer, they destroyed two of the priests, my brethren, in a strange and terrible fashion. Then I murmured, though they threatened me with death, but ye overruled my words and accepted the new law, and from that hour all things have gone ill. Now I took counsel with my heart, for it seemed wonderful to me that the gods should discard their ancient worship, and I said to my heart, can these be true gods, or have I perchance been duped? Thenceforward I held my peace and sat myself to watch, and now, after much watching, alas, I must say it to my shame, I have discovered that they are no true gods, but wicked liars who have sought to usurp the places of the gods." He paused, and a roar of rage and astonishment went up from the assembled thousands. "It has come at last," whispered Leonard into Juanna's ear. "Yes, it has come," she answered. "Well, I expected it, and now we must face it out." When the tumult had subsided, the spokesman of the elders addressed Nam, saying, "These are heavy words, O Nam, and having uttered them, you must prove them, for until they are proved, we will not believe readily that these are human beings so wicked that they dare to name themselves as gods. When you proclaimed these strangers to be Aca and Jâl, we accepted them, perhaps too easily and after too short a search. Now you denounce them as liars, but we will not disclaim them whom we have once received till we are sure that there is no room for error. It may chance, Nam, that it would please you well to cast aside those gods who have threatened you with death and do not love you." "I should be bold indeed," answered Nam, "if I dared speak as I have spoken, lacking testimony to establish a charge so dreadful as that which I bring against these wanderers. Nor should I seek to publish my own shame and folly were I not forced thereto by knowledge that, did I conceal it, would make me a partner of their crime. Listen, this is the tale of those whom we have worshipped. The fair woman, as she herself told us, is named Shepherdess of the Heavens, and she is the wife of the white man, who is named Deliverer, and the dwarf dweller in the waters is their servant, together with the second white man and the others. Dwelling in a far country, these men and women chanced to learn the story of our people, how I shall show you presently, and also that we find in the earth and use in the ceremonies of our temple certain red and blue stones, which among the white people are of priceless value. These they determine to steal, being adventurers who seek after wealth. To this end the shepherdess learned our language. Also she learned how to play the part of Aka, while the dwarf dog that he is dared to take the holy name of Jâl. I will be short. They accomplished their journey, and the rest you know. But as it happened, none of the stones they covet had come into their hands, except that gem which the shepherdess wears upon her forehead, and this she brought with her. Now, people of the mist, when doubts of these gods had entered into me, I made a plan. I sent spies to watch them in the palace yonder, and those spies being the wife who was given to the dwarf and her handmaidens. Also I caused their black servants to be seized and thrown to the snake, one or two of them at a time, for of this I was sure, that if they had the power they would protect their servants. But as the snake knows, those men were not protected. Meanwhile reports came to me from the women, and more especially from Saga, the granddaughter of my brother, who was given as a bride to Jâl, and this was their report: that the dwarf behaved himself like a cur of low birth, and that when he was in liquor, which was often, he babbled of his doings with the Deliverer in other lands, though all that he said they could not tell me, because even now he has little knowledge of our tongue. When these tales came to my ears, you may guess, O people of the mist, that if I had doubted before, now my heart was shaken, and yet I had no proof. In my darkness I prayed to the gods for light, and lo! light came. Among the followers of these wanderers was a woman, and but yesterday this woman visited me and confessed all. 40 years ago she had fled from among our people, I know not why, but she took with her a knowledge of our secrets. It was she who told them of the gods and the story of the gods, and she instructed them how they should deceive us and win the red stones which they desired. But now her heart repents her of the evil, and I will summon her before you, that ye may judge between me and these liars who have brought me to this shame. Bring forth the woman." There was a silence, and so intense was the interest that no sound came from the audience, which watched for the appearance of the witness. Presently Soa advanced from the shadows at the foot of the colossus, and escorted by 2 priests, took her stand in the centre of the semicircle of judges. "Speak, woman," said Nam. Then Soa spoke. "I am of the people of the mist," she said, "as ye may know by looking on me and hearing me. I was the daughter of a priest, and 40 years ago, when I was young and fair, I fled this land for my own reasons, and travelled south for 3 months' journey, till I came to a village on a mighty river, where I dwelt for 20 years, earning a livelihood as a doctoress of medicine. Then there came into that village a white man, whose wife gave birth to a daughter and died. I became the nurse of that daughter. She is the woman who sits before you, and her name is Shepherdess. 20 years more went by, and I desired to return to my own land that I might die among my people. I told the tale of my land and of its wealth to the shepherdess and to her husband the deliverer, for I dared not travel alone. Therefore in my wickedness I showed them how they might feign to be the gods of the people of the mist, come back according to the legend, for I saw that the dwarf, the deliverer's servant, was shaped like to the shape of the statue of Jal, who sits in stone above you. Being greedy, they fell into the plan, for above all things they desire to win the precious stones. But when we were come hither, the true gods visited me in a dream, so that my heart was troubled because of the evil which I had done. And yesterday I escaped to Nam, and told him all the tale which you have heard. That is the story, people of the mist, and now I pray your mercy and your pardon." Soa ceased, and Leonard, who had been watching the multitude, whispered to Juanna, "Speak quickly if you could think of anything to say. They are silent now because of their astonishment, but in another minute they will break out, and then—" "People of the mist," cried Juanna, taking the hint, "you have heard the words of Nam and the words of her who was my servant. They dare to tell you that we are no gods. So be it. On this matter we will not reason with you, for can the gods descend to prove their godhead? We will not reason, but I will say this in warning. Put us away if you wish, and it may well chance that we shall suffer ourselves to be put away, since the gods do not desire to rule over those who reject them, but would choose rather to return to their own place. Yet for you it shall be a sad and unlucky day when you lift a hand against our majesty, for in going we will leave you that by which we shall be remembered. Aye, we will bequeath to you three things: famine and pestilence and civil war, which shall rage among you and destroy you till ye are no more a people. Ye have suffered our servants to be murdered and disobeyed our commands, and it is for this reason, as I have told you, that the sun shines no more and the summer will not come. Complete your wickedness if ye will, and let the gods follow by the path that their servants trod. Then, people of the mist, ye shall reap as ye have sown, and death and desolation shall be your harvest. Now for that base slave who has borne false witness against us. Among the many things she has told you, one thing she has left untold, that she is the daughter to Nam the priest, that she fled the land because she was chosen bride to the Snake, and is therefore an apostate worthy of death. One word also as to Nam, her father. If his tale be true, then he himself is condemned by it, for doubtless he knew all at the beginning from the lips of his daughter Soa. Yes, knowing the truth, he dared to set up gods in the land whom he believed to be false, trusting thereby to increase his own power and glory. And when these failed him because of his wickedness, then he did not scruple to cry aloud his shame. I have spoken, people of the mist. Now judge between us, and let fate follow judgment, for we renounce you." She ended, her face alight with anger, and her eyes flashing with excitement, and so great was the power of her eloquence and beauty that it seemed to throw a spell of silence over the hearts of her fierce and turbulent audience, while Soa slunk back into the shadow and Nam cowered visibly. "It is false, O people," he cried in a voice that trembled with rage and fear. "My daughter told me the tale for the first time at dawn today." His words awoke the audience as it were, and instantly there arose a babel of sounds that rent the very skies. "His daughter! He says that she is his daughter! Nam owns his crimes!" yelled some. "Away with the false gods!" shouted others. "Touch them not, they are true gods, and will bring a curse upon us," answered a third party, among whom Leonard recognised the voice of Outram. And so the clamour went on. For a full 10 minutes it raged, till the exhaustion of those that made it brought it to its end, and Juanna, who all this while sat silent as some lovely marble statue, became aware that the spokesman of the elders was once more addressing the multitude. "People of the Mist," he said, "hold your peace and hearken to me. We have been chosen judges of this matter, and now, having consulted together, we will give judgment, and you shall be bound by it. As to whether these strangers who are named Aca and Jâl are true gods or false, we say no word. But if they are false gods, then surely Nam is guilty with them." Here a shout of assent burst from the audience, and Leonard, watching the high priest, saw him tremble. "Yet," he went on, "they have told us by the mouth of her who sits before you that it is because of our offence that the sun has ceased to shine at their command. Therefore, at their command it can be made to shine. Then let them give us a sign, or let them die, if indeed they are mortal. For if they are not mortal, we cannot kill them, and this shall be the sign which they must give. If tomorrow at dawn the mists have vanished, and the sun shines red and clear on the snows of yonder mountain, then it is well, and we will worship them. But if the morning is cold and mist-laden, then, true gods or false, we will hurl them from the head of the statue into the pit of the snake, there to be dealt with by the snake, or to deal with him as it may chance. That is our judgment, people of the Mist, and Nam shall carry it out if need be, for he shall keep his power in his place until all these wonders are made clear, and then himself he shall be judged according to their issue." Now the great mass of the people cried aloud, for this was a wise and just saying, but others were silent, for though they did not agree with it, they dared not dispute the sentence. Then Juanna rose and said, "We have heard your words, and we will withdraw to consider them. And by dawn ye shall see us seated on the black one yonder. But whether we will cause the sun to shine, or choose to pass on to our own place by the path of boiling waters, we do not know, though it seems to me that the last thing is better than the first. For we weary of your company, people of the Mist, and it is not fitting that we should bless you longer with our presence. Nevertheless, should we choose that path, those evils which I have foretold shall fall upon you. Olfan, lead us hence." The king stepped forward with his guards, and the procession passed back toward the palace solemnly and in silence, for none attempted to bar their way. They reached it safely at exactly 10 o'clock by Leonard's watch. "Now let us eat and drink," said Leonard, when they stood alone in the throne room, "for we shall need all our strength tonight." "Yes," answered Juanna with a sad smile, "let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die." Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Francisco's Expiation. When they had finished their meal, which was about as sad an entertainment as can well be conceived, they began to talk. "Do you see any hope?" asked Juanna of the other three. Leonard shook his head and answered, "Unless the sun shines at dawn tomorrow, we are dead men." "There is little chance of that, Baas," groaned Otter, "for the night is as the nights have been for these 5 weeks. No wonder that this people are fierce and wicked who live in such a climate." Juanna hid her face in her hands for a while, then spoke. "They did not say that any harm was to come to you, Leonard, or to Francisco, so perhaps you will escape." "I doubt it," he answered. "Besides, to be perfectly frank, if you are going to die, I would rather die with you." "Thank you, Leonard," she said gently, "but that will not help either of us much, will it? What will they do with us? Throw us from the head of the statue?" And she shuddered. "That seems to be their amiable intention, but at any rate we need none of us go through with it alive. How long does your medicine take to work, Juanna?" "Half a minute at the outside, I fancy, and sometimes less. Are you sure that you will take none, Otter? Think, the other end is dreadful." "No, Shepherdess," said the dwarf, who now, in the presence of imminent danger, was as he had been before he sought comfort in the beer pot, brave, ready, and collected. "It is not my plan to suffer myself to be hurled into the pit. Nay, when the time comes, I shall spring there of my own free will, and if I am not killed, and an otter knows how to leap into a pool, then if I cannot avoid him, I will make a fight for it with that great dweller in the water. Yes, and I will go to make ready for that which I will fight." And he rose and departed to his sleeping place. Just then Francisco followed his example, seeking a quiet place in which to pursue his devotions, and thus Leonard and Juanna were left alone. For some minutes he watched her as she sat beside him in her white temple dress, her beautiful face looking stern and sad against the dusky background of the torchlight, and a great shame and pity filled his heart. The blood of this girl was on his hands, and he could do nothing to help her. His selfishness had dragged her into this miserable enterprise, and now its inevitable end was at hand, and he was her murderer, the murderer of the woman who was all the world to him, and who had been entrusted to his care with her father's dying breath. "Forgive me," he said at length, with something like a sob, and laying his hand upon hers. "What have I to forgive, Leonard?" she replied gently. "Now that it is all finished, and I look back upon the past few months, it seems to me that it is you who should forgive, for I have often behaved badly to you." "Nonsense, Juanna. It was my wicked folly that led you into this, and now you are about to be cut off in the beginning of your youth and in the flower of your beauty. I am your murderer, Juanna," and dropping his voice he hesitated, then added, "It may as well out now, for time is short, though I have often sworn that nothing should make me say it. I love you." She did not start or even stir at his words, but sat staring as before into the darkness. Only a pink flush grew upon the pallor of her neck and cheek as she answered. "You love me, Leonard? You forget Jane Beach?" "It is perfectly true, Juanna, that I was once attached to Jane Beach, and it is true that I still think of her with affection, but I have not seen her for many years, and I am certain that she has thrown me over and married another man. Most men pass through several affairs of the heart in their early days. I have had but one, and it is done with. When I first saw you in the slave camp I loved you, Juanna, and I have gone on loving you ever since. Even after I became aware from your words and conduct that you did not entertain any such affection for myself, I know that your mind has not changed upon the matter, for had it done so, you would scarcely have spoken to me as you did today after Olfan left us. Indeed, I do not altogether understand why I have told you this, since it will not interest you very much and may possibly annoy you in your last hours. I suppose it was because I wished to make a clean breast of it before I pass to where we lose all our loves and hopes." "Or find them," said Juanna, still looking before her. Then there was silence for a minute or more, till Leonard, believing that he had got his answer, began to think that he would do well to leave her for a while. Just as he was about to rise, Juanna made a gentle movement. Slowly, very slowly, she turned herself. Slowly she stretched out her arms towards him, and laid her head upon his breast. For a moment Leonard was astounded. He could scarcely believe the evidence of his senses. Then, recovering himself, he kissed her tenderly. Presently Juanna slipped from his embrace and said, "Listen to me, Leonard. Are men all blind, I wonder, or are you an exception? I don't know and don't want to know, but certainly it does seem strange that what has been so painfully patent to myself for the last 5 or 6 months should have been invisible to you. Leonard, you were not the only one who fell in love yonder in the slave camp, but you quickly checked my folly by telling me the story of Jane Beach, and of course after that, whatever my thoughts may have been, I did my utmost to hide them from you, with more success, it seems, than I expected. Indeed, I am not very sure that I am wise to let you see them now, for though you declare that Jane is dead and buried, she might re-arise at any moment. I do not believe that men forget their first loves, Leonard, though they may persuade themselves to the contrary when they are a long way from them. "Don't you think that we might drop Jane, dear?" he answered with some impatience, for Juanna's words brought back to his mind visions of another love scene that had taken place amid the English snows more than 7 years before. "I am sure I am quite ready to drop her, now and for ever, but do not let us begin to spar when so little time is left to us. Let us talk of other things. Tell me that you love me, love me, love me, for those are the words that I would hear ringing in my ears before they come death to this world and its echoes, and those are the words with which I hope that you will greet me some few hours hence in a happier land. Leonard, tell me that you love me for today and for tomorrow, now and forever." So he told her that and much more, speaking to her earnestly, hopefully, and most tenderly, as a man might speak to the woman whom he worshipped and with whom is about to travel to that shore of which we know nothing, though day and night we hear the waves that bear us forward break yonder on its beach. They talked for long, and ever while they talked Juanna grew gentler and more human, as the barriers of pride melted in the fire of her passion, and the shadow of death gathered thicker upon her and the man she loved. At length her strength gave way utterly, and she wept upon Leonard's breast like some frightened child, and from weeping sank into deep slumber or swoon, he knew not which. Then he kissed her upon the forehead, and carrying her to the bed laid her down to rest a while before she died, returning himself to the throne room. Here he found Francisco and Otter. "Look, Baas," said the dwarf, producing from beneath his goatskin cloak an article which he had employed the last hour in constructing. It was a fearful and a wonderful instrument, made out of the two sacrificial knives that had been left by the priests on the occasion of the kidnapping of the last of the settlement men. The handles of these knives Otter had lashed together immovably with strips of hide, forming from them a weapon 2 feet or more in length, of which the curved points projected in opposite directions. "What is that for, Otter?" said Leonard carelessly, for he was thinking of other things. "This is for the crocodile to eat, Baas. I have seen his brothers caught like that before in the marshes of the Zambesi," replied the dwarf with a grin. "Doubtless he thinks to eat me, but I have made another food ready for him. Ah, of one thing I am sure, that if he comes out there will be a good fight, whoever conquers in the end." Then he proceeded to fix a hide rope to the handles of the knives, and having made it fast about his body with a running noose, he coiled its length, which may have measured some 30 feet, round and round his middle, artfully concealing its bulk together with the knives beneath his cloak and moocha. "Now I am a man again, Baas," said the dwarf grimly. "I have done with drink and such follies to which I took in my hours of idleness, for the time has come to fight, ay, and I shall win. Baas, the waters are my home, and I do not fear crocodiles however big, no, not one bit, for as I told you, I have killed them before. You will see, you will see." "I am afraid that I shall do nothing of the sort, Otter," answered Leonard sadly. "But I wish you luck, my friend. If you get out of this mess, they will think you a god indeed, and should you only find the sense to avoid drink, you may rule here till you die of old age." "There would be no pleasure in that, Baas, if you were dead," answered the dwarf with a heavy sigh. "Alas, my folly has helped to bring you into this trouble, but this I swear, that if I live, and my spirit tells me that I shall not die tonight, it will be to avenge you. Fear not, Baas, when I am a god again, one by one I will kill them all, and when they are dead, then I will kill myself and come to look for you." "It is very kind of you, Otter, I am sure," said Leonard with something like a laugh, and at that moment the curtain swung aside and Soa stood before them accompanied by 4 armed priests. "What do you want, woman?" exclaimed Leonard, springing towards her as though by instinct. "Go back, Deliverer," she said, holding up her hand and addressing him in the Sisutu tongue, which of course those with her did not understand. "I am guarded, and my death would be quickly followed by your own. Moreover, it would avail you little to kill me, since I come to bring you hope for the life of her you love and for your own. Listen, the sun will not shine tomorrow at the dawn. Already the mists gather thick and it will hold. Therefore the shepherdess and the dwarf will be hurled from the head of the statue, while you and the bald pate, having witnessed their end, will be kept alive till the autumn sacrifice, there to be offered up with the other victims." "Why do you come to tell us all this, woman?" said Leonard, "seeing that we knew it already, that is, except the news of the postponement of our own fate, which I for one do not desire. What hope is there in this story? If you have nothing better to say, get you gone, traitress, and let us see your hateful face no more." "I have something more to say, Deliverer. I still love the shepherdess as you love her," and she added with emphasis, "as bald pate yonder also loves her. But this is my plan. 2 must die at dawn, but of those 2 the shepherdess need not be one. The morning will be misty, the statue of the god is high, and but few of the priests will see the victim shrouded in her black robe. What if a substitute can be found so like her in shape and height and feature that in the twilight and beneath the shadow of the hood none shall know them apart?" Leonard started. "Who could be found?" Slowly Soa raised her thin hand and pointed to Francisco. "There stands the man," she said. "Were he wrapped in the cloak of Aca, who would know him from the shepherdess? The pool and the snake do not give back that which they have swallowed." If Leonard had started before, now he fairly recoiled, as the full meaning of this terrible proposition possessed his mind. He looked at Francisco, who stood by wondering, for the priest did not understand the Sisutu dialect. "Tell him," she said. "Wait a while," he answered hoarsely. "Supposing that this were carried out, what would happen to the shepherdess?" "She would be concealed in the dungeon of the temple, in his dress and under his name," and again she pointed to Francisco, "until such time as a chance could be found for her to escape, or to return to rule this people unquestioned and with honour. My father alone knows of this plot, and because of his love for me he suffers me to try it, desperate as it seems. Also, I will tell you all the truth. He is himself in danger, and he believes that by means of the shepherdess, who, when she reappears, having survived the sacrifice, will be held by the people to be immortal, he may save his life when the day of his own trial comes." "And do you think," said Leonard, "that I will trust her alone to you, wicked and forsworn as you are, and to the tender mercies of your father? No, it is better that she should die and have done with her fears and torments." "I do not ask you to do so, Deliverer," said Soa quietly. "You will be taken with her, and if she lives, you will live also. Is that not enough? These men here come to bear you and Bald pate to the dungeons. They will bear you and the shepherdess, knowing no difference. That is all. Now tell him. Perchance he may not be willing to accept." "Francisco, come here," said Leonard in a low voice, speaking in Portuguese. Then he told him all, while Soa watched them with her glittering eyes. As the tale went on the priest turned ashen pale and trembled violently, but before it was finished he ceased to tremble, and Leonard, looking at his face, saw that it was alight as with glory. "I accept," he said in a clear voice, "for thus it will be given to me to save the life of the Senora, and to atone for my offence. Come, let me make ready." "Francisco," muttered Leonard, for his emotion would not suffer him to speak aloud, "you are a saint and a hero. I wish I could go through this in your stead, for most gladly would I do so, but it is not possible." "It seems then that there are two saints and heroes," replied the priest gently. "But why talk thus? It is the bounden duty of either or both of us to die for her, yet it is far better that I should die, leaving you alive to love and comfort her." Leonard thought a moment. "I suppose it must be so," he said, "but heaven knows it is a terrible alternative. How can I trust that woman Soa? And yet, if I do not trust her, Juanna will be killed at once." "You must take the chance of it," answered Francisco. "After all, she is fond of her mistress, and it was because she grew jealous that she fled to Nam and betrayed us." "There is another thing," said Leonard. "How are we to get Juanna away if once she suspects the plot? There will be an end to it. Soa, come thither." She came, and he put this question to her, telling her at the same time that Francisco consented to the scheme, and that Juanna slept behind the curtain and might awake at any moment. "I have that with me which shall overcome the difficulty, Deliverer," answered Soa, "for I foresaw it. See here," and she drew a small gourd from her dress. "This is that same water of which Saga gave your black dog to drink when I escaped you. Now mix it with some spirit, go to the shepherdess, awake her, and bid her drink this to comfort her. She will obey, and immediately deep sleep will take her again that shall hold her fast for 6 hours." "It is not a poison?" asked Leonard suspiciously. "No, it is not a poison. What need would there be to poison one who must die at dawn?" Then Leonard did as she told him. Taking a tin pannikin, one of their few possessions, he emptied the sleeping draught into it and added enough native brandy to colour the water. Next he went into Juanna's room and found her lying fast asleep upon the great bed. Going up to her, he touched her gently on the shoulder, saying, "Wake, my love." She raised herself and opened her eyes. "Is that you, Leonard?" she said. "I was dreaming that I was a girl again, and at school at Durban, and that it was time to get up for early service at the church. Oh, I remember now. Is it dawn yet?" "No, dear, but it soon will be," he answered. "Here, drink this. It will give you courage." "How horrid that spirit tastes!" she said, then sank back slowly on the cushion, and in another minute fell sound asleep again. The draught was strong, and it worked quickly. Leonard went to the curtain and beckoned to Soa and the others. They all entered except the priests, who remained clustered together near the doorway of the great chamber, talking in low tones and apparently taking no notice of what passed. "Take off that robe, Bald Pate," said Soa. "I must give you another." He obeyed, and while Soa was engaged in clothing Juanna's senseless form in the gown of the priest, Francisco drew his diary from the pocket in his vest where he kept it. Rapidly he wrote a few lines on a blank page, then shutting the book, he handed it to Leonard together with his rosary, saying, "Let the Senora read what I have written here after I am dead, not before, and give her these beads in memory of me. Many is the time that I have prayed for her upon them. Perhaps she will wear them after I am gone, and although she is a Protestant, sometimes may offer up a prayer for me." Leonard took the book and the rosary and placed them in an inner pocket. Then he turned to Otter and rapidly explained to him the meaning of all that was being done. "Ah, Baas," said the dwarf, "put no faith in that she-devil, and yet perhaps she will try to save the Shepherdess, for she loves her as a lioness loves her young. But I'm afraid for you, Baas, for you she hates." "Never mind about me, Otter," answered Leonard. "Listen. If they are going to hide us in the dungeons of the temple, if by any chance you escape, seek out Olfan and try to rescue us. If not, farewell, and may we meet again in another place." "Oh, Baas, Baas," said Otter with a deep sob, "for myself I care nothing, nor whether I live or die, but it is sad to think that you will perish alone, and I not with you. Oh, why did Baas Tom dream that evil dream? Had it not been for him, we might have been transport riding in Natal to-day. I would that I had been a better servant to you, Baas, but it is too late now," and as he spoke Leonard felt a great tear fall upon his hand. "Never mind the servant, Otter," he answered. "You are the best friend, black or white, that I ever had, and Heaven reward you for it. If you can help the Baas yonder at the last, do so. At the least, see that he swallows the medicine in time, for he is weak and gentle and not fitted to die such a death," and he turned away. By this time Soa had arrayed Francisco in the black robe of Aca. The white dress worn in the temple ceremonies he did not put on, for it remained upon Juanna, completely hidden from sight, however, by the priest's gown. "Who would know them apart now?" asked Soa triumphantly, then added, handing Leonard the great ruby which she had taken from Juanna's forehead. "Here, Deliverer, this belongs to you. Do not lose the stone, for you have gone through much to win it." Leonard took the gem, and at first was minded to dash it into the old woman's sneering face, but remembering the uselessness of such a performance, he thrust it into his pocket together with the rosary. "Come, let us be going," said Soa. "You must carry the Shepherdess, Deliverer. I will say that it is Bald Pate who has fainted with fear. Farewell, Bald Pate. After all, you are a brave man, and I honour you for this deed. Keep the hood well about your face, and if you would preserve the Shepherdess alive, be silent, answering no word whoever addresses you, and uttering no cry, however great your fear." Francisco went to the bed where Juanna lay, and holding out his hand above her, as though in blessing, he muttered some words of prayer or farewell. Then turning, he clasped Leonard in his arms, kissed him, and blessed him also. "Good-bye, Francisco," said Leonard in a choking voice. "Surely the kingdom of heaven is made up of such as you." "Do not weep, my friend," answered the priest, "for there in that kingdom I hope to greet you and her." And so these friends parted. End of chapter 30.